with all these matches going on to make up at the end. On twitch.tv/ESEA2, it's Luminosity versus NME. So that's going on there if you'd like to check out our Brazilian friends trying to lay the smackdown on one of the newcomers here in Pro League. But we wanted to show Conquest because of the playoff implications of this match.
Yeah, we actually just got the caught the tail end there that knife round. SKDC going to be able to take that, so they're probably going to be starting on the CT side. Which is good for them, obviously. Conquest, like you said before, Shazam trying to adjust to this new op. Now, the thing, or the new mouse, the thing about it is it's the same exact mouse as before. He just said it feels like it's completely messed up his sensitivity. I was reading some of the tweets that he was talking about before, and we'll see whether or not he's able to overcome and adapt to that tonight. Because SKDC, that should be a pretty good warm-up match for Conquest. They shouldn't have any problem winning this matchup. Now, SKDC has pulled some upsets in the past. You know, that huge comeback from a 14-1 halftime score against CLG rings the bell, but already starting off this round well is Els and Invert going to get aggressive. They're going to find a pick and Z and find a pick and B. And they're going to go ahead and push on through. Now look at this pinch that they're going to have on this A bomb site. They've worked a player up into that A bomb site. FGB finds one in mid. And now they're just going to completely surround A. They're playing for the retake, and this is just going to be really difficult here for the terrorist side of Conquest.
Yeah, Sand gets pinned down in the default plant spot. Now it's just Daps over in quad, and what's he going to do? Gets one kill, swings out, gets a second one. FGB was jumping. Can he get a third? He's finding these one-on-ones. Only 6 bullets left, though. He's just going to run out of ammo at this point, and Invert does manage to take him down. 2 kills on the round for him. Daps almost makes it interesting, but SKDC just too much for Daps to do. They're going to win that pistol round. It's now 1-0.
That would have been an insane 4v1 clutch if he was able to get that one done. I remember seeing last night on Overpass the 4v1 clutch that Nothing had, which was absolutely monstrous.
Yeah, that was dirty.
This time, not going to happen. SKDC are going to be able to close that one out. FGB times out, so we do have a pause in the server right now, so we'll get that one going here again very, very soon. But pretty, you know, I kind of want to say that that's kind of the new meta on cash as far as pistol rounds are concerned, where you put presence in mid, push on the B bomb site, and play the retake on A. I see a lot of teams doing that pistol round on CT side these days.
Yeah, and it's even. I mean, that's kind of been the standard for a while now. The cool thing about it is. Now you're starting to get like this meta of mind games, right? Where everyone knows that that's kind of the default pistol round. So we've seen teams, you know, hide 2 players in the A site, like just literally have them hide and not even spot for anything, and just wait for that plant to start, and the terrorists will come in and they don't see any action whatsoever, and then all of a sudden 2 players pounce on them. There's always that question: is that B stack? Is it going to push out of the B bomb site towards sunroom and try and get a quick flank, or are they just going to stay stacked up? So, I mean, there's the mind games now that are developing just based around that skeletal structure of like a default CT pistol.
Yeah, and it's always fun to see how the game shifts over time that way. Now we've got a big investment here on the CT side. SKDC going to be on full rifles. It's 4 FAMASas and an M4 to boot. They're going to be looking for some action here in mid as they come dropping on out. Invert's going to be able to draw first blood. Stanislaw down. Shazam soon to follow. And he goes down as well. That's going to be Nafly left on boost. The other 2 working their way towards the A bomb site. Nafly probably going to get dropped here by Invert again as he goes ahead and peeks, gets the 3K, and doesn't really take a whole lot of damage for his troubles there in mid either.
Yeah, that's brutal. Oh, there's a nice shot though from Rush. I mean, he just cleans out Invert, so they're even going to plan off this, and even Hades gets dinked, so he can't aggressive to the bomb site. Rush gets a second kill. And that's 2 rifles that SKDC loses there. The FAMAS, and they're going to salvage the M4, but they lose 2 FAMASes, so that's a little bit costly for them. Not a bad, especially with that plant, not a bad eco from Conquest, especially considering they didn't, I don't think they invested much. Let me see if this money resets when this round starts. Yeah, they didn't invest anything really into that round, so they were going to have a 3rd round buy no matter what because they get 2 plants on both of those rounds. I mean, they have a full buy here. Meanwhile, Conquest, they're still stuck on 2 FAMASes, so this turned out really well for Conquest.
Yeah, and the big part of that, I mean, I still remember, I believe it was a matchup last night that was actually on cash, and it was Conquest that ended up losing that one, but it was, I think it was like a 2-tap Tech 9 frag into A main from Daps, just coming around the corner pre-firing. That P250 shot right there was a little reminiscent of that, just comes up, spots highway, and just 1-taps Invert down, so nice job from him. Able to get that bomb plant and able to put that extra money in the bank for him to have this nice big buy here going into the first gun round early in the matchup, too. So, pretty standard defense, actually pretty heavy over at the A bomb site. They've only got FGB playing at B, anchoring things down. Els is going to be here in Z, looking for any kind of aggression to come his way. And They're just waiting to see what kind of pushes are going to come out from the CT side. They're going to be going over the top of mid and probably going for a pinch here. And it looks like they are just going to go for the pinch on B, which is a smart decision because FGB is all by his lonesome over there.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of a... I mean, Elsa's starting to cheat over, throwing a pop flash in, but you're right. This is a lot of responsibilities on FGB's shoulders. He knows it's coming, too. He's got a flash out. He's just going to bounce it off the wall, waiting for an opportunity to peek, but now he's mollied out. He's got to extinguish itself in the smoke. And now he just can't see anything. He's just got to hide on this box. Rush comes in. He doesn't get the turnaround in time. And Daps cleans him out of the bomb site. And now SKDC, they're locked out so quickly. And this is going to be an immediate save call. Everyone just running away. Nice execute from Conquest and SKDC. I mean, you said it. FGB was feeling a little bit lonely there. And they couldn't get him any support in time.
Yeah, and by the time that the support came, that execute was already well on its way. So he just gets dropped in the back line. Zell's, you know, like you said, didn't really have an opportunity to really do anything in that situation. So it's going to be the first round on the board for Conquest. It comes with a 5-man stand unless they drop some rifles here at the end, but they really probably don't want to go for too much of a hunt here. They want to try to hang on to their rifles for the next round as they know SKDC's money is going to be pretty much, for the most part, reset, so they're going to carry 3 rifles over. They might pick up a FAMAS or 2. I think Invert should have enough to drop a FAMAS. Els should be able to buy up a FAMAS. And so it should be another full gun round, but again, it's going to be on that weaker buy from SKDC with the FAMASes.
Edward can actually drop an M4 over, or drop his FAMAS and get an M4 of his own. So yeah, they're going to have another pretty solid buy into this round. Like you said, Elsa, he's going to be able to, he picks up an M4 light armor so he can get some smoke and flashbangs, but not too shabby whatsoever put together by him, considering they just lost that round. And Conquest, that was really well done, moving around the map by them, but SKDC's got to have better eyes in mid, have a better sense of what's coming. And once again, they're back to it. 2 players in the B bomb site here. Just Ocean far away. He's smoked out a mid, and actually looks like Conquest. Shazam's already out. He doesn't have an AWP, but he's being very, very aggressive, and he sees no one's here, so it's full mid control at the moment for Conquest. And now he's already putting pressure on the vents. They hear that break, so they know that there's someone in vents, so now they have to be very wary about that if they're going to rotate off the bomb site.
Yeah, so speeding things up a little bit this round, Conquest take over full mid control, and that's a beautiful start to the round. And they left the bomb back in mid connector. They're just looking for those opening picks to see if they can neutralize the 1v1 in any of these corridors right now. And Invert over there in that A bomb site trying to take a peek on the highway. He's not going to find anything around there. Flashbang or smoke comes out. FGB gets caught. He takes a boatload of damage. Now the push is coming onto the B bomb site. They've already rotated one over, but they line up, and Stanislav takes down FGB and Els. Nap is going to clean up Ocean, and that's going to be it. There's nothing SKDC can do this round.
Yeah, once again, just a split onto that B bomb site, and this is all that mid control. I mean, this is 2 rounds now. That round, like, there's no pressure on it whatsoever. One smoke blocks off all of SKDC's presence in middle, and Conquest gets to do whatever they want. So SKDC's going to have to, you know, change that up. They're going to have to figure out a way to put pressure on mid as the defense. And now, I mean, this time Conquest, they have a lot of money in terms of L5 survived last round, so they're going to go on the hunt a little bit. And Invert is actually trying to do a little bit of a ninja here, and this could be a little bit sneaky, but there's one member, that's Stan. He's waiting for it. Everyone else has left the bomb site, but he just is a smart player, stays back. He's got it covered, and it's just down to Hades trying to save this M4, and he's going to run right into 2 players of Conquest. He sprays down one, he gets the second, so he's going to survive. Nicely done from Hades. A small victory there at the end.
Yeah, at least forcing a couple of rebuys, but you can see that money's already starting to stack up here on the terrorist side of Conquest, and they've only got 2 rounds on their backs, but the biggest part about that is that they've planted in every one of the rounds. Even though they lost the opening 2, they got the bomb plant, so they were already building that economy in the first 2 rounds, even on the back of those losses. The last 2 rounds, they get the plant, they get the extra money, and they're going to have no problem buying up those AKs to go forward into the 5th round. But now this time it is going to be a save. SKDC, they're pretty much on stock pistols with the exception of Hades, who does stay on that AK, and he's actually getting knocked down relatively low, and he just gets spammed up, so that's the rifle down.
Yeah, no luck for SKDC there, and yeah, there's no one even over at that bomb site to recover that AK-47 to support whatsoever. Everyone's stacked over for a gamble in this B bomb site, except for Edvert, who just rotates over towards mid and eats a nade for his trouble. Then he gets hit with a smoke, down to 12 HP. He's going to rotate over, but he's the only one here. The rest of them are just staying in that B site. So it's going to be a 3rd round for Conquest, and look at Edvert. Can't even tap at the head. It's not landing whatsoever for him. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, so again, I mean, that opening pick there onto Hades, I mean, just crushes any dream that SKDC had on winning this round or stealing anything away. But a nice job there, finding that opening pick through the smoke, able to spam things up, and it's just a good opening to the round there, again, from Conquest.
Yeah, it was. That's the thing. Hades with that AK-47, he's got to make a play. He's got to find some way to give his team an advantage if they wanted to try and win that round. It was very unlikely, seeing as how it was just all pistols on the other side, but Next round, SKDC has to put at least 2 players in mid. They have to contest that. I mean, this is the thing. Conquest, they haven't even been challenged yet, so they probably more than likely just going to go right back to it because they're like, all right, we're going to make you stop this before we go away from it. So SKDC, I mean, that's a place where they can find a battle this time. And if they have 2 to 3 players there, they can drop an AWP over to somebody, and that's where they can find a really good fight, boosting over that box, get yourself a pick, and just play a little bit more passive.
So 3-2, your scoreline. AK is still across the board. Invert is going to have the AWP this time, and he has played relatively well so far in this matchup. He's 6-3. He's actually the top fragger in the server right now. Right behind him is going to be Hades, who started off relatively well, but predominantly all of Hades' kills has come on the backs of save rounds. And Ocean already at the beginning of this round down 46 health. That's a quick strat towards the A bomb site. Hades is over by NBK, just holding on the fence by Quad, but Els, he's going to go down in mid. Quick push out by Stan, finds him 1 kill. Spam through that wall, though, through the squeaky door, and Hades is going to chip down Nafly to 66, but they already push out onto the site. They've got one up in heaven, but Invert can't hit the shot. Ocean's down to 1 HP. Invert on 11. They clean up Hades in the backside of that site, and there's nothing SKDC can do again this round. It's just switching up the pace. I really like what Conquest is doing tonight on Cash.
That time they did put 2 in mid, and still, I mean, they missed some shots. Invert gets the rotate over. He has a nice shot from on top of balcony. He can't land it, and then Hades just lets him get a little bit too far. So yeah, this defense for SKDC is just getting savaged right now. And these 3 rounds that have been won, you know, aside from 2 rounds ago where they, you know, Hades killed 2 on the save, they haven't really had any production. They haven't even been in any of these last 3 or 4 rounds that Conquest has won. So SKDC got to figure something out before they get too far ahead on this T side.
And they actually knocked down Ocean at the end of that. Invert's going to be able to get a little bit of a saving grace there and take down Shazam with the AWP. So he's going to hold on to that rifle for the next round, luckily for them. So they've got a little bit of firepower to work with, but the rest of them are going to get reset. So they might upgrade to some slightly better pistols here.
I'm buying if I'm then. Invert's just dropping over. Yep, Invert's going to drop over to Famas. FGB's going to drop one as well. Oh. So they're going to get at least 2 rifles and maybe a 5.7 or a shotgun. Actually, all 3 pick up Famas's with pretty solid buys, except for Ocean, who's only got a flashbang to work with. But yeah, this is a good choice because they have to find some success, and this time it's not going to go well for them. FGB once again all alone over at B. This is virtually a B rush from Conquest, and there goes FGB. They're into the bomb site. 4 members over at the A site. They're already locked out. This might just be another save call right off the bat.
That's just making the right call at the right time right there. I mean, they stack 4 in the A bomb site, and it's just a quick push into B, and it's just so unfortunate that that's the way that it goes. Els might lose his life here as well. He's getting peaky up here in heaven, and he is going to go down. Rush takes him out, so this should be just a vacate the hell out of here and get our rifles for the next round, but they're just continuing to push in. Ocean goes down. Invert's getting close with this AWP, just looking for the fallback, but Shazam swings on him, takes him down. Let's see if Shazam decides to pick up that op, or if he wants to stay on the AK. He seems to be having a little bit better luck on the AK tonight, 4-4. But this is going to be just a 5th round right now for Conquest. So good read by them. They're able to find the frags and open up that B bomb site again. Poor FGB, man. He is not feeling it.
Yeah, no, not at all whatsoever. Not having a good time. Well, he's also been largely alone in that B bomb site. And the big thing, too, is like FGB's been a player who's been on a lot of premier teams. He's been on that cusp of invite, never quite getting in on the cusp of Pro League. And he's still very inexperienced when it comes to this. So, I mean, this is the thing. Now he's got to deal with this Conquest team who's, you know, on a 3-game losing streak. They're pissed off. They've been playing really well otherwise. They had like a 17-map win streak against other North American teams. So, look at this. They're just bullying them. They're splitting up 4-1, and they're just basically going everywhere as a group. And just, I mean, they're not losing anything. So that's the thing. FGB, this is probably something new that he hasn't seen. He probably hasn't, you know, been this outclassed individually as well in quite some time. So SKDC, they've got to figure something out dynamic to do as a team instead of just letting players, you know, lose bomb sites on their own.
Execution is coming in towards that A-bomb site. Invert's got to walk his way back out of that site. He gets completely mollied off. Good use of the utility right now, but they got to be wary. They see that squeaky door is open, so they know that a player is pushed around towards the backside of A main. That is going to be Hades. He's going to come around the corner, but it's Shazam. Already with the double on the round. Rush goes down to Invert, but it's already the bomb plant, and they are on pistols. Shazam's going to find a 3rd, and you talked about how dangerous he can be once his AWP heats up. It looks like he's found his proper sensitivity again for this new mouse, and he lights him up with 3 big kills to open things up.
This is the big thing, too, because there's going to be so much money built up on Conquest now that I mean, they might just be able to run the table in this entire half. They're going to be able to buy up whatever they want. Rush and Stan both at about 11,000 right now. Daps is at 9,700. This is before this round even ends. There's not a lot of damage being done by SKDC, not only in these eco rounds, but even on their gun rounds. There's a good find for Elsa, but once again, Shazam, he picks up his fourth. And Elsa, he's going to peek one more. Can Shazam get it at the end? And he does, so that's going to be
ace.
A nice little ace for Shazam to put in his pocket, point to the stat sheet, and be like, booyah, I got it.
Yeah, really nice from him. I mean, obviously, working that AWP over there, and then A bomb site, finishing it off with the pistol. He gets the ace. They close out a 6th round now in a row for Conquest here on their terrorist side. That's massive stuff for them because they did lose the pistol round, the subsequent anti-eco afterwards. Got that early 3rd round buy on the back of 2 bomb plants, and they have just been off and rolling ever since then. And might this be the change of pace that we were looking for from the SKDC side? They're going back to that same pistol round strategy.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get the right call whatsoever on where the aggression from the terrorists is coming. So this time they take the fight to them. They just push out towards B, and they're like, all right, we're going to be the aggressors. We're going to find the intel. And now they smoke things off. They can just leave FGB in Sunroom, and they can rotate away and go stack over towards A and mid. But Nav is coming out of door. He's going to drop Hades pretty cleanly as well. He's only down to 50 HP, 46. So now with over a minute left on the clock, Conquest can do whatever they want across the map.
Yeah, that's the big thing right now, and it looks like they're just going to go out mid. I mean, they did have a player up top. No, actually, that's Daps underneath, and the rest of his teammates are actually filtering back towards the B-bomb site. And a little bit of a gamble here from the SKDC side. They actually filter over Ocean towards that B-bomb site, and this might actually be the right call. It depends on what kind of a distraction Nafly is going to be able to pull over here, and Invert's going to be able to pick him up, but that's not going to pull the rotation. So it's going to be FGB. He mollies it off. They're going to have to push that. He actually flubs the flashbang, and Ocean goes down. So Molly to the backside of the site. He's got to come out into the open and peek, and Daps is going to be able to capitalize on that. They flush him out of position. There's nothing he can do. And now it's on Els, who gets mollied up in heaven. He gets one and done. And it's all on to Invert in a 1v3. The damage has been done again. Conquest should be able to pick up their 7th round in a row now. And they are looking very comfortable on T side of cash.
Yeah, especially if Shazam's going to kind of catch fire like this, if he's going to have this huge impact, he's just finding picks all across the map and entering into that site. He gets the opening, he gets the second one, or he just gets the opening into that site. Picks off the rotator, so once again it was like FGB in the bomb site. He's like, all right, I have a teammate here that just dies, so now virtually I'm alone again. So he's not having a good time. Invert with this off. Daps jumps right over the bullet and gets a nice headshot. 6-2 now for Conquest, and they're really starting to run away. They have 2 players that are maxed out at 16K.
7-2, actually. 7 rounds in a row now. And that's every single round. Now, granted, the bomb didn't explode that round, but look at the scoreboard. They have got a bomb plan in every single round.
Yep. That's, well, a lot of those at the beginning, too. Remember, it was just SKDC getting beat so bad so quickly that they just had to save him. That was the really only option available to him. Now Invert's trying to get aggressive. He gets blind, just keeps running forward. A nice counter flash by him. They're going for this reverse boost. Elsa gets put up, and Rush has a nade out. He goes for more. Stan's going to punish him. Nice trade, nice equalizer, down to a 4-on-4.
They've got Shazam over here in Sunroom along with Nafly over here at this B-bomb site, and that's not a bad little strategy for him. There's a gap in that smoke, so if that player drops out of vents, which he does, Ocean, he's going to go down to Shazam's AWP, and now FGB around the corner. He's getting spammed up, and he gets spammed through the smoke, so just no joy for the CT side of SKDC. Nothing is going right for them.
Well, look at how slow Conquest can take it now. I mean, they're just... Yeah, they're just baiting out these plays. Hades has to get aggressive, has to at least find something, see if he can catch someone off guard. And now Invert, he picks up an M4 and he goes to push, but Naf is still here. He gets a second kill of the round, 8-2. This is just a beatdown.
Yeah, this is just, yeah, I mean, full force beatdown. 8 rounds in a row for Conquest. It's going to be a repetitive buy situation now for SKDC. They can pick up the M4 with no armor or light armor, no nades, and they can pick up the FAMASs with a couple of smokes. And at this point, they just need to put a win on the board. And SKDC, honestly, is this the point in the first half? Do you take your time out? Do you slow things down, talk about it, and go, what the hell are we doing wrong? Let's fix things?
Yeah, I don't think it would matter much just by the virtue of, I mean, they're not even having any amount of success in these rounds. I mean, there's Hades finally getting an opening kill for his team. This is a round they have to win. With this kind of advantage, they can't give anything else up. There's no kits on this team either, so I mean, look at the utility as well. 1 Molotov, 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs. So with a minute and 12 left on the clock, that's a pretty scary prospect in a round you have to win. So Conquest still putting pressure. Rush is brought very, very low, but he can't find the kill. Looks like Invert wants to challenge again for another peek, and Ocean's in the connector as well. So it's going to be someone else for Conquest who has to find the opening.
And they're still on the hunt. Rush still boosted up here in mid. He's looking for anything over here. A little bit of extra aggression from Ocean might cost him his life, but they're going to bide their time for a little while longer. Rush is going to be carrying the bomb in towards this A bomb site. They are going to be going for this strategy over towards A. And this is actually the right call. They've only got one player over here on Highway. He's going to be rotating back over there, sending that distraction out through mid, and it's going to be on Invert to try to push up here by Forklift. They might have spotted him as well. Daps trying to get, Invert trying to spam Daps through the smoke there, but Rush finds Ocean, takes him down. That's a nice find for him. And now they've only got 2 players to beat over here at this A bomb site. It's going to be Stanislaw to chime in with one more, but Rush goes down as well as Daps. It's going to be a 2-on-2 retake situation here for SKDC. Bomb is going to get planted here, but they got to be careful because close up on the wall is going to be FGB. He's just waiting. Stanislaw has got the angle if he does decide to push on in. And there's the push. There's the peek. Stanislaw takes down Els, and it's a 1 versus 2. And Stan finishes it off. So again, just no luck for SKDC.
Yeah, not even luck at this point. Just not enough production. 2-on-2. Conquest is just, I mean, Shazam once again just comes up big. There's a couple nice spray downs with 1 kill, then finishing off a low HP opponent for SKDC, but Shazam is just there with that AWP from long range with that AWP, just picking people off. So he's putting together probably the best game we've seen out of him in the past 3 or 4 games that he's had. Despite those mouse issues he spoke about and everything.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the big things right here is that, he came into this matchup saying, all right, my sensitivity feels like it's messed up, but he is not showing any signs of that right now. Nafly and Rush going to be able to drop 2 over at the B-bomb site. It's going to be another quick execution over towards B. They went for the aggression. Ocean's going to be able to find 1. Hades goes down to Stanislaw. It's a 2-on-3 again here for Conquest. And they've got Ocean in the site. They've got Invert in the back lines, and they're going to push on through. And Ocean's going to be able to find a nice pick, but it's going to be Nafly to take down Invert. And now it's all down to a 1v1 between Rush and Ocean. Nade comes around the corner, 38 HP versus 78. He spots the gun over there by the generator side, and he's going to have to take this peek. Rush going to be looking for it. Smoke off the mark. I believe that was actually a decoy. And again, just not having a good time here for SKDC.
That's cockiness from Rush, too. That's like you're a 1-on-1. He's at the B bomb site, or you had a 2-on-1 even at a certain point. And Rush has the bomb, and he just stays over at that B bomb site. He's like, I don't even care that I could run to the A site, get a free plant, basically. I'm just going to take this battle. I'm going to win it. And Ocean actually had the shot on him. He throws that nade out, and Rush comes swinging back out a little bit wide. But Ocean doesn't commit to the fight. He shoots like a bullet or 2 and tries to just hide. But I mean, Rush just with a nice tap through the plyboard.
Yeah. Things to take away from this real quick is FGB trying to hold that B-bomb site. He's 1-in-10. Invert getting aggressive here in A main. He's going to be able to find 1, but he's going to get traded out immediately. Does great damage to Rush, but look at this. Stanislaw is already up on Highway. He's going to say hello to Ocean over there. He's going to get traded out, but Daps is there for the refrag again. So just the trades have just favored Conquest across the board the entirety of this matchup. They have been doing a fantastic job just trading out these kills. They've got a player in position that's going to be able to shoot him in the side and get that trade immediately. So good job and kudos to them. Spam coming around through that smoke. 2 coming up from Highway, but that's going to be Shazam to lock down 1. Looking for FGB. Does put his second frag on the board. He's going to be able to spot out 1 more. That's going to be Daps, but he's close on Shazam, and Shazam don't miss those. That's going to be an 11-2 scoreline now.
Yeah, this is just brutal. SKDC goes back to that default setup we saw earlier in the half where it was very easy for Conquest to get mid control, and then just one player once again gets smoked off. That allows Daps to actually wheel his way up Highway. It was actually a good situation for SKDC to be in. They had a lot of intel. They'd gotten a kill and dealt a lot of damage to another member in a 4-on-4, but just Daps coming up Highway just deletes that A defense from behind. So unfortunate. And Conquest looks like they're going to have no issue getting out of this 3-game slump.
Yeah, and if they carry this momentum forward against Complexity later on this evening, then that's just going to be very, very scary for them. For Complexity, yeah, that is.
That's the other thing, right, is that they have that second match coming up, and they're going to feel really, really good about, this beatdown right here going forward. Now, Complexity's a team that's going to be able to stop that momentum if they come to play, so... I mean, this turns it, if Conquest had lost this, that matchup would have had to, that would have been a big match for Conquest. Now, with them winning it in this fashion, it's going to be, it's going to be really important that Complexity wins it, because this is going to put them 1 win ahead. This will put them solidly in that 4th seed.
And already Daps, he just comes out and wrecks the defenses in mid. Els and Ocean both down and out. FGB blind over here at the B-bomb site, but that bomb is going to rotate back over towards A. They've got 1 player to beat. That's going to be Hades. And Nafly over here by Squeaky is going to make short work of that. Invert's going to be able to take down Dap, so that's a little bit of a rebuttal that they have going on here, but it's just going to get too hard, too fast for him. He's only got a scout. He's trying to work some picks over here. Stanislav from a familiar position, backside of Forklift, finds that frag, and it's all down to FGB 1v4. Bomb planted, 14th round. Looks like he wants to go for it. I mean, obviously, they just need to put some damn rounds on the board at this point, but SKDC, it's looking like it's going to be a 13-2 half when all's said and done here.
Yeah, I can't see it going any other way as well. They just have to pick one more off. And I mean, you mentioned just more plants coming out. They're going to get to these bomb sites just so easily. That's the thing. That's why this is such a wide margin in the scoreline, is because they're getting into the sites so quickly, taking it over, getting the bomb planted. There's not even a chance for the rotations, to have any kind of success. They can't even go for a retake on these sites because it's usually like 2-on-4s or 2-on-5s or 3-on-5s. It's just complete domination out of Conquest.
Yeah, I mean, domination is putting it lightly. I mean, this is a complete and utter beatdown. There's some aggression in mid, but Daps, just 1 and 2, lightning fast, back and forth. FGB's getting aggressive. He gets shut down. He does dink Stanislav, but it doesn't even matter. Hades and Invert, your last two alive. The bomb working in towards B. They're over by A. And Conquest, again, another fully controlled round.
Yeah, this is the situation I'm just talking about. Look at this reach. It's a 2-on-5. Like, where are they going to rotate to have any success? It doesn't even matter. They just get slaughtered. So, big half for Conquest, obviously. 13-2. Should be a really quick mop-up for them into the second half, and that's going to be good for them. They can go into that matchup with complexity. I should say, actually, this is a little bit of a funny thing, is that the next matchup we're casting, I believe, is Method, or is that at the end of the night? Yeah, Method. SKDC versus Method is going to be the next matchup. And SKDC obviously not looking too strong right now, playing against a team that's a higher caliber than Method. But on the Method side is Silent, who I don't think has won a match that I've casted for him all season. Their wins have all come on nights where you and Blue have been casting. But whenever I'm casting, they just struggle. So that'll be interesting to see if I'm still the jinx for that team.
Yeah, I did see that. He actually put out a tweet earlier that just said, "We really need these wins tonight. Moses, please don't cast this tonight. I would appreciate that."
Sucker. Joke's on him.
Too bad, bro. Too bad. But that's all right. We're going to be looking forward to this one. We're going live into the pistol round, second half coming at you guys. Conquest 3 rounds away from pulling this one. A big W for them if they're able to get this. Now, obviously, SKDC, they're a little bit of a weaker team in comparison to some of the other squads in Pro League. But Conquest, they're making quick work of this one. It's just going to be a walk in a B, and around the corner is going to be Stanislav. He's trying to get into the smoke, and actually they run by him. Oh, daddy. 1, 2, looking for more. He's tapping away. He's got cover behind that smoke, but he actually doesn't use it. So that's going to be him going down. Nafly's going to be able to find another one. Tapping away with that CC75. Looking for that player over there by headshot. FGB trying to get himself out of dodge, and it's going to be Hades to bail him out. And now it's going to be Hades in the back lines. It's going to be FGB over here by the headshot, and they're just going to double peek, and they do manage to take the second half pistol on SKDC's side, so that's nice. A little bit of a silver lining to their abysmal first half.
Well, they won the pistol in the first half, too. So it's not too often you say a team has won both pistol rounds and they only have 3 rounds total, going into the second half. So that's a little bit brutal. But off to a good start as long as they don't get ecoed. And Conquest, as we've been seeing out of them, all through SEVO, all through this winning streak they've had in North America, they're not buying up, they're not investing too much into these second rounds. They just upgrade the pistols. They're not buying armor. They're not buying the scouts. So just seeing what damage they can do with the pistols going into that first gun round.
Well, this is one of the things that you've talked about previously with Conquest, is the fact that they typically don't seem to buy going into the second round. Even on their, even in the first half, because they got that bomb plan. Obviously, that's going to initiate don't buy, so we can buy in the third round. But then they get the bomb plan again anyway, and they're so strong with these pistols. And Nafly showcasing that first and foremost with a nice headshot onto Invert. Now they're going to rotate over. They've got 3 over here at the B bomb site. Daps holding an angle. Stanislav right around the corner by the pit as well. And they've got another player over here by B main. That's going to be Shazam on the P250. They're rotating back out on the T side, so that's a good call. But Rush is now over here with a little bit of a upgraded weapon. He's got that MP7. He's going to hear the push coming in. The rotation is already on. There's going to be 4 CTs over here. They spot him jumping out. Els is going to go to battle. He wins that. FGB wins on that Nafly. Finally, Stanislav goes down, but it's Shazam coming in. He's going to be able to find that MP7 as well as the frag onto Elsa, but it's all down to to Daps versus 3, so not a lot that he's going to be able to do. Picks up the Deagle. Going to look for any aggression to peek out here, but he's probably not going to find anything.
I don't know. It's a Blaze. That Blaze skin just has been known to work magic, and there's a
Well-
nice one shot. Hades, don't creep out too much in that smoke. Daps is spamming through it, and here's the thing. He might not win this round, but if he can just, I mean, he can go for an exit here. If he gets one more kill, this is already a fantastic round for Conquest. If he gets one more, it's just tremendous for him. So, trying to hold FGB into the site, also dueling with Hades long range, who has that AK, and he just swings out a little bit too far out of the cover. And that's going to allow both of them to get away for free. FGB even salvages another AK-47, but good round from Conquest, forcing a lot of rebuys.
Yeah, and you can see FGB down to $0. Hades is going to be buying down very, very low, if not to $0. Yeah, he's got 100 left. You got 1,700 on Elsa, so big investment there from the SKDC side, losing those rifles, having to go for the rebuys, and they're just going to stay on the pistol, no armor again this round for Conquest, and that's kind of the scary thing, you know. You talked about the way that they do things. Nice shot there on a Stanislav from Hades, though, but you talked about them not going with a heavy investment into those pistol round ecos, and that's, again, case in point. They do so much damage with just such a light investment.
Yeah, but here they are, down one man. Stanislav falls, but there's Naf with another
Deagle Blaze,
headshot.
baby.
Yep, and now they're going to be forced into a commit onto this B bomb site. Shazam's forced out of the open because of the Molotovs. Daps is still hiding at sight. Double Deagle. Shazam and Naf here. No Blaze on Shazam, though. That's probably why they're not going to win this round. I mean, if you don't have the Deagle Blaze skin, you're not going to be able to do too much of it.
You can't hit one Deags without it.
Yeah, what is he thinking? Well, there's a nice shot. Naf had already
there you go.
tagged him up, though. It was the Deagle Blaze that tagged him. That's what he needs to get back into.
Ah, gotcha. So Nafly, he's going to be looking for some exits again. It's a 3v1. They re-smoke things off. He's going to have to bide his time and work away from that area. There are AKs down, so if he could get around here and maybe try to pick up one of these AKs, but he's going to look for the damage. He does it to Hades, down to 10 HP, but he's just going to slump on over and flop down on the boxes. So SKDC does successfully execute their anti-eco rounds, but this is where they struggle the entirety of the first half. The gun rounds.
Well, Shazam's got that AWP as well. If he keeps up the tear he was on in the first half, this could just be over in the next 3 rounds. Because he was playing phenomenal with it. He was, you know, even when Conquest was down a man or two, he was bringing him right back into it. But look at this. Here's the difference. Conquest very early on, standing up a lot of mid-pressure on the defense. Stan just rushing right through this smoke.
Wow.
And he might catch Invert not looking at all, and he does. He sprays him down. He finally connects it. It looked a little bit scary there, but now he's got to fall back. Naf is giving him cover, but Ocean's boosted up. He's going to try and go for that kill, deals some damage, but Stan gets away.
Kill for free. What a ballsy play there from Stanislav. Just first round, no respect. Pushes the smoke in mid-connector and just finds that kill. Nicely done. And that man advantage already swinging the way of Conquest. So SKDC, their little bit of a plan that they had to start off this round has already kind of been foiled a little bit. And now they got to rethink their strategery a little bit. And now Hades goes down to Nafly. That's another nice find for Conquest. They're going to be looking to just punish this one out and just sweep this under the rug, move forward into the next matchup. But FGB picking up the op is going to find a nice pick in towards B. And now there's nobody home. So they've got a little bit of an opportunity until Nafly rotates in. He's going to be looking for anything that he can find. They double peek. And Nafly is actually going to win the shot onto Ocean. FGB can't connect with the op. Finally does trade it, but now they know. And now coming out through the vents, it's going to be Rush. Finds the headshot onto Elsa, and the bomb is planted. FGB with only an op in the backside of this site. A tall order to hold on to this post plant.
Yeah, especially because he's got to go get the bomb, which is in like the middle of everything.
Oh, I thought he got it planted.
No, it was down. It was down over by B main.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah, no, there was nothing he could have done there. So Rush is going to clean that out. 14-5 now. Another gun round goes the way of Conquest. It's basically it's almost got to be a buy at this point. I mean, I know they have a long way to go, but they're just too far down to even hope and pray that they could, you know, they can give up around here and win 10 straight to force overtime. So they're going to go for a buy. It's going to be 3 Tech 9s and 2 AK-47s. Still a full buy on the side of Conquest, and they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, Fast Strat coming towards the B-bomb site to open things up from SKDC. Just looking for any of that early aggression that they can possibly find, but they're not going to find anything. Daps is going to be turtled up here with Stanislav. Obviously, that B-hold a little bit lackluster last round, but they got it done in the long run anyway. Talking about Conquest, they walk forward out of that round with 3 alive and the AWP for Shazam. So the big thing about that is the lack of economic damage that actually happened last round. And now they're going to go for this commit towards the B-bomb site. And again, it's going to be 3 players over here. Shazam, he is smoked off from CT, but he's going to pop some shots out. And there's the peek out. Daps is going to be able to spot 1 and 2. He's actually just going to take the re-peek, and he's done so much damage here. It's going to be all up the stand to try to finish off a couple, and he drops the bomb carrier. That's a nice find. He tries to walk back through the smoke. He dies, as well as Shazam. So getting it turned around just a little bit here, but Rush comes in, finds the frag onto Hades, drops a Molotov, or actually drops an incendiary grenade out around the corner, and now FGB is going to have to go and hunt this one down, but they've got both players coming around from CT main, and now Nafly is going to fall back over to Heaven. That nade should clean up Ocean. Nope, a little bit off the mark, but that Molly. And somehow Ocean is still alive. Now he's dead. Ooh. FGB, though, does manage to finish that one off, and that did get a little bit dicey there in the end, but nevertheless, Elsa was coming around from the backside for the flank, so SKDC, that's their first gun round win of the entire match.
Yeah, the rebuttal from SKDC, going to prolong this a little bit more, serves up an economic break point for Conquest. They're going to have to full save. They do pick up some of those deagles to do some damage, but SKDC bind themselves a little bit of life, now up towards 6. And they should have a, let's not say easy, but they should have a pretty solid win this round, only going up against the pistols, and it's a stack over towards the B bomb site. If they're able to sniff this out, if Hades spots, more than one or two, they'll have the intel, and they could just basically get a free plant over towards that A bomb sites where it's just Shazam. He's just guarding far back from the truck.
Yeah, but that Deagle Blaze.
Yeah, he doesn't have that skin, so he's going to be useless this round, for sure.
Yeah, he's going to get taken down immediately when they start to execute, but it's Nafly. He's going to get at least 7 kills this round with that Desert Eagle Blaze. Looking forward to seeing that because they are creeping over towards his bomb site. He's going to TK 2 teammates and ace the other team, so get ready for it, boys.
This is a pretty sick stack that SKDC is about to walk into. This could do a lot of damage, actually.
Yeah, Stand with his back turned. He's not going to get flashed from any of this, so he'll be able to bail out his teammate a little bit if that push does come in.
The question is, how far are they going to get sucked in before Conquest decides to peek? And there's Rush. He pops out. They juggle the aggression over, and that's where Naf gets a headshot, but they've spotted 2 here. The bomb's down, unfortunately. They have to contest Naf with his deagle, so he's going to have some more opportunities to go after this. They throw flash. They're swinging out. Naf misses the first shot. He finally gets taken down by Ocean, and here's Daps. Can't get another kill quite yet, and he's going to run out of bullets. He does bring Ocean down into red HP, but not able to complete the job. 7-14 now.
Naf really let me down that round. I was really expecting more from him. Either way, they do drop a couple of guns, so they forced a couple rebuys here from the SKDC side, all jokes aside, and now that's going to be a 14-7 scoreline. So SKDC, they're at least putting a couple of rounds on the board. They're having a much more success here on their terrorist side. They've won 5 out of the 6 rounds so far, which is nice to see, but the real tough side of this is that they're still 7 rounds down. And, you're only into the 7th round of the second half. 2 rounds would seal the deal for Conquest and be done with this one, wash their hands of it, and move forward onto the next matchup. But SKDC, they're, a little bit resilient. They don't want to go down without a fight, and they're putting a fight together a little bit here, and it is a double save for Conquest. So we should see SKDC picking up an 8th round here.
SKDC's plan is very cautious, though. They thought they had an indication that this might be a buy round because of that save, but unfortunately it was a double save. So, no problem in SKDC playing farther back. Get that opening pick on a Daps who tries to get aggressive up towards mid. And actually, now that SKDC is closing this gap up towards 8, it's not quite, don't really call it a comeback quite yet, but, one more money reset. If SKDC is able to win that next gun round, then they've got a fighting chance to bring this into, at least into overtime. So this score, could close up very, very quickly if Conquest doesn't button down in the next gun round. And there's Invert with a nice shot, takes out Naf, no kills for him with the deagle. And now it's just going to be an easy walk into this B bomb site for SKDC to get a plant. So a little bit of life left in him still.
Forward position here from Shazam and Rush. They're looking for anything that they can find, but the push is coming towards B, and there it is! The Deagle Blaze strikes again! FGB down and out. Nice Juan Dig from Stanislaw, but Hades is going to be able to trade that. They go for the boost in mid, and that's actually going to find some good damage onto Elsa, who's going to have to retreat, but he's actually retreating in towards Rush's, Rush actually opts to go towards mid. I thought he was going to go towards the backside of that B bomb site, but decides to actually switch it up and go back towards the mid corridor, looking for anything that he can find. Hades goes down. Nice headshot there from Shazam. Elsa's going to trade it out, and now it's all on Rush to try to take a couple of guns away, but, don't know if they're actually going to exit here towards the CT spawn. If they do, he's going to be in a pretty good position here to maybe drop a player or two, but he's actually just going to push on in. He actually spots the backside of Invert. If he can get this off down, that's a nice find, and that's exactly what's going to happen. That's a costly mistake there from SKDC.
Well, another one there.
And
Elsa.
they lost another player, yeah.
Yeah, Elsa says so. Or Hades is, or Ocean, excuse me, is going to be able to save it. No, he's not. Rush comes in right at the end.
Oh, and he gets the ult too!
What a crushing blow to SKDC. What a play from Rush. Beautifully done from him. He's up towards 15 kills there for his team, but none more, cool than those 3 kills, that little Rambo at the end. So now Hades, he does have to buy one up, and that just is so expensive, but look at the switch up on the defense. Shazam has his AWP, Naf has one as well. They're going to split those up into the A and B bomb sites. And this time, you usually see this with a 1-3-1 setup on Cash, but Daps is going to be at this B site with Shazam, so no real opportunity for SKDC to do anything too quick right now.
And he's actually got FGB pinned over here in Sunroof as well, so they go for any of the peaks over here by the Toxic Barrels. They're going to probably get punished. And by probably, I mean definitely. That's a nice shot there. Shazam's going to be able to get that man advantage for Conquest right now. And the big part about it is Conquest has capitalized on that man advantage at the beginning of the rounds almost every single time, if not every single time, with the exception of their eco rounds.
And all that's up for SKDC to do, they're yielding map control everywhere. They're giving up their control over towards B that they never, I mean, Shazam got that pick, but they had a couple players there. Now Naf, there's the double op setup, not expecting it. Naf gets a pick. He's not even smoked off. He's not even flashed. That's Invert just going for a dry peek, a one-on-one battle against the op, and he loses it. Here comes the execution, but Rush is going to grab one. Can't get the second. He dinks Elsa. Rush gets swarmed into the bomb site. He gets dropped by Elsa as well, but it's a 3-on-2, and Elsa's basically out of the fight. One nade, one stray bullet is going to do it. He's got to try and find good position, and there's a start. Nice shot onto Shazam, but he's immediately traded off by Daps. So Ocean in this 1-on-2, he's got to come up huge, and he's going to wheel his way around the front of this bomb site, finds one more kill onto Daps, but he turns around thinking there's going to be a flank, and there's not. Stan's just been so patient on Highway. He's going to clean that out. Now Conquest is on match point.
Yeah, very, very close. Very close round, and a nice effort there from Ocean to try to clutch that out. It came off in the back of Elsa's big 3K in that backside of that A-bomb site. And the big thing is, like you said, Shazam was dedicated to that scope into that bomb site. Wasn't expecting that player to swing out of the bomb site and find that frag. And that was about as good of a find as Elsa could possibly get in that situation. He finds a player that really can't deal any damage to him and gets a kill for free. Really kind of opened things up there for the SKDC side, but ultimately it just comes down to better positioning from Conquest, and obviously Ocean just having to check all of those angles all at the same time wasn't able to do that, and it was a little futile in the long run. Now it's a B aggression. They're going to line up a little bit here. Ocean's going to go down here very soon, as well as Hades, FGB, and Invert, and it's just a crushing defeat over here at this B-bomb site. That's going to be it right there. 16-8 will be the final score, and they are already vacating the server. Conquest going to come out on top of this one by 8 rounds, and that's going to be it. SKDC and Method coming up next, though. Looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, that'll be, hopefully SKDC, they can shake that one off. But yeah, that was that last round was a nice little exclamation point for Conquest to close that match out. So now they get to chill for an hour. They've got that big match against Complexity coming up. That's going to be our 3rd match of the evening, so they've got to start preparing for that. But we're going to take a quick break and make sure, guys, the other match is still going on. It's 13-10, excuse me, for Luminosity Gaming right now. They're terrorists on train. So make sure you're tuning in over towards twitch.tv/ESEA2. If you're not, if you're going to be paying attention to another stream or something, make sure you download the Score Esports app so you can keep track of that while you're watching the stream. And you can get that off the iOS App Store or the Google Play Store. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back with the next match.
Welcome everybody to ESEA TV. This is the 2nd stream, but we got a good matchup tonight. Luminosity Gaming versus NME GG. I am Holden, and alongside me is going to be Blue, and we're on DE Train.
Hey, how's it hanging?
I'm good. I'm just getting ready for this matchup. Over on the other stream, they've got an important one for Conquest. I think to put that one on the main stream because it's basically a must-win situation for Conquest over there, whereas this one, while the stakes are high, Luminosity trying to secure that land spot and Enemy trying to stay out of relegation, not quite as important, but still not a match you want to lose if you're either of these teams.
Yeah, I think starting off this week at least, the magic number in order to basically make sure that you yourself are going to be qualified for LAN to at the very least be in the top 4 was 16, and so far we've only had one team reach that margin, and that's been Team Liquid. So I'm pretty sure they're about like 95% guaranteed at this point unless something really crazy ends up happening. But more than likely they're going to end up making it into the playoffs. But everybody else is still pretty close here. Luminosity and CLG are tied for 2nd place right now, down at 13 rounds, or 13 wins I should say, each of them. And then you've got a 3-way tie for the 3rd place. That's spots between Conquest, Complexity, and Cloud9, and then between NME and 3's Up as well. Those guys are down at 10, but unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to make it in there, just assuming, you know, one of these 3 guys between Complexity, Conquest, and Cloud9 pick up at least one. That sort of knocks NME and 3's Up out. So the main race is between these big, like, 5 teams here that are trying to find 3 spots. So 2 are going to end up getting knocked out, and of course, 2 of them are playing in both of these matches right here at the 8 o'clock time slot.
Yeah, and I think you mentioned that magic number, and I've tried to been sort of watching it this week, and I think it has dropped down to, I'm trying to do the math, I think it's dropped down to 15 now. So Luminosity, who, you know, if you get to 15, you've secured it, but it's the question mark there because Cloud9, well, they can't get to 15, they can get to, or they can't even get to 14, they can get to 13, but Complexity can get to 14. So that's a team that could potentially jump in if you're tied there at 14. So that is the number. So Luminosity trying to win. They only got 3 matches left, so they want to try to make sure they get in that spot. They've got to pick up 2 of these last 3.
And of course, they've been looking like at least one of the more consistent teams here in North America. Post-Kluge, we've seen a lot of teams start doing really good and a lot of teams start doing really bad, whereas Cloud9 sort of been one of the examples where they've started to do a little bit better, and then like Liquid sort of the polar opposite of that, where all of a sudden something's been lost on this team, and we still been seeing them win, of course, but we just haven't been seeing them perform as strongly as they were right before they ended up going to the major. The results just weren't looking so good for them there, and I don't know if that's discouraged them or something's up with the team chemistry, but now these guys are looking a little bit weak. So it's been up in arms, but Luminosity's remained consistent, of course. They were looking good before the LAN, even if they had some players playing over from Germany and they had that sort of thing to deal with for, you know, 3 to 4 matches there. They still played well even with that. And coming back from this, they've been looking even better now as well. So they're going to be going up against NME, a team that themselves who've also been starting to look a little bit better as we've got towards the end of the season, but I don't think it's going to be enough to strike back against the big Brazilian squad with all the results they've had. And already, we're live into the pistol round here. Bolts with this aggressive push out towards Ivy. He's picked up 1 kill, down to 4 HP credit, but now he's going to get some help. Fallen's going to come out here. Anomaly does manage to pick up the frag over on the Bolts, but now Fallen's back over here covering it, and he's done some return damage over here onto Relics as well.
Yeah, and Relic's just trying to push up so he can get that frag onto him, but no, he gets back up. Actually, does get Fallen, but cold comes around and gets the backup. So now Anomaly there, the last one at Ivy. But they do have this player pushed up on Hell, which, you know, Cold's got to be careful about. Mainline's made his way all the way up there. Anomaly actually gets that frag. So now this actually looking kind of decent here for Enemy.
And they're starting to push their way out towards Ivy again, looking for that outside yard control. Only got 2 players moving in, but Fur is actually going to get a really good nade. Comes in, finishes off Anomaly with it, but look at Kusta. He's got that flank lined up perfectly. Just finishes off Fur. Now it's all on Steel, trying to creep in, looking for that headshot. Almost going to be able to finish off Kusta. Just brings him down to 4 HP. Now he's going to play this out a little bit more cautiously because mainline, he's going to retreat inside of Z over there. And now for Steel, creeping closer and closer to that bomb, but does not really have a clear shot on anybody. He's got to get aggressive, apologies, and he has to push in and try and find these guys out, which right now he's not going to be able to do it. He's actually standing right in front of mainline, even though he doesn't realize it. He goes for the smoke down. Kusa does take the shot onto him, and it connects, but as he comes up the ladder, he's going to get immediately denied. Goes for the defuse. Mainline can't find it, just says, he might be able to ninja this, and he's going to grab it. The ninja comes out from Luminosity, and a huge mistake for mainline is going to cost him the first pistol round.
Oh no! I mean, I thought he was just gonna run in there and do the knife in the smoke, try to find the player, but he actually, I guess he thought that maybe he wasn't sticking that defuse. So that's unfortunate for him. Mainline doesn't get that, and wow, they drop a round that they should have had there. But yeah, well, I just want to note, I did try to up your volume, Blue. Some people are complaining that you're quiet. If that's still an issue, please let me know. I'll continue to adjust as we go. But we're heading here into the second round, so after that heartbreak of a round for Enemy, what are they going to do this time around with their Tech 9 armor buy on these 3 of their players? 2 of them don't have armor, though.
So now again here, these guys are going to try to work their way, pretty much all coming outside over here through the ramp area, but not working out so well. Steel just ripping them apart one by one. Even Fur rotates over here to get a little bit of the action too. He picks up 1 more kill on the main line, and now it's just Anomaly. He's trapped behind that smoke, and there's bullets coming pretty much everywhere. He's looking to try and take out at least one of these guys because some good, decent damage was done, and thankfully there he is going to be able to, at the very least, catch Fur. But now they're surrounding him, and the nades come hailing in. That shuts him down, and an easy second round being picked up here by LG.
Yep, just trying to execute in that bomb site, and it's going to be pretty tough, especially as soon as it gets eked out. If you execute immediately after that, like you said, those nades raining in, basically shutting anything down and getting a lot of damage done early. So we'll see here. Obviously going to be an eco once again for Enemy. They've got some decent money on those players that didn't buy up armor, so they'll be able to be on a good buy in the third round. And but Cold, still having that SMG, so we'll see if he can farm any cash here with that. He's going to head towards Ivy, but he's not going to find any, as most of those enemy players are heading inside once again.
Now we can see too. We take a look at the split from NME. Just trying to line themselves up here, making a lot of noise over here towards outside, but the main push is definitely still going to be coming back over here towards the back B push, and then working their way over towards inside. That leaves a lot of emphasis on Steel to hold it, but again, from NME, it's not a really big investment, so it shouldn't be too troublesome, and he pulled it off perfectly fine in the previous round, so I don't imagine we'll see any issues with them doing it again. They roll their way down, the Counterstroke comes back out here from the tees, but there's also going to be a molly down. That's doing some good damage to main line, and that nade, almost perfect there, comes in, but NME respond with 2 kills of their own. Uber and Anomaly should have both Steel and Fur, and this is at the very least is going to allow them to grab the plant. Now the rest of the players from Luminosity are on their way back, and there's going to be Bolts picking up a frag over here onto Anomaly, and molly will cause a main line to burn alive as it sort of plumed downward there, and was able to take him up through. I think that caught him a little off guard, and now the final 2 have been pushed back off. The timer is going down, but the kills are coming out consistently enough here for Luminosity, so as they roll back in here, Relic's going to be the last one. I try to play over by the train, but he can't pick out wind up. However, he does do it. He comes back out, and again, he's going to delay it for a little bit longer, but Bolts, he's got the kit in hand, so he still has plenty of time to get that defused, and we'll still see Luminosity coming out on top, but a very costly round for them in order to get that.
Yeah, it cost them a lot, and they allowed the plant there by enemy, so they got even more money going in this round. I mentioned that they were going to be fine and have a pretty good buy, but the bomb plant helped specifically. That still after their buy, they have a number of players. Well, 2 players now with 2K. They had 3 before Kusta bought up some more equipment. So he is going to have that op. He's the player we sort of talk about on this team as far as their star, sort of shining star, so to speak, especially with that op. So we'll see how that plays into this round. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, I think, on this Terra side to work that around the map. So we'll see where he goes with it. But right now, enemy just stacking up one towards Ivy, but the rest of them all in towards those halls, just waiting to figure out where they want to go.
And we already see coL again with that aggressive push that goes back outside of Ivy. He picks up 1 kill. They kill another player, I believe, inside of T-Con. They're going to be able to take an Anomaly from that position, so he gets a little bit too over-aggressive. They find another one, and this is already a great beginning to the gun round here from Luminosity. Enemy trying to figure out how exactly they'll adjust to this. Kusta is going to place himself back over here inside of Ladder Room once again. And you got Relics going back in to T-Con to take the place of his fallen teammate. And Uber is just going to make some noise, I believe, over towards the inside yard. So they are taking a bit of a risk if Uber does still commit to this, because that's only going to leave 2 for the main take. So Uber's really got to play out with these nades and hope he can make a lot of noise and draw some rotations.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got Fur just sitting. He's very content just sitting where he's at in this B bomb site. So if they decide to come this way, he'll be able to eke it out very, very quickly. But as you said, they are going to head down this ladder room with the bomb, actually. So Kusa's going to try to lead the way out with that op, and then they're going to execute here.
It's actually going, I think it's going inside, actually, now that they've grouped everybody up. So it's actually going to be going inside after all. But as you said before, Fur has that position, so it's almost immediately shut down. The Molly goes out here. Relics is able to jump over it after he loses his teammate, but now again, he still can't find Fur after that kill comes back out. So they're going to drop Relics, and now there's only 10 seconds left. So Kusta has to die here, or has to run away, because he's playing a little bit too close right now. And now the timer's run out. If he dies, then that's going to be very unfortunate. We do see him surviving for a little bit longer, but if he had gone down there, it actually would have been okay, because he would have gotten the money. But now nobody else from Luminosity is going to be able to contest him anyway, so he ends up making it out with a saved op.
Yep, and they'll be able to buy around this, which is good. So he keeps that op. Him not dying allows him to keep that, and then obviously 4AK, so they're still in a good spot. They'll be on an eco if they lose this one, though. As Luminosity, they still have been losing a decent number of players, honestly. I mean, having to rebuy, so that's important to watch. But still with that auto sniper on the back of Steel, and he, I thought he was going to push aggressively up, but he doesn't. He falls back after the nade. So right now, no contact quite yet here early in this round.
So we can see here now that mainline going to start things off once again. Finally, something here where enemy actually pick up the first kill. So far, it's just been Luminosity dominating at the beginning of these time and time again. So hopefully this opener can help these guys out a little bit. Still have yet to find their way in, but it's a default A setup, so it often does take a few extra moments here to get themselves lined up. Wait for the timer to go down just a little bit, and they'll probably execute around the 1 minute or 50-second margin here, assuming they've got everybody ready to play, which they do. But right now as well, I just want to confirm this, but I do believe they have the bomb back over at Whitehall, so they actually they have to make sure they have somebody ready to go to pick that up, because they could get put into a kind of an awkward spot where they go for this take and then have to go back and retrieve it anyway. But you can see these guys shifting around now. They're going to change up the positioning. Relics finds another kill too, so this hold back and wait strat is actually working out really good, because now they've found 2 kills due to over-aggression on the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, this is excuse me, this is something we see from enemy like very frequently. They do it specifically on Inferno as well, where they just drop the bomb in a location and sort of work slowly and try to work these picks. And depending on the situation, the team they're playing, it can work out quite well. Right here, it's been working so far. But as you said, the danger is they have to go and pick that bomb up, which makes the execute on the site a little bit dangerous. So now they're trying to get in here and on the A bomb site, and the CTs have already sort of rotated around. But luckily for them, they're in the choke points.
We can see mainline here just waiting for those players to push back in from Z. He's actually going to be off angle when it starts, but they're coming back in now, and there's going to be Kusta lining up one shot. Steel comes in, takes mainline a few moments to realize this, but he's found him now, and that's going to shut down one of these players. The last one's alive is Steel, and he's got that auto sniper, so I don't imagine he's going to be too inclined to go for this retake. Probably just wants to try and save this, because this is a very expensive and very powerful gun, especially if enemy do decide to pick this back up and try to utilize it for themselves, so wouldn't be too smart to go for this. He's just going to hang back and try to get himself into a safe position to save this.
Yeah, and even if, I mean, their team will be close here on being able to buy, and I think with him having this auto sniper, I think they'll probably force up around it, even if some of them aren't, quite where they want them to be. Yeah, so they're gonna go ahead. Like I said, only the one from us, so not really a bad buy, like I said. So him being able to keep that allows them to buy up around it and continue to put the pressure onto enemy, who has to be aware, I think, most likely that they're going to see that buy from LG, so they can't get overly aggressive anywhere. As right now, they're actually going to smoke it. And as I say that, they can't get overly aggressive. They're going to push out right T-Con, and Bolt picks up one early on.
And what's more important is that they've spotted this play from happening. It's not like they're going to be able to move out so fast that Luminosity aren't going to know it's coming. They know that these players have those aggressive spots, and now Luminosity can address it accordingly. But Fallen is going to mess up his spray angle here, so Uber's going to be able to take him down. We can see Bolt's doing a lot better of a job with it. He picks up 2-in-1 spray cores, but we do see Kusta and Relics finding trades for these. coL comes back in. He finds another one by coming in through Ivy. That's going to shut down Relics and put the bomb in, and this all puts that pressure back over here onto Anomaly as he now has to try and clutch this out in a 1-on-2. Thankfully, he's got a clear sight for the time being, but once he gets that plan in, you can tell Luminosity, they're going to come in and try to close the jaws before he can get too much elsewhere.
Yeah, and he's just getting pinched on. He's going to have Steel right behind him here in a second. If he gets the drop on him, he might have a shot. But he doesn't, so Steel actually is very much aware. Gets that frag. But again, a very costly round there for LG, dropping a lot of players, even though they sniffed out the strat early on. So that, from that perspective, it's good for enemy. But now you see on the eco, this is where you're going to want to see some sort of quick take, something where you can get maybe smokes down and just get a bomb plant on the enemy side into one of these bomb sites. Both of them allow you to do quick takes. You can do it outside with just a couple smokes over the wall, or inside by smoking down that lower ramp and just sort of pushing out. So something to watch for as we continue on.
And you could tell just how sort of risky that last round was for when you look at Luminosity's long game economy here. I mean, they were just on the brink of being broken. If they had dropped that previous round, then enemy probably would have been able to get very close to, if not being able to come back completely, as that probably would have set them up to around 4 to 5 scoreline. Now they've brought it back. They get up their own 5th point, and they're going to be able to as well here just keep the buys going. Fallen has actually chosen to take this round as a full save too, as he's just down on a P250 with armor to try and save up a little bit of cash, because they know enemy aren't going to have anything here, so no risk in trying to buy that up. And especially so if enemy do manage to sneak off one kill, that'll also to pick up the rifle, and Luminosity really won't lose any money at the end of the day. But there's going to be Fur holding the close angle back over there, just outside of the T-ramp going into the inner yard there. No one else following suit just as of yet. The rest are actually coming out mainly through ladder room right now to try to make a take on the A site, but that's being held off. We do see the rush plant scenario coming back in as mainline finds at least one kill here, but again, they're being traded out left and right. They can't somehow find Kusta. He actually sneaks through and finds another kill here, but Seal will eventually be able to take him back down. We do see Relics holding strong back over here behind E-Box for now, but he too is going to end up getting traded back out. So, with what enemy brought into that, it's still a very costly round for Luminosity once again, so it's not really going to help their economy to put it back into that safe position. But with Fallen taking this one as light as he did, they should sort of restore the balance and at least let everybody get up to a full save with no kind of awkward buys coming into the mix here as we transition also into another gun round for enemy.
Yep, I really actually like that take there by enemy. So a lot of times you see that outside take sort of come in where you have to smoke almost everything. You got to try to get a smoke onto Ivy. You smoke back towards the CT connector, the mid connector there, and then you have to try to get in and get that bomb plant. Whereas what they did, they actually sent those players into ladder room, and they just basically, by doing that, they only had to worry about smoking off basically the bomb train to get that quick plant. So they get in there, get the plant, get the money, and puts them back at a full buy.
We can see here too again, pardon me, the players here from Luminosity. They've got actually 3 on the inner yard this time, one getting fairly aggressive, cold, pushing right here towards back B. Hasn't peeked out around the angle just as of yet. And if he did, it would be a good thing because he actually would have a pretty big advantage. Uber is pretty committed over here towards ramp, sort of up on that little bit of a ledge there on the side. So if he pushes in, he's going to have an angle when this player retreats. But Fallen actually a little bit elsewhere on the map is going to be able to pick up the first kill by taking down main line. I believe that happens back over here near Ivy. As someone tries to push out towards this one. Kusta is waiting for the re-peek, but for the time being, Fallen is not going to oblige that. And Enemy, again, just try to take it slow. They're going to hope that we see something from Luminosity being peeked back out, and he might just get it here with Kusta. Oh, Fallen baits a little bit too hard there, and Kusta is going to be able to pick up this shot. So they find the trade from the other one, but they still have plenty of coverage over here towards Ivy, so it's not like they have a weak spot or anything as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, just those trades end up sort of not meaning a whole lot as we head into this, especially just based on the positioning of LG. The fact that they look at those CTs and B side have pushed actually so far back that they're going to be able to quick rotate through Z connector and get up in there very quickly. So they've got to actually Kusa being a good job here, sitting patiently back and actually getting that frag. So and Anomaly getting one as well on the site. So this is a very good round for Enemy as basically that CT rotate did happen in time, but. Oh, as I say that, Bolts is going nuts right now, and he's one player with really low HP, so he has a shot at this.
He knows where he is, too, so the Molly comes back out. Relics is going to be the big man here as he tries to peek back outside. Gotta wait for that timer to get low. Bolts is moving back in. He has jumped onto the bomb. Now out pops Relics. Thankfully, Bolts had been committed to it, so it's an easy pickup for Relics. But still, that could have been a disaster had we have seen him go for those kills. There's a good chance he might have been able to clutch it back out for his team and give Luminosity yet another round. But also a very good setup from Enemy. Again, it does end up taking a little bit longer to reach its purely full effectiveness there this time, but essentially what they do is they still just sit back for the most part and wait to try and find extra members on Luminosity. Then they finally go for this entry, good smoke setup and everything in order to get themselves into the outside yard. And with Kusta doing most of the work back over there by Ivy, that just allows them an easy entry into the site. And unfortunately, although, again, we do see that last member from Luminosity picking up a couple additional kills, it's still very well handled by Enemy, and they're able to shut it down without any further loss of life.
Yep, and this time around we're actually going to see that eco, obviously, from LG because of that. Now Anomaly actually pushing aggressively, and Ivy picks up cold, who was sitting there around that corner. So he does get that one, and so now all of a sudden it's a really good opening for them. And actually Steel might get picked up by Uber as well. Yes, so that's now two entry frags, two early frags there for the enemy side. And basically they can sort of have free reign of which direction they want to go at this point.
So they've gotten themselves in here once again, mainline, trying to find his way out over here into the inside yard. They are going to try to molly back over here through the smoke too, just to hopefully try and catch somebody out of position, but there's nobody hanging out there, so that's ultimately just going to be a wasted molly. They pull it back now, and again, keep in mind, they've already got control of the inside yard. Luminosity have thought this is definitely going to be an outside take once again, because for the most part, that's all Enemy's been doing. But now they are going to shift things all the way back around over here through CT spawn and try to get the bomb plan in here. Fur's moving into contest, but unfortunately, again, with just the pistols here on Luminosity, they're not really going to be able to do all that much. Bolts pops out, gets one hit, but the aim punch is going to be a little bit too strong for him to deal with, so mainline takes him back out of the picture, and now it's just Fallen over here in the outside yard, and everybody on Enemy is going to be hunting him down if they do manage to find him. If he survives, again, it's not a big deal because he only has a P250.
Yeah, but will he pick... Nope. I was going to say, he might have a chance to pick up Uber and then maybe get an AK out of it, but he would have gotten shot in the back probably anyways after that. So, tough round there. That's actually a really, really poor eco by them. I think Train's probably a tougher one on a CT eco, maybe than some of the other ones. But not picking up any kills basically this forces them into a double eco here. They didn't get any frags at all, and so they didn't get the money needed to potentially buy up. So forced into another eco. Whereas Enemy, you can see they're fully stacked up. Look at that equipment. Every single player has full nades on their back.
We can see now that Luminosity are actually going to try to get aggressive with this one. The Ivy push, unfortunately, won't really reward them very well at all. There's nobody for Enemy being played here, but they've yet to realize is they haven't peeked out. So, again, all this pressure is going to shift on pretty much one member from Luminosity, which in this case is going to be Fallen. He has to make the correct time in order to go upside of this ladder and try to catch these guys before they really make a lot of a big impact here in the yard if Luminosity want to have any chance of trying to do something on the Seco. But more than likely, with the setup Enemy have right now, they're just going to be able to run through it. But, again, with all the investigation that Luminosity has done back over there outside of Ivy, they've got a pretty good idea that this is coming over here towards the inside yard, as Enemy themselves have been very, very slow with actually, executing on this push. So they're given time to prepare for this, and they're going to be able to get themselves here to try to counter out the actual movement. And here they come now, Uber. Trying to sneak his way down the ramp. It's spotted by Steel. He gets some more damage, and then Bolts comes in to finish him off. There's one kill now. You can see, too, here that Fallen is even going to be there to stop the short change-up on this one. They're trying to change up to the outside area, but Fallen sees this coming early, too. He's going to be caught in the open there as Anomaly catches him coming out from T-Comp. But again, they're given enough time to try and rotate in to counter this one out. As once more, it's the same problem for Enemy. They're making too little progress here on actually trying to get themselves up to the site. Steel slowly getting amounts of damage off, but not going to be enough to kill anybody as of yet. Kusta takes down another player. They're finally here. They're getting that plant, and I think they've got it under control from this point forward.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I imagine, unless they get a frag early here, that coL's just going to try to save that AK. Oh, never mind. Never mind. So they both get dropped. I thought just because they hadn't been able to find it, if they've got one more frag, then they easily probably could have tried to push in and take that. But like you said, it was just enemy sitting back and not being able to get aggression, and that actually, ended up playing in their advantage. I think mostly because Luminosity all came into that inner bomb site, as you mentioned, and so when they tried to rotate back, the only thing that sort of stopped that from being like an easy entry into that site was that Fallen was there at the ladder and able to sort of call it immediately, and that allowed some of those Luminosity players in. But still, very solid round by enemy, picking that one up with the bomb plant and not really dropping many players. So it's going to be important moving forward as we watch this. Fallen does have that op, though, this time around after that double eco.
We can see Fallen, of course, is going to play it right up close with this one, too, here. So that's actually a big risk that's being taken now, because if they just pop flash it perfectly and he's blinded by this one, look, he's going to get hit. Thankfully, he's very well trained at this, so he falls back in time and avoids his own death very early on in the round. If that op had gone down, it probably would have been dead. There's no way that anybody on Luminosity is going to want to take the risk of going forward to retrieve that, especially if they had gotten this kill. Enemy probably would have just followed up with blind aggression rushing into that site. So that would have been a dead gun, and a very big dead gun that they would have had to sort of regret for the rest of this round. But this is not the case. He repositioned himself, so kind of out in the open as he's jumped up on top of this tanker. But if they try to just peek out back over here of the upper entryway, then they're gonna be finding some kills. But they smoke it, and now they're working for this entry here as everybody's working their way back in. No fakes or anything. It's just a straight take. And again, Fallen not gonna be able to connect that shot. So Mainline gets in with the bomb. They've got control now. And Luminosity, they've yet to been able to find anybody as of yet, so they're going to have to go for pure retake here. 5-on-5, working their way back in. Kusta picks up one with his own op. Uber's still completely a mystery, too. That smoke is finally going to fade, but again, there's nobody in position to cut him down as he's drawn out in the open. Finally, cold is going to be able to find him, and they're starting to make some progress, but a lot of time has passed by, and there's Kusta once again, playing towards back B. Picks up one, he's traded up by Fur. Cold finds an additional one, so this may turn itself back around yet, and as they work their way back in, there's Bolt moving his way over here on the sidewalk. He's going to pick up a kill onto Anomaly. Relics, they haven't spotted him, though. Look, he's going to be able to pop right out, finishes off the bomb diffuser. That's way too much time being wasted. He grabs the second kill, and he's going to pick up the third one as well. Huge cluster of relics and a huge mistake by Luminosity not spotting him there in the alley.
I mean, wow. They had that player back at the deep side of the bomb site, and I thought that, he'd rotate around and be able to catch him, but I just don't think they had any idea that he was pushed up that aggressively on the bomb site. And the other CT going more towards that lower entryway, rather than coming and sort of protecting right on top of the bomb, really allows Relics to get in there and get that. So, enemy 5 rounds on their terrorist side already and playing really well. Now they're just going to know that, again, this is going to be an eco, so they're going to force it quickly outside. They're going to pick up 1, pick up 2, and now that bomb site's basically open for business.
They work their way in. Uber picks up another easy one there, too. Bolt's completely blinded at this point. Relics comes in, finds another one. This one's already done for at this point. Steel's going to be the last player alive. A nice Juan Dig here in order to shut down Anomaly at the very... What? Okay. Kusta randomly knifes Mainline, I guess, but...
I didn't see what just happened.
So Steel is going to get shut down here by Uber as he creeps over here towards the back of Whitehall. Then we'll still give enemy the round, but...
I mean, the good news is Kusta saved Uber from Mainline by knifing him. So that's... I don't know what happened. I assume Mainline must have been spamming something, and Kusta just came in. The cam, I don't think, switched over. So, cool.
Knife 5, man. We won the round.
But like I said, at least Mainline didn't kill Uber. Instead, Kusta did.
So it's going to be a pretty raw take again from enemy, since this has worked pretty well for them in the previous round. They come out, they've already found 1 kill here too, but Fallen's got the op. This time he's going to grab this kill in the alley, starting things off here. He's able to take down Uber. More trying to push it in a second. He still has to watch out for the actual Ivy push too, but there isn't going to be anything, so it's just a sort of wasted amount of attention. And while this is all happening, Anomaly, of course, is just going crazy. He picks up 2 more kills back over here. That just brings it down to the 2 operas here from the side of LG. There's not a whole lot they can do, so the main mission for these guys at this point is going to be to save. And they're going to have to let enemy take the lead here at this point on their T side.
I'm not sure if Fallen got spotted there, or they're just spam being laid down, but he's gonna... now he falls off. I thought he had a shot at getting one of those frags, but he's gonna fall off. He's in a kind of a tight position, though, because he's gonna have players pushing him from the back, as well as from potentially Z Connector, but Steel's got that for him. So now he's gonna fall back. Can he get one more? Yes! So this is a pretty good save by them, keeping the 2 ops and then taking down as many enemy players as they did. But still, really a tough half for them. Now they're trailing 7-6, so enemy, out of nowhere, has come back in, and now they're leading this map.
We take a look, of course. Again, enemy could still sort of just eat up a lot of these deaths when we look at their own money. A couple players are going to be sitting a little bit lower, but it's enough of a point to where, pardon me, at least for 4 out of 5 of these guys, even if they do drop this round again, then we'll still see them have enough in order to go for a rebound the next one for pretty much every single player on the team. And for those that aren't, they've got enough excess on, like, two of these guys are on like Anomaly and I think Relics. They've got, about around 8,000 for each of those guys, so that should be enough for 2 rifles along with a full utility stack. So they're not sweating any of that. They can afford to do it. And if they had dropped those ops, it totally would have justified itself. Unfortunately, they don't. But again, like I said, they could just eat that up.
Right, so we'll see which way. Now, obviously, the gun round again coming out from LG, and NME's going to be aware of this, so they slowed it down a little bit compared to the last round, try to figure out where they want to go. This is a very similar setup to what they had a few rounds ago, where they actually ended up smoking down towards that lower ramp before executing on the A site. And as I say that, that bomb is actually in the ladder room right now, I believe. Well, it's just above the ladder room. So they're sitting, still trying to figure out where they want to go, but they're putting a big presence here towards B side. So that, unless they fall back and do their loop-de-loops again, they're going to be heading into that B site, and they have 2 players to deal with. That is Bolts, who's got some damage down onto him, and then Fur as well.
Bolt's already down at 7 HP too. That's a really good spray that comes out there. If I'm looking at it correctly, I think that came in from like Anomaly. If he was spraying from the correct angle there. So he gets a really good amount of damage back over here on these guys. We can see here too that not Fallen, apologies. We've got Bolt who's pushed forward a little bit. He's going to try to hold the tight corner. Burt holds his own for the time being. He's going to be able to pick up Uber. And Bolt's still a mystery. They haven't spotted him yet, as we do see enemies switching things back around. They're going to go for the outside yard. Cold! Ripping him apart, though. And then Steel picks up the final kill. Looking good for Enemy at the beginning of it, but things falter apart so quickly as coL just kills 3 of them in a row. Takes it out, and there you have it. Luminosity, strike right back. And now they've tied things up at 7 points.
It's interesting. It's one of those things. It's that take that they did again, where they sort of throw those smokes, start to throw a flash out into that B bomb site, and then try to rotate immediately. I don't think you're going to get Luminosity to over-rotate there. The most that would happen potentially is you catch someone aggressively pushed up in ladder room because they're trying to rotate through that direction, and that might give you an opening to the bomb site, but still going to be very tough. As I say that, though, so Luminosity gets aggressive this round at Ivy, and Steel coming up gets that op shot onto Kusta, and so now they're down the op of their own, but Mainline's going to push up here, excuse me. He's got coL on the other side of the box, who's finally going to fall back and play it a little bit safer.
So Mainline, again, just going to take his time for the time being, slowly creeping out. He was not given enough time in order to catch coL on his retreat, but as he sneaks forward, he might have a chance to catch coL on the peak there. He spotted the shoulder, but he goes for the fire there a little bit earlier, so now he's going to know that he's here too. So Mainline has got to be a little bit more cautious about this. Peeks out, but he still finds the frag, and it's smoked back off from the other side of it, so they're not going to be able to catch him as he retreats for the back. There's Uber picking up another kill as well. He's going to be able to drop Fallen, and now some ally progress is going to be made. There's a good position being taken up by Steel, but Anomaly did spot him just as he jumped down for it. He's going to be able to re-peek it and find it, but as the take comes back over here from the inside yard, Pearl pick up an additional kill, but it doesn't even matter because they basically has full control of outside now. Bolt is going to get naded to hell and back, so he's probably going to have to fall back and give them control, and that means the plant's going to be good. Now, whether or not, well, obviously they're going to go for it because it's the last round, but how exactly they're going to approach this, they still have a lot of time to figure this out when you look at it. Enemy actually had to fall back and pick up the bomb once again, so they still actually don't have this down as yet, and with 20 seconds left, if they got it at the right angle, they could stop the bomb here, but this is not going to happen. Anomaly plants it from the safe side, and these guys are going to be good, but nonetheless, Luminosity are already ready for the retake, so they have plenty of time to execute this.
Yeah, now it's just on the Bolts all by himself, and he's going to take it out. So, good on Enemy. Really good half, honestly, picking up 8 rounds there on the T side. Getting in pretty quick on most of these bomb sites. Once they started figuring out how to get these executes done, they'd throw those smokes, flashes, and get out and get that bomb down pretty quick, which sort of allowed them a lot of time to work with. Basically put Luminosity on the back burner repeatedly on those rounds. So just good on them picking that up. And they're going to head into the second half, like I said, with a 1-round lead, which, now, granted, we've got to keep in mind that Luminosity always has a very strong T side. That's one of the things about this team, the team play that sort of Fallen promotes on this team. Their T side always ends up being very, very strong. So, but again, this is trained historically very CT-sided, a little less so in Go, but still. So we see this too, and one of the bigger problems when we look at Enemy too is also their own CT side, as it happens to be for a lot of teams here too. And if Luminosity, who in the past again have been able to execute these very fast, very solidified takes, 5-man pushes into sites, that's like Enemy's, like ironically enough, that's Enemy's worst enemy
when it comes to playing their CT side.
Yeah.
Is when these quick takes happen, enemy still has had issues. They've been getting a little bit better at this, but their main issue has been just being able to communicate amongst teammates and being able to figure out a lot of these strategies before they actually end up happening. And most of the time, they just don't end up doing that. So the takes happen so fast from their opponents that they're just ending up having to call saves a lot of the time because they're left with no option for a retake. So if Luminosity are able to figure this out and play to this kind of strat for most of this half, they can easily just strike right back and take the lead, because that's been one of the biggest enemies for an enemy here on their CT side throughout this entire season.
Yeah, enemies set up here very well for this B take that's about to happen by Luminosity. It actually mainline picks up Fallen, who's basically playing the distraction there, but they've got 2 in Z connector they're going to rotate quickly and 2 in this B bomb site. So it's going to be very tough for LG to get in here. They might be able to get the bomb plant, but as I say that, Anomaly going to go and pick up 2. Can he pick up a 3rd? That bomb is down. No, he gets dropped by Steel. And now all of a sudden this is going to be a 2-on-2. So LG is still actually doing a very good job even with the CT setup that was going to make it difficult.
So as we see here too, mainline getting himself up over here on top of the blue train, but he's going to get tanked all the way down to 1 HP now, and Uber's not much better off at 4. He's going to have to be very careful. Steel, I don't even know if he realizes the great position he has himself in. 1 bullet on each of these guys is going to do the trick, but he himself has got to be a little bit careful too. He doesn't have any armor to work with, so he's going to be a little bit lighter off here. He's got 30 seconds to toy with, trying to catch Uber, but Uber successfully transitions here. And now he's trying to creep. I don't know if mainline realizes this. He spots it now. Comes in, is able to pick up this kill. Now Uber's going to pop out. Does a little bit more damage to him. Oh, Steel! Oh, thank goodness he clutches that one out. But we almost had Uber killing him. And that is indeed going to handle on Luminosity to immediately tie ourselves up at 8 points and probably press forward with a lead from this point forward as well.
Oh, man. I mean, Steel, obviously, I mean, he wouldn't have... I think if he had known that that player only had 1 HP, I think he knew he was at the back of the bomb site. I think he probably would have just tried to go and get that bomb planted if he knew that that player was so low and then force him up on the site. But that ended up being a lot closer than it probably needed to be there for Steel. But in any case, they do get that win. They come out here quickly onto this A bomb site, coming out to basically splitting ladder and T connector and just trying to work out see what they can do. Kusa is spraying down from that heaven, not going to hit anything as Fur and Bolts both picked up 1.
Yeah, Relix has picked up 1 Uber here too. He's going to take some damage, but he's able to find an additional kill. He takes down Bolts, and now he's actually upgraded himself to an SMG. He's going to pop out, not even using that SMG as yet. Picks up another headshot kill over here on a coL. Is traded out by Fallen, but now that puts us into a 2-on-2 where, again, Luminosity don't actually have site controls yet. They're going to have to forge in and try to get control of this one, especially now that the bomb's gone down. They can't fall back and make a switcheroo play, go over towards that B site. They've got to commit themselves to this, but Fallen is going to be able to catch Relix before he can do any additional damage. And unfortunately, now we're just down to Uber here, who only has the upgraded pistol along with armor behind it.
Yeah, but I mean, the good thing for him here is that that bomb is down, and I think he'll be able to hear any action on it, basically. So he can sit in the smoke. Oh, is he actually going to push aggressively out of here? Yes, he is. So he's going to get that flash, but he looks the wrong way.
Still didn't
turns, though.
Still didn't catch on to this initially, so now he's got to play it off. But thankfully they have a crossfire spray, so it's still pretty easy to execute. That's a great shot from Steel, or Fallen, apologies, in order to end the round there. So there we have it. Luminosity take the lead. It's a bit of a costly one, but again, they're on T side, so at least early on in the half here, they can sort of afford to take these rounds with a couple war losses against their favor.
Sorry, I had to take care of someone that was being a little bit rude in our chat. Yeah, I mean, so they pick up that round. They have the round advantage now, and they look pretty strong there on that round. I mean, it was a little bit scary as they first entered in that bomb site with the pistol frags that enemy was getting, but after that they cleaned it up very quickly, especially on that scout of Fallen. So Fur coming in, getting that early SMG frag, gonna harvest some more money on that side, but that bomb still is dropped up, actually, I think, in those B halls, so they're not ready to commit out there. He was just getting out and getting some damage done. He's gonna pick out another one, and now I imagine maybe they're just gonna hunt for frags rather than go for this bomb plant, as finally the bomb picked up now. They only have the 2 CTs left.
Yeah, they've been forced out, and again, we don't really expect much to happen in the third round. This is you know the round where enemy just don't really buy anything except for P250s because they can't afford to do it. So if they do manage to really pull out anything impressive there, it would be impressive in itself. But not going to be happening. We've got Fur pushing forward, finds one of the last 2 kills. No pickups having happened yet here from Anomaly as well, so we might just try to push back out as these guys are exiting and look to find a kill or 2, but not happening for the time being. Just sitting back. We will have, I believe it'll be Fur coming out to investigate him. Gets the dink down to 17 HP, but I'm going to go behind him in just a second. He's going to have a nasty surprise bolt. That's not even needed. coL just peeks right out, picks him off. And there you have it. Luminosity now back up to the lead here with a 2-point advantage in their favor.
Yep. So this time around, now finally on the first gun round, we'll see what enemy can do here. Getting that op on the back of Kusu, that's going to be key, especially on a map like this with so many long lanes for that op to go. We'll see what direction Kusa's going to go with it. He's actually going to come out here towards mid connector first off, so he's going to be opting towards that T-Con. He's going to have one player to deal with. He gets that shot onto Bolts, so good frag by him, opening up, getting the early advantage for his team.
And now with this one too, Luminosity still going to commit themselves to the original plan, which is just go directly into that A site, the default setup. Some coming in from ladder, some coming in from T-Con. Goose is still here to play. He catches the shot, falling way over peaks there over on the pop-up spot. And now we see Fur pushing forward, has the smoke come out, so he's going to find this kill over onto Uber, but Mainline's found another one as well, so it's not looking so good. The 2-on-4, and we see Steel doing some work, and Fur, just a great position, rolls inside of Z, waits for the rotation, and it comes out great. Now we see another kill being picked up here as well, and it's just down to Relics. They've turned this completely around from a 2-on-4. Now it's going to be Relics coming out in the clutch here. He has Steel, should be able to take him down, and now that puts it into a 1-on-1. Both players at full HP. Relics guarding the bomb, so it's going to come down to that deathmatch style in order to end things. There's no way Fur is going to be able to recover this. Relics has fallen completely outside, though, so he might actually allow him to pick this back up, but on his way back inside of the T-Con now. He's going to see if he can pick him up. These two slowly creeping in towards each other. Relics hoping it's not going to be a flank against them, but Bird is coming directly into it. Doesn't check inside of T-Con, though, but also at the same time, Relics not going to catch the bomb quickly enough here. So Fur trying to play this out cautiously, waits for him to peek, but Relics is going to come out on top, and Enemy will win the round, immediately closing that gap once again to put it up to 9-10.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really good job there by Kusa early in the round, going ahead, getting that first out T-Con, and then going up to Heaven and picking up the second one. The fact that it came down to that situation, just the matter of sort of the nature of that outer bomb site. If you let a team get out there, then there's basically, it's a matter of, it's sort of the issue with Train in general. I mean, even in the old version of Train, you could hide underneath the trains and whatnot. If you get out into a bomb site, then basically those terrorists can be anywhere if they get out. And so the fact that they turned it around worked out pretty well. You know, it actually looked pretty good. But then, like you said, Relic's just a really smart player at the end to go ahead and pick that up. But again, even guns, falling to have that op here in T-Con. He just did spot mainline, but I don't think he realized that he's dropped down in front of him now, although he's looking that way. So we'll see if he makes contact.
And now Relics again is going to be the player to play things out over here towards Ivy, where Luminosity currently have two players committed. No one's going to push in just as of yet, but they're ready to rock and roll here in a few moments while the rest of Luminosity get themselves ready to go over here towards the back halls. Probably just going to have these two coming in from ladder, and they might actually send one guy, I'm trying to figure out who exactly this is. I believe this is Fur. I think they're going to be sending Fur inside of the B site potentially to make some noise, but beyond this, again, it'll be the same game plan. Work their way in, mainly from Ivy with two players committing to this one. A couple more coming in from T-Con, and then you've got one also dropping in over here for the ladder to try to make that entry over here towards the outside yard. And the Ivy push begins. They creep their way in. A lot of smoke coming out from both sides here, so they're not really giving a whole lot of info. And a third player, Fallen, is actually going to join them, so no commitment at all from Team.com. But look at this. Uber and Enemy, in general, they've spotted this coming, so they're going to be able to counter this out. There's Uber picking up one kill already. We do see the trade coming out. Look at Uber on the flank, who picks up a second one. He's traded out by Bolts as well, so it remains even for now. And then Bolts and Steel, they just come back in again. They left these angles undefended, so Steel's able to basically just roll right into the site. We still have Anomaly up and running, but now he's got the 1-on-2 to work against. He's just going to come right back into the site here. Tries to take down Bolts, but that's not going to happen. He closes it out, and Luminosity pick up another round.
Yeah, I mean, so the big issue there is realistically that Enemy forced up. You know, so I mentioned it's a gun round, but realistically they forced up, and I think the biggest reason behind that was that they didn't expect LG to have the equipment that they did. I mean, Fallen, I think, played the first gun round with that scout that he had kept, and so, you know, they had more money than maybe Enemy expected, so they forced up, you know, basically a round after that round win, and it's just the equipment disadvantage that they had. I think they had one player with just a USP that was Uber, so pretty tough result there for them, as they put aggressively up their T-Con, which is good because they spot out the take, but it doesn't really matter as they come in and basically doing damage right away on the LG side, taking out 3 already.
So we do see again their Luminosity basically just running through Enemy this time around. Not really a whole lot of contest coming in, so this allows them to reestablish the lead, grow it up a little bit more. So they've got it going pretty good here. Their economy is not necessarily in a super safe spot just as of yet. But Enemy, unfortunately, because of that force, they are going to have to double save, so they're going to get another chance to grow it back up here on the 7th round of our second half.
Yeah, and this is where specifically that force 2 rounds ago hurts you more than anything else, is the fact that you are on a full, you know, a double save here, you know, and that's going to put you on the back burner. And actually, those nades do come in and do a significant amount of damage to Fallen, who's now actually all the way down to 2 HP, so good for that, but it doesn't really matter as Fur and Steel come in through that ladder room, pick up 2. Now Bolts gets one of his own, so he's got 2 more players to deal with over here, but I think his teammates are going to help him out as well. That nade comes in, I thought might get him, but doesn't.
Relics does pick up 1 before falling, but at the end of the day, Fur going to clean up both of those final kills. Luminosity being picked up with another one here, an enemy. They've set themselves behind pretty heavily and by going for this double save, but they're going to be able to get a nice full buy. Should have the op sitting on Acoust as well, and that'll indeed be the case. This one he gets the armor, should have a decent utility stack sitting behind as well if he chooses to go for the buy, but there we have it. Just a smoke along with the molly, so he buys those big nades, and he's going to be able to work with that at the very least. The Luminosity, of course, they still have everything they need to work with here on their own. Again, though, they're sort of teetering on the edge on a couple players, so their money is not going to last them very long. They still have a couple rounds that they can buy through up to this one. But it's not that huge T-set of combat that you would expect with winning 3 rounds in a row here. Anomaly gets aggressive over here, back on the inside ramp, was able to pick up the kill in a fur. Steel's going to look for a response, but everybody for enemy falls back, so he's not going to have any angle onto these players. And this does allow Luminosity to get control of back B halls once again, but they've already lost a player, so not necessarily the best start here from Luminosity. They do have to shift up the plan a little bit here to try and adjust for this.
Yeah. I mean, it looked like initially they were going for one of their very quick sort of executes that we've seen them do so many times, and I think they, as soon as that frag happened there at the lower A or lower B ramp, they have to sort of fall back and rethink what they're doing. Bolts actually drops there at Ivy as well, and so now enemy who's gotten frags at both of the bomb sites basically can stack up on either one. They're going to put 2 here towards B. That's right now looking like where LG is going to go, as the bomb is on the back of cold, and all those players at upper B. Smoke down, molly down, and Goosey gets one more at upper.
Now with enemy sort of executing things here, unfortunately the final 2 from Luminosity, the odds are not looking so good for them to have a very big impact here. They sneak in, they do have this smoke to support them a little bit, but still they've got a pretty good idea. Fallen though picks up a great shot, is able to find Anomaly off, takes him down. Fallen jumping up on top of the train there too, almost picks up an additional one on the relics, but he remains safe for the time being. They're all trying to figure out where everybody else is hiding out, and they get onto this train. They do have to plant this soon because they've only got 15 seconds left. Akusta, he's going to be able to find a scope shot over here, takes down one of these, but cold defending his ground, down to 10 seconds, picks up a second kill, now in a 1-on-2. He is being flanked over here from back B by mainline, now has to get this flank going down. He will be able to accomplish this, so he's not only picked up these 2 kills, but he gets his team the extra money, but in comes that flank. Mainline's going to shut it down, and enemy will indeed close out the round.
I mean, if you're LG at that point, you can't be upset about that round. I mean, you can be. Any round you lose, you can be upset about. But, I mean, with how poorly it started, dropping 2 early on, and then basically, I think as soon as they came out in that B bomb site, they realized that they had basically been found out, and that those CTs were going to converge on it so quick. And the fact that he gets in and gets that, cold, gets those 2 frags, allows the plant. I mean, mainline, I think you said it was mainline on the flank there, not coming around fast enough to stop the plant. So they get tons of money, be able to buy here. They've still got Steel, who actually has 7K. So he's got tons of money too. So they're in a really good position now going into these last few rounds of the half. They're just going to try to see what they can do here. As, again, spreading out across the map this time around, sending more towards ladder room. That bomb is towards T-spawn, so I imagine, as I'm looking at this, that we may see here an A split at some point, although they're just holding off, trying to watch for the aggression from enemy.
So for what they're doing right now, is I think, is they're going to put the players on back B, and as you said, they're watching out for that aggression. They're probably going to make some noise and throw some nades into the site here to make it seem like they're going over here towards the inside yard, but
yeah,
obviously the setup would suggest otherwise, so it's definitely going to be an outside take. Unless something goes wrong, like over towards Ivy. At that point, they'll probably rotate the bomb from T-Con back over here to back B halls. So, enemy, though, they realize that, either site could be a possibility, so it's a very solidified rotate. 3 players all kind of sitting around this general area, either inside or just around the Z place. And as for these guys, we've got one a little bit more committed, Relics, getting ready for that Ivy push, and also watching out to the lanes, and then inside of the site itself, you have Anomaly, too, watching out for that B push. So, the noise is made on both sides still. Enemy have no clue where this is coming from, so you're just going to see random shots come out everywhere. Anomaly fires on the ramp, doesn't catch anything. LG have not committed to it. They are definitely going for the outside yard, but they don't realize this is it. It's still that default setup from enemy, and they've actually adjusted to this pretty heavily by moving Relics a little bit further back into the hall, and this is going to work out great because he catches the Ivy player. He's going to be able to take down Bolts, and now we see again Steel finding a response kill to this one, and what just happened there? I missed it.
He's like half blind. I guess he saw that as he pushed out. He was basically blind, I think, when he got that kill. But in any case, they're in here trying to get this take, but they're doing it almost dry. Yeah,
Anomaly just gets this flank, and this is going to shut it down completely. It's all on Fur. He almost manages to take down Uber, but unfortunately, he's just so confused. Everybody's around him at that point for enemy. So those guys handle it brilliantly. Luminosity, unfortunately, don't really make a whole lot of ground or to solidify that push. And that's an easy shutdown from the guys on enemy once again.
Yeah, chat's looking at it. The chat thought it was a TK as well because it was blind. It was a blind one-tap. Anyways, yeah, I mean, the issue there when they went into that outer bomb site, when they executed, they didn't have any smokes or anything. I mean, they had to go in. They were all coming from the same direction, and they had nothing to smoke off and get that plant. It's going to be very difficult, especially when enemy had, I think, almost 4 players stacked up at the back of that A site just shooting down the lanes. So, that's going to be, that's just going to be a difficult take for them to do. LG actually deciding to force up here with the money that they had. Like I said previously, they had that one player with 7K, that was Steel, so they do force up around the economy that they had. 2 Tech 9s on the back of coL and Fur as Relics gets the first frag there at Ivy.
So now we do see Relics picking up the additional kill at Fallen. A little bit of team damage there as he gets spooked with his teammate coming back over there through T-Con, so it's going to catch him off guard a little bit, but nonetheless, nothing really to worry about, only about 11 HP loss from that. The rest of Enemy, though, they basically just have themselves set up normally. They're just going to wait for Luminosity to play into them, and Luminosity are trying to wait for the opposite, but like we said before, Enemy have been playing a very preservative CT side. They're not really taking any big risks doing any of these early rotations, which it actually seems working out great for them so far. We've seen Luminosity do some work. The Enemy have now sort of adjusted their playstyle a little bit, and they're just going to try to basically take what comes their direction. And so far, they've been able to handle most of these site takes pretty much on their own. Luminosity's basically, for the most part, just been sticking to this sort of outside play, and this is where Enemy have focused most of their players, so they've been able to handle it most times. But now Kusta, he's even going to get aggressive, and he spots his inner take before it even happens. So he can see some more of these guys. He pre-mollies that one. They're going to have to walk around it. That wastes even more time. They've got 16 seconds left to make this happen. And they even kill Steel, who's trying to make some noise back over here at the outside yard, too. So, wait, did Kusta not realize it was coming here? Because
yeah, I don't think
I thought he saw those 2 players. I don't think he saw those 2 players Whitehalls then. I thought he looked right at them, but I guess that's not the case, because they come in and they get that plant where they absolutely had no business doing so. And what? They're going to burn Relics alive? He's falling now. They're going to pick up an additional kill. Now it's a 2-on-3, but 2 of these guys have lost a whole lot of HP. There's going to be an overpeak. We do see Uber taking down Fur, and now as well, they've got the location on Fall, and they're going to be able to surround him, and they still win the round, but there's 2 kills. Those should not have happened, to be completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, yes, that ends up being a pretty good round for Luminosity. They force up, and what looked like basically a called out take, as you said, over in those halls. I thought he had clearly said, hey, that they're coming this direction, and they end up not, obviously not rotating. So the fact that they're able to get in and get that bomb plant makes this a very interesting round, which I think is the reason that we're going to see this pause coming out here, because you look at their economy, they could easily buy up AKs if they wanted to, but they'd be a little bit low on equipment. So I think this is the discussion they're having. They've lost a lot of rounds in a row. They could force, basically buy up the AKs here, or they could potentially save one more and try to get an op into Fallen's hands again. I think that's probably most likely the discussion they're having. What do we want to do here, and how do we change it up? Because Enemy, like you said, they adapted to what Luminosity was doing. They're playing much further back in the bomb site and forcing Luminosity to them. And so now I think at this point, LG's got to figure out a different way to approach these bomb sites.
Yeah, they're going to try to figure this out now, but Enemy, I mean, we just look at the scoreboard once again here. This half, at the very least, it looked like Luminosity just had this game in the bag here, at least at the beginning of this half, but it's since turned itself back around in a very, very big way, where Enemy, like we were talking about a few rounds ago, Enemy have been able to figure out exactly what Luminosity's playing this towards, and with this very static CT side that they're playing for, they've been able to just wait for the takes to happen, adjust accordingly. That time they unfortunately didn't really catch it out, as they, for some reason, had intel that would have suggested it would have been coming towards the ESEA, but this was not the case. And again, with everything considering that round, Luminosity being able to get a plant was actually a pretty big deal, along with those couple kills that are happening towards the end. So that was a bit of a slip up, and again, it's not necessarily going to do any favors for their economy in the long run, but so long as they can stick to this strat that works against what Luminosity is throwing at them, and they're able to win rounds, they're not going to have to worry about their economy so much here. But it could become a problem, of course, if Luminosity now with this pause come out with some newfangled strat, and they will just completely blindside Enemy here and upset against them.
I think one of the big things that's been difficult for Luminosity, especially basically trying to get into that A bomb site specifically, is that they've Enemy has shut down Ivy pretty well, and it hasn't been. I mean, it's basically been with one player. I mean, Kusta's been there with an op before. Relics has been back there as well, and they've shut that down. And that's honestly, I feel like that's where a potential weakness is they could get into that A bomb site. And as I say that, of course, Enemy's going to put 2 players aggressively onto Ivy. But it doesn't really matter because Luminosity's going the other direction. But I feel like that's where a potential opening could have been on some of these rounds. But they're going to execute very quickly here into this bomb site. The Sprayed is coming down from Anomaly. He picks up one. Can he get the second? Yes, he does. And now he's going to hear this bomb being planted. All these CTs already rotating around.
Only 2 left alive now for Luminosity. One is yet to get himself into the site. They've lost the bomb back over here on the sidewalk, too. So there's going to be another one that comes out from LG. Fur picking up 2 here as he's tried to flank against them. Bolt's trying to line up a couple more. He gets some good damage back over here on Akusa to bring him down to 68. But as we see Bolts, he's got to go for recovering on this bomb. He's got to deal with Relics with the Opera. Relics is going to miss his shot. He's in a safe position, though, able to fall back. They do molly the bomb train. It's a little bit off the mark, but again, they've got a minute left, so they don't need to rush this at all. We see Kusta moving himself up towards upper, but that's only the bait trap. Fur with such good movement right now. Gets himself into a spot where he can take down Kusta, and now Relics has has to clutch this out, playing this oh so carefully right now. Trades out that up for the M4. Now going to look to maybe see if he can find Furry. He's got his back out in the open, so it's going to shut him down. And now it's in a one-on-one. He just saw Bolt, so he should know where he is, but he jumps midair with a grenade. So Bolt is going to have an easy kill to shut that down. Illuminosity pick up the round, regain the lead in a good margin here, up to 14 points, and only 2 more away from closing out this match.
I'd like to pat you on the back for all the casting that just happened during that round. That was intense. You spit fire, and it just was constant. Wow. Anyway, so
My new mixtape's coming out next week, man. You can get it on iTunes.
So a good round there by Luminosity. They take that time out. They figure out that they can execute into that B bomb site quickly, just getting those smokes and getting in. But now we see Enemy on a bit of a force buy. They got 2 from Ostis, and actually Uber was trying to turn around from, I think, a flash potentially coming in. And now they're just executing into this A bomb site, doing a very, very quick split. So whereas Luminosity had done a couple of slow strats, this time, you know, now 2 in a row, they basically just go all out into these bomb sites. And the force buy there by Enemy turned out not to be a particularly good decision. They just get wiped out. Perfect round there by LG.
And now these economical issues that we were discussing on the pause come into play from Enemy in a big way because of the fact that, yes, they were winning all these rounds, but they never really secured themselves one with, like, all 5 alive, and they just shut down Luminosity. It was always, to some degree, Luminosity finding trades, but they really had no business doing it, so it kept the money on Enemy low throughout pretty much this entire half so far, and now it's really going to bite them in the butt because now they've got no money to buy, and they really can't resist these last 2 rounds. They got so close, but Luminosity, just by picking up 1 additional round here, is basically just going to be able to run away with the game now.
That's correct. They're going to execute very quickly out here. Once again, Uber does get the scout actually onto Fur. And so now they're coming in here. They're going to have a lot of CTs to deal with, but again, this economy situation is going to be very tough. As soon as these smokes sort of clear, the advantage goes fully to LG. They're actually going to go ahead and pick up 1. Fallen does get that on the main line. Bolt's picking up 1 on the Relics, and all of a sudden it's all down just to Uber. Anomaly, as they say that, Anomaly now by himself. He's up here above ladder. He's going to drop down, and it's going to be next to impossible for him. He's going to flash out, see if he can get in this A bomb site.
And that flash, all it does is it gives away his position, so he drops down and he's flashed it. Obviously, no one else from Luminosity would have flashed that, so they already know where this player is. They can get themselves in position to stop it, and as he goes for this peak, he's going to be a dead man, so that will close it out. 16-12 is going to be the final score. A very good attempt here by the members of Enemy. They pick up the lead coming off of the first half here, and they make a good case for themselves in the later portions of the second half, but not enough to come out on top, and we do at the end of the day see Luminosity taking this match.
Yep, so just a really good, like you said, a really good match by there at the end. After that pause, completely changed their, like I said, so Luminosity is known as having those very quick takes. I mean, those very quick orchestrated takes. That's something that they do frequently. And this particular match, while they were still doing those, it was a lot, you know, it was sort of later in the round. They were sort of waiting, you know, a good 30 seconds into the round until they did those executes. And then after that tack pause, every single round was basically an immediate execute into those sites. And they just basically overwhelmed Enemy repeatedly. So just a really good play by them. But that's going to be it here on this channel for us, guys. This is the secondary streaming.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very, very exciting tournament to see for sure. And this is a pretty solid knife round. There you go. Roberts is going to be able to finish that one off for Streber, however you guys want to say his name. And there you go. So that's going to be Method actually taking the knife round. They're going to start on the CT side. So, again, SKDC, they had their most success against Conquest on their T side. And it's kind of actually a little bit funny because you said that Davey was actually watching the matchup before, or at least was in the chat talking to some of the people as well. I kind of would have liked to see Method go onto the T side and try to exploit the flaws of SKDC, because SKDC, they didn't really have a lot of time to play on the T side for Method to really pick up on anything.
Most teams, I don't think, make that decision based off their opponents. They make it on what their strongest side is. You don't want to, make that call to start on the side because you think your opponent's weak on the side. You make it for what you feel strong on. You make it about you. You're the one who dictates whether you have a good half or not. So Method probably just feel on the CT side more. It's rare situations where we see teams pick the weaker side on a map. And Method not straying away from that formula so much. Toy's dealing with a kit. He's over in mid by sandbags. If he actually falls here, I mean, there's no pressure, but if he were to fall here, that's a really awkward place to have to go pick up the kit. So SKDC, after spreading out all the way across the map, looking for any kind of aggression, playing those mind games, seeing if that B stack was going to push up and be aggressive. Now they've just reconvened over towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, Justin's going to have to come up absolutely massive here. They see this smoke come out. He's going to resign his position over here to the corner. They're going to be just running on out, and Justin's not going to get anything. He goes down immediately. One more player over here hiding behind the smoke. It's going to be Roberts trying to make something happen. FGP over here by Forklift. Toy coming up highway. He's got backup, and they've got numbers now over here from the CT side. Toy's trying to spot out over top of this smoke. He's not going to find anything, but intelligently, he actually has a smoke of his own. He smokes off the A main, so now that's one less angle that they're going to have to check. And he hits a nice flick shot onto FGB, drops him down, takes him out. One over here by Carr that they got to deal with. And they finally do take him down as well. That's going to be Davey getting that one done. And Hades still over here from the quad wall. He's going to be able to find another frag. It's Davey to come around again with the dualies. But he just doesn't have time now. He does have the kit that he actually picked up. And now he's just going to get tag teamed and taken down. Elsa and Ocean going to combine to finish that one off. SKDC, their third pistol round victory of the evening.
That's a good point. They did win both pistol rounds in that last matchup. So keeping that trend up, now they're going to go to the next round. FGB picks up that MAC 10, going for some farming. Ocean's got the UMP, some more SMGs coming out. So it's only going to be one rifle for Hades. And this SMG buy, it's going to give them a lot of utility. You see they have 3 smokes. They've even got a Molotov and some nades to work with. So this will allow them, if they do kind of smell a stack somewhere, you know, they can nade some positions, clear some things out before they have to peek it. But on the other hand, Davy's got the scout. And the rest of the Method members, they have upgraded pistols, 3 5.7s, and a CZ with all the armor, but they're all out of nades and they have no kits.
Yeah, so this is a little bit different than what we saw in the Conquest matchup. At least during the Conquest matchup, we never saw them go for that second round buy. This time, it's just going to be silent, locked into this checkered hallway. There's really nothing that he's going to be able to do. He's not really going to be able to fall back and get out of this. He's got 36 health. 4 players that are all pretty much looking at his spot. Well, Hades and FGB are going to walk away. Molotov to try to flush him out, but that bomb is rotating back around. They got to be careful. Roberts is up top here. Oh, FGB just denies him. Invert's going to find a frag on a Davey. They worked that all the way into CT spawn. So SKDC full map control over here towards the B-bomb site, or A-bomb site, pardon me. And this is going to be a plant in another round for SKDC. So they only lose Elsa so far in the round. They're trying to get that money farm going. Silent is going to be relatively low, but now he's got the scout. Justin with the MP7 is going to make it a little bit more expensive for him. Ocean's not going to get that money farm. And the last 3 CTs are going to fall on back. So they're going to try to hang on to their armor for the next round. That's going to be a pretty good find for him. At least they got an SMG and the scout to work with.
Roberts had a self-boost up over onto the for the reverse boost. He actually did, he made those jumps, so that was pretty cool to see, but yeah, nothing comes from it. He was actually up there for quite some time. The biggest issue, like you said, FGB, that was an incredible shot, but one player, that was Invert, was able to clear out that entire A bomb site. So SKDC, they just fall right back away from the stack, and Method had no indication that was coming. So even just having one player over towards that A bomb site might have prevented that from occurring, but the gamble doesn't pay off. Luckily, they're able to bring, 3 of the armors. They even have an MP7 on Roberts. Silent still has the scout. So they got some tools to work with again in this round to try and deal a little bit more damage.
Scout finds a little damage. That's exactly what you were talking about right there. So they do manage to find that scout shot onto Hades, finds a little bit of damage on him, down to 38 HP. That's a nice find to start off the round. So 5-7 from Davey, going to find Invert. No free open bomb site for you. Hades goes down as well. So this is already starting off to be hot and heavy here for Method.
This is a really tough spot for him. And Toy's still in vents to work with, and Silent's going to tag one more. So Ocean and Elsa very low, and there's FGB with a very nice shot. Now Toy, he misses the shots. He gives up his position, so they're going to be watching this. And unfortunately, there's 3 members of Method here. One falls back, but this Molotov and nade combo just wreaks havoc. So SKDC, they're still very low. They still have to be very cautious. This is a dangerous situation to be in, but they've stabilized for the moment. Justin tried to spam through the wall. He might find Ocean, but there's Davey. Gets a kill on FGB, cleans that up. And these last 2 members are so low, but they've got a good crossfire going on. And this plant is for checkers, so no kit on either of the Method members. They've got to win these duels.
It would have been absolutely insane if on the outside Elsa was actually spamming down for that guy that dropped down towards checkers. If he would have hit his teammate through the corner of that box and killed him, that would have been nuts. But this round, actually, Method does clean it up. So they get that one on the board. They get a couple of AKs out of it as well. So that economy just completely shifts. I mean, big time. SKDC should have money for a buy, but this is going to be a huge bank that Method has after those first 2 rounds.
Yeah, that's the scary part with that plant, especially SKDC. They have plenty of money to just bring this right back into their favor and take back control from Method. So it was a really nice round for Method, though, getting this opening 2 kills. And it looked like for a second SKDC was just going to barely be able to hold on in that round, but not able to finish things out. This time they're going to go for a heavy play over towards B. 4 members are going to be here waiting for some kind of pop flash off the corner to kind of clear things out. It's going to be Silent and Davey inside the bomb site. No Molotovs to flush these guys out of position. But this is pretty dedicated from SKDC towards this B site.
Ocean over here towards mid, just looking for that reverse boost. He's not going to see anything. No aggression coming out from A. They're going to start filtering in towards the B bomb site, and this is all going to be on Silent. He's just going to Whiff Town. He finally is able to find that kill, but he is very low, 22 HP. He's going to get swung on here. Flashbang around the corner. They're both blind, but Davy's going to be able to clean up too. Actually keeps his teammate alive, and they drop the bomb carrier over there at the B bomb site. So nice find for them. It's all going to be down to Ocean. And he goes down. Davey has himself a round.
Yeah, monster round. He bails Silent out of a really tough spot. Silent completely blind over a headshot, but Davey hit some very, very nice headshots to kind of save his life. Let him last a little bit longer. He picks up a 3 kill on the round. So nicely done, Method. They take control in the gun rounds because now SKDC, low money. They're down around $2,000. They can upgrade to some pistols. They have 1 flashbang to work with on Ocean, but no real arsenal to work with into this round. And this is the thing. This is what happened. I mean, they had a pretty decent T-half for the short time that it lasted in the last match, but these gun rounds have been a struggle on Cash, and now look at this. Still aggression out of Silent, just holding the angle, and he might just mow down all these kills.
They're going to go for the peak. They actually jump on in, and he drops into the checkered hallway, but he's got to make something happen. He gets dinked. Oh, Davey just burns one alive. Another return Molotov, and instead of it being Silent that's cleaning up all these kills, it's actually Davey. There's another one, but they give up that A-bomb site. They're going to get the plant down. Hades at least plants that bomb over there at A. Gets the frag on a Justin, who's not having a very good time so far in this matchup. He is 2-2. Roberts 0-4, but the frags are going to be coming in here. Hades playing behind this smoke. They spot his legs. They don't get the kill. Silent goes down. Roberts is going to be there for the trade. And that'll be another round on the board for Method. But mission accomplished here from the SKDC side. All they really wanted to do was get that bomb down, and they were successful. So nice find from them.
Yeah, that's all they could have really hoped for. I mean, they didn't even invest into armor. They only had 1 flashbang, and they get that plant to work. So a little bit of a misrotation from Method. Also, Silent. That was a little bit scary because he had some free kills, so they didn't have armor, and he just misses some wide open shots. So he's got to be a little bit cautious at that kind of an angle. He's got to make sure he's landing those because he was very exposed. If that's a gun round, he just falls. But either way, off that plant, look at SKDC. This is a full buy out of them. They have everything they could want. 5 Molotovs, 5 smokes. And with 5 mollies, you expect they have a plan for this. Maybe some kind of fire execute onto the B bomb site, just burn out the entire bomb site, force Method into some awkward positions, and go from there. But it looks like they're almost lining up for some kind of a mid to B split later on in the round. They've just got to be careful because Toys reverse boosted up, and he's just biding his time.
Yeah, he's just going to be perched up here waiting for this one. You can see, actually, here's a little bit of economy knowledge for you guys. You can see he's sitting on 45 armor right now. He chose not to rebuy because it's not necessary unless you're very, very low on armor. So choosing not to waste any extra of his income, and he actually peeks out a boost and finds a nice headshot there on Ocean. So he's able to thwart a little bit of that offensive coming from the SKDC side, and it's going to be Toy and Davey again to lock down this B bomb site. And Davey with the triple again at B. That's the 3rd round in a row, I think, that he's had a triple at B. He's 13-3.
Yeah, he's starting off hot. This is a really good performance out of him early on in this matchup.
He's nuts at Cash.
Oh yeah? Just Cash, huh?
Well, I'm sure amongst other things, but it seems like every time that we cast Davey on Cash, he has a match. Like, what was it that we saw not too terribly long ago where he just went off? It was the first match that he'd ever played with Method, and he just had a tremendous T-side.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, possibly. I like that you have that info, so hopefully we see another big match out of him. But look at this aggression. They might expect this to be an eco round, and actually they do. They get caught out in the open, but it is Davey once again bailing his teammate out, but they've been brought so low. Now they're caught in the wide open. Silent's got to take that battle, but he falls. That Molotov is buying Davey time. He's even going to smoke things out, but he's only got 1 HP inside this bomb site. So it's very, very good that Justin has gotten over here quick, able to support. FGB streaming out, going for some kind of a peek, and there's a smoke to block Justin off. It's still just Davey alone in the site, trying to dodge these bullets, and he's trying to gauge where SKDC is going to come into play, and he's been spotted now. Hades knows exactly where he is. Davey lands the headshot anyways, though, right over the box, and now he pulls out the pistol, not able to get FGB, but he's bought time. The rotations are in, and it's down to a 1-on-2.
Yeah, Robert's actually a little bit slow on this rotation. The rest of his teammates have all died over there at that B bomb site. But again, he's going to be coming around from the vent side. And if he can make something happen, if he could get this early pick onto Elsa outside of that B bomb site, put himself into a 1v1 against Invert, who's only got a Galil. I mean, it's a Tech 9 and a Galil. This is not an ideal situation for SKDC to be in. But Invert's going to play this smart. He actually pushes down into CT spawn. And also Elsa playing this one smart from the outside of the B-bomb site, but nice shot from Roberts. He's going to find the head and takes him down, and now it's going to be this 1v1, and Invert's actually pushed out on top of this scaffolding, looking for him to push on in, and he's going to get a free kill out of this one. So nice job from Invert, switching up the pace, moving up towards the heaven side, but if Strebber would have come around and peeked from B main, he might have actually gotten that kill. So a lot of what-ifs at the end of that round.
Yeah, really, really smart movement from Invert there. So that's going to force all the rebuys. There's a pretty decent amount of money built up on the Method side, though. You can see the AWP comes out onto Silent. And after this rebuy, I mean, there's still plenty of money on Method. So they built up some things. SKDC still a little bit hurt. I mean, they have 2 Galils in their arsenal, and the Galil players only have, you know, a smoke and a flash on FGB, a smoke onto Ocean. So a little bit light. Elsa's only got a flashbang to work with, so they need another convincing victory. They can't get reset here. Looked like Silent was trying to be aggressive with that AWP. He takes the peek. But Invert, is he prepared for Davey up top? He's not, but he swings anyways, and he finds a really, really nice headshot. Crucial kill. They've opened things up, but Strebber on the other side of the map, he finds the return frag.
And this is big, though. Invert has done such a good job of harassing in these gun rounds for SKDC. You saw it in the anti-ecos, finding the information early for his squad, and then ending up manipulating the round to his favor. And now the push is coming towards the A bomb site, so Elsa is going to go to battle. Roberts does go down, and it's going to be an open bomb site for them to get this bomb plant in. So it's a 3-on-4 retake, not out of the realm of possibility for Method, but they've got a lot of work to do. And with Invert in this position by Vince, that's just going to be the coffin nail for the Method squad. And you can see, actually, Silent's going to go ahead and fall on back. And actually, Justin's going to get caught here. Wins the battle anyway. So, nice job. A little bit of a saving grace there for Method's side. They're able to walk away with 2 rifles so far. The hunt is on, though.
Yeah, that's okay, though. If they can keep these 2 guns, that's the thing. And SKDC, their economy's still not strong. If they can get punished very, very harshly on this hunt. Hades is going to fall as well, and they're Silent with 1 more. And that's what we're talking about. Now it's extremely punished. The buddy is still so light on the T side. Meanwhile, with these 2 members surviving, both can drop an M4 over. There's going to be another full buy, basically, for Method. And SKDC, with losing those last 2 members down to just 1 player surviving, because of the hunt, they're going to be scrounging for cash. So their economy is still so weak. You see Elsa with 100, Hades with 150. I mean, 4 players below $1,000. That's not good. The hunt was a little bit ill-advised. But they've strung 2 together, so they've got started onto this little bit of a winning streak.
Yeah, this is, well, I was going to say this is nice, but then Silence drops 2 of them. Davey over there from the checkered hallways is going to find 2, or at least 1 from that position. Silent very, very low, but he's doing work with that AWP. He's going to get mollied out of position, so he's got to bide his time a little while longer. Smoke comes in and cordons that area off, so he's not going to have a forward position on this push that's coming out, but they got to be careful. Justin's already outside of the vents, looking for that flank. Roberts is just holding for that fallback. They're going to push on into this B-bomb site and try to get this bomb down, and that's going to be a nice Molotov. So he's going to roast a little bit of HP off of Hades. He's going to be back in the backside of that site. Ocean's sitting outside, and they've got 2 players on the flank. Ocean's going to get spotted here in Vince and taken down. It's all on Hades, who falls to Toy, so that is going to be the retake. And it's 4 men alive here for the Method side, so that definitely helps their economy again as they move forward into the 10th round.
On the other hand, it resets SKDC completely, and because of that, because they went for that hunt and they lost 2 members at the end, they have nothing. You know, if they don't lose that, maybe they can drop some guns over because they wouldn't be forced to rebuy them. But in this situation now, even with that plant, they're going to be forced onto a save. They could upgrade to some Tech 9s and some P250s, but nothing else. So once again, a situation where Method, they can build that money back up. They've lost it a little bit with taking those 2 round losses, but still pretty decent standing, all considered. And they've grabbing a little bit of a hold here. They're going to get up towards 6-4, barring anything insane. And then it's just going to be a long half for SKDC after that.
Yeah, again, you know, the management on these gun rounds has just been absolutely abysmal for them. Davey 1-2, and then the double from Silent. That's just a insult to injury right there. He rips 2 of them down. They're going to get the AWP out of this one as well for him. So a quick end to that round. Davey spraying down 2. Silent getting the double. the collateral kill, and that's going to be it for that one. So 6-4, like you called, Moses.
The big thing I'm noticing out of SKDC right now, they're not messing around with middle whatsoever. Maybe it's because they haven't really had an AWP yet. Maybe this round with Invert picking it up, they'll boost him up, see if he can get a pick. But I mean, Method hasn't had to worry about that mid defense. It's all been towards B or towards the A bomb site where they were winning and losing these rounds. And this time it is. It's going to be exactly what happens. Invert's going to get boosted up with that AWP. He's going to be held back just a little bit by a Molotov. But when this clears, he's going to bide his time, and he'll have a chance. Toy's being a little bit aggressive over towards sandbags in mid. Invert could find this pick, and that would be a beautiful kill if he could give his team that kind of an advantage. 3 members over towards the A bomb site. Invert gets spotted, takes the shot, but doesn't land it.
Yeah, and this is where it gets a little dicey now. They see that boost up in mid, so something a little bit different is happening from the SKDC camp this round. And you can see, actually, Silent's going to be over here at the A bomb site. They've got another one on Highway. Pop Flash goes up and around the corner, but the hit is coming towards A. The squeaky door opens. Hades is going to be over here. That's going to be Roberts to be able to spot this, pop a couple of shots. He gets dinked down to 93 through the wall. But there's already 3 players from the CT side over here. 2 of them huddled up here by the NBK wall. So this defense is pretty stalwart for the Method side. It's going to be how do they deal with this lurker and Elson mid, and Toya's over there to watch that position as well. But he's actually going to fall up, so they might get this late flank out.
Oh, nice job by Hades, an awkward peek, and it's all going to be up to Strebber inside the bomb site. Gets that first kill. Invert has the AWP. Tough weapon to unshoe with, and there's Toy. Comes in just in time for the save. FGB flashes his way through a smoke, but he's looking one way. He can't even get the kill on a Toy. Strebber and Toy combined for that last kill, and then one more member lurking his way up Highway. That's Elsa, but he's in the middle of a crossfire now, jumping into the site. Once again, it's just Strebber inside the bomb site holding strong. He gets 2 kills, but he just couldn't get cleared out of that position. So 7-4 now for Method. SKDC, no plant that round back onto a save.
Yeah, that was huge. That was, and again, you saw that they went for a little bit of the gamble over towards that A bomb site. They spotted that early boost. Silent moves over with the AWP towards the A bomb site. Now he wasn't very effective over there. Neither was Justin, but it's Strebber that saves the day. And again, I think Davey picked up a kill or 2 that round again because he's at 19-6. We're 11 rounds in, and he's still 8 over 1 FPR. So he's having one hell of a matchup. And there's the early peek in A main. The rest of them are filtering in towards the squeaky door. So, flubbed nade from Justin.
It's a second one, and he threw the flashbang that he was going to pop flash his way, and he threw it right into the ceiling, and that's a nice douche right through the door, I think. So Hades down to 1 HP, and this is going to be a lot of unarmored members of SKDC streaming through the door. So Strebber, he might be about to have a field day. He's even going to have the molly out, but lost that a little bit too. But there's the kill from FGB with the deagle. Now they're going to wrap on to Strebber, but he holds strong, gets those 2 kills. One more coming out of A main, and he hears him running around. He knows exactly where he is. So Invert, not much left for him to do, and he just gets picked off by Silent. So 8-4 now for Method.
Justin he's it's so awkward over there at that A bomb site. I don't know what's going on, man. He's not feeling it, but he's luckily for them, Davey is. So, and like I said, when Justin's not performing, they need somebody else that's going to step up as well. And you can see, you called it kind of Davey and Silent to step up for their squad. Toy's in the mix as well. He's 11-4, so he's having himself a pretty solid matchup as well. And then adversely on the SKDC side, they haven't had the money to put the AWP in Invert's hands, and even when he's had it, he hasn't really been all that effective with it. So they're going to just try to barrel into this A bomb site again and again, and at this point they just need to put rounds on the board, and they're just not having any luck with it. So Robert's playing from quad. He's going to be looking for it. Drops the molly. They're going to filter in towards the forklift side and maybe go for a pinch onto this A bomb site. And they come around the corner. He's not ready for it. Justin's going to be there as well. Sprays down 2 before he finally loses his life. Els and FGB going to be able to chime in with a couple more kills, but actually, this round actually looking pretty good, but it's going to be Davey on this big flank coming around from A main. He's going to be looking for it. FGB's going to lose his life. He's got one more to beat over here by forklift. He's going to spot out Hades and does a tremendous amount of damage to him as well. Flashbang around the corner. That's going to be off the mark. Second one also going to be off the mark, so he's not going to be blinded. Flashbang around the corner. He taps and actually almost gets that kill onto Hades. He finds the one onto L, so he can do this now. 2 HP for Hades. He's up on top of heaven. I see what Davey's got. 1 versus 3. He's going to spot him out, takes him down, and he clutches the round. That's huge.
Unreal. That unreal,
is
SKDC.
massive.
That's actually a really clever play, though, by Davey and Toy. They're the 2 members that are pushed up aggressive in mid, and instead of rotating over to help the bomb site, it's a little bit of a risk, but they reverse boost him over, so he gets that quick flank going on. That would have been extremely deadly if the members of Method were able to survive at that A bomb site, if they didn't just fall that quickly. They were able to hold that attack off just a little bit longer, but either way, Davey wins a 1-on-3. SKDC, a little bit too much peeking. I mean, they were peeking while he was still in A main. Suck him into a bomb site, let him come directly into the crossfire. There's no reason to peek him in that situation. So So they flub a huge advantage in that round, and now look, Silent. He's going for the BM. He's got that auto sniper, and SKDC might just walk into something that they're not ready to face. They got 3 members over towards this B bomb site. Here comes a pop flash, or smoke, excuse me. A double smoke for both teams. Nade comes out. Does a little bit of damage, but nothing with this auto sniper. He's got to find the angle. And they've slowed
he's
things
gonna
down.
find it here.
Yeah, he's just waiting for someone to come through the smoke and try and peer over the top of that box, but SKDC taking it very slow, and he actually throws a nade, and he doesn't have it ready, but he gets the headshot anyways, but he gets cleaned out. That's a little bit disappointing for him, but Davy's there to respond. Holds strong like he has been all half.
Yeah, Davy's actually more than doubled up on the next player on his team's score, so that's huge. Toy getting aggressive here in mid's going to be able to find one and done. And the trade's still favoring the Method side, so that's pretty stellar for them so far, and we're still looking for some more frags to come out here on the round.
Yeah, but a very split up. As long as Justin doesn't get picked off, Method should be fine. He can have an early spot, but he's going to commit to that fight. So now they know exactly where to go. Mid is taken out, and that exposes Strebber to a really tough situation. So Davey, he wins a 1-on-3 last round. Can he win a 1-on-2 this time? 23-6. He's going beast mode. And SKDC, they can't make another mistake. He spots Invert crossing back towards A main, so he knows where at least one member is, but probably doesn't realize that Elsa's there as well, and he's got no nades to work with.
Yeah, and this is the big thing. He's got to come in and take a fight with one of them, and now he knows that bomb plan is not for quad. It is for A main, so he's going to have to go for this. They probably are going to double peek on him. Drops that around the corner. He's looking for Invert to peek out, and Invert actually does take the peek and does some serious damage to him. But at this point, he wants to just try to stay in the bomb site as long as possible and make him perish with the bomb. But finally, SKDC are going to be able to find that frag. Elsa takes him down with the help from Invert, and Davey is denied the 1v2.
Yeah, smart play. This is Invert. He had another good in a 2-on-1 situation where he made that clever move over at the B bomb site where he just pushes and wraps around to upper, gets basically a free kill. This time he just doubles up in A main, and instead of both of them peeking, they only let one person be exposed. So you can see Davey that entire time is looking for the second player, trying to figure out where he is. He mollies off forklift, thinking that might force him out of position, but he just had no indication of where that player would be. And look at this. That's a really nice shot. Toy goes down virtually for free.
And my GoTV crashed, so I don't know.
Mine did too.
Yours did too. Okay. Not sure what's going on. Our producer's actually saying that GoTV has a little bit of a faux pas right now, so we're just going to wait for it to either come back up. Hopefully it kicks back on here, but for the time being, just hang tight, guys. And like he said, Toy going down at the beginning for free, that's a big find. FGB, he's kind of been a little bit quiet throughout this matchup. He's 10-12, so he's at the top for his team as well as Elsa, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
I just reconnected to the GoTV and we're back in, so you can.
Yep, same here.
Cool.
FGB actually picks up another one. It's 9-6. Actually, that round is over. So that was SKDC picked that round up. So it ended up being 9-6 at the half with Method in the lead. They're moving over to the terrorist side. SKDC is going to be on the CT side. So a lot happened in that 20 seconds that we weren't in the server.
I would expect that Method, having watched the last match, they're going to come out and do some heavy mid plays on their gun runs. I don't know about their pistol, but on their gun runs, I would expect them to put some pressure on mid, because that's where SKDC's defense was lacking against Conquest. We saw Conquest able to abuse the fact that they could get mid control, basically for free with one smoke and connector. So Method probably, I would imagine they're going to probe that, see how it's going to go, and change some things up from there if SKDC switches up a defense and has a little bit more pressure on it.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing, is how are they going to adapt, because they got to be under the impression that somebody had to have watched their previous matchup. And we'll see if they go for that same CT side pistol. Remember, they did that 2 mid, 3 at B aggressive strategy the last time on SKDC, and it actually worked out for them. Like we said before, they're 3 out of their 3 pistol rounds so far tonight, going for 4 of 4 right now. And this would be a great time for Method to actually neutralize the attack from SKDC and pick up a couple more rounds, because they're in a good position here to take it to 12-6 and go into the gun rounds, which SKDC struggled on tremendously against Conquest earlier.
So the pistol round is underway. once again, Ocean, he's just the only one with a kit and a smoke, and it looks like this is going to be a standard mid-B split. And this is Method, just 3 rushing out mid. No one spotted this whatsoever. 3 members for SKDC over towards A. This is a retake tactic on the B bomb site for SKDC. There's a good find from Elsa. Gets that first kill. No smoke out. He gets a second one. So Method just kind of feeding him those kills, not even trying to prevent that from happening. And now the flank is coming into play as well. Toy, he's going to get the first kill. He gets traded off by FGG, but there's Justin to respond. But still, they don't realize that this flank has 3 members involved. One's going to come vents, 2 from B. Silent gets that one down to a 2-on-2. Silent switches over to vent. They brought this back, but he can't connect that shot. So it's going to be Justin. He's inside the bomb site. He has the bomb, but it's a 1-on-2. And he's in a tough spot. He cannot escape. All he can do, he's going to fake the plant, try and bait him out of position, and he does, but he can't land those shots. So 50 seconds left for Justin to work with.
I was going to say, what if he faked that plant, pushed him back far enough in order to get out? But he's going to find that first frag on an invert. It's down to a 1v1, and Ocean is very low. He gets the shot, and Method get the pistol round victory. 2v1 for Justin. And, you know, we didn't really get to say his name too much in the first half because he didn't really have that great of a half to talk about. It was really mostly Davey the entire time that we were praising, but that's a big pistol round victory for Method. If they can execute these anti-eco rounds and get it up to that 12-6 scoreline, SKDC are going to be down on their money. They're going to be down on their morale, and shouldn't be much of a problem. And look at this, 4 MAC-10s and an AK working into this round.
A little bit scary, though. 4 MAC-10s, they're going against all armor. I mean, everyone from SKDC is bought up. Only Hades doesn't have head armor, and it looks like Method is choosing to go towards this A bomb site where there's a stack. Ooh. There's 4 members of SKDC here, so this is about to get very scary. Now, because they have all the MAC-10s, I mean, Toy's got a Molotov. They have some nades and smokes to work with. The question is, are they going to use these to try and flush? You know, one Molotov over towards the NBK corner. FGB and Ocean are flush out of position. They're easy picking, so that alleviates a lot of pressure. The question is, are they going to use that, or are they just going to execute into this A bomb site?
Time will tell, my friend. Time will tell. Toy's actually over in mid right now, so that Molotov isn't going to be anywhere near that NBK corner. He's just looking for any kind of aggression. You can see one more player that's going to be over there, and there's the Goosh. That's going to be, I believe that's Ocean. Now they're just trying to bait this one out. Silent's going to be able to draw first blood. They aren't ready for this other player to be over here. That's going to be the CZ, and FGB just most out 3 of them. They line up, and he delivers.
That's the danger. That's not prodding at all. They just go into that bomb site. That's what we're scared of, and luckily, it's only at Hades over towards the B site, and Davy's able to drop that one, so it's down to a 2-on-2, but SKDC, they're definitely going to be into this round. They're going to go for this, and actually Inverts walked out up top. They haven't noticed it. Toy baits him out. Now they know exactly where he is. He's isolated, though. His teammate hasn't followed up, but he gets that kill on a Davy anyways. Toy finds one. 7 bullets left. He knows exactly where FGB is as well. And they're going to play it a little bit passively, both running out of bullets, and he baits him out. It's a Glock against the USP, and Toy's going to win it. Against the CZ, excuse me. A scary round for Method, but big investment for SKDC. They bring it down to 1 player, but they can't come out on top despite some early success.
That was nuts. I mean, FGB gave them every opportunity to win that round right there. He just paid... And that was the whole point of that. Obviously, they took that Desert Eagle out. I think it was Ocean that was playing in front of him. Maybe it was Els that actually just peeked out and popped a couple of shots over in that avenue to just try to bait him out and get him into that site. They do get the kill, but FGB just gets that great 3-man lineup. Now they go for this aggression in mid, and it's going to be Toy to find one. Toy finds the second one, still sitting on 84 HP, looking for the third, but Els is going to finally be able to shut him down. They get the MAC-10 out of it, but Els is down to 2 HP, so that's 298 damage that was done in a matter of seconds by Toy. Roberts, though, he goes down to Invert's silent USP, so that's a nice find from SKDC as well.
Yeah, smart play. Oh, that Molotov from Justin just burns out Invert just down to FGB. He's going to flash over the box. He's only got a MAC-10 coming up the highway, but Davey pushes from behind, able to get that kill. Davy's at 25-10, so he's having himself a really, really good time. And now it's going to be that first gun round for SKDC. They've got to get started early because their CT side was problematic in the last match, and if they don't get good momentum built up early, this could just be a wash. I mean, they don't have a lot of rounds to toy with here. Method's already at 12, and if they win this round, they're going to force another eco out of SKDC, and then their backs are really against the wall.
And I like the fact that Silent's staying on this MAC-10 for this round. You know, he's got a lot of money. You know, he's sitting at 2,500, so he could have obviously picked up an AK and done something with it, but they're just going to push on into this B bomb site. And this is the read. This is them watching that earlier matchup against Conquest and knowing that they play a weak B defense. FGB goes down to the hands of Roberts, and now they've got B for free.
Yeah, and SKDC,
that's that info you were talking about.
Yeah, I mean, they basically have to at least try to find an early kill here to go for this. Hades is going to get caught up by Davey, who's watching the flank. Nicely done. Elsa's trying to come through vents, but he's smoked out. He also knows Davey's going to wrap around on him. He does win that battle against Justin, but He's down to only 19 HP, and he gets traded off, and now it's virtually impossible. No kit. They have to get in. They have to get on the bomb soon. They find a blind Strebber who falls. Toy is in the bomb site, though. He's manning down the defense, and it's just down to Invert, still up top, and he can't get anything done. 2 kills for Davey, 2 kills for Toy to close that round out. And now it's 13-6, and SKDC, what do they have left? Are they going to buy here? I don't think they can, but, I mean, they don't really have too much more to give up.
No, they don't have anything to work with. They are going to go for a save. They buy up at least armor on Elsa and an upgraded pistol, a Desert Eagle, a couple of P250s. So 3 Desert Eagles and 2 P250s to work with this round. But really, you know, we talked about, we were praising Davey so much in that first half about having a monster half. He does it again that round, picking up a couple of kills. But Toy has kind of quietly been catching up to him a little bit. He's at 19-9. He's at a 1 FPR, getting a frag every round, essentially. If you do the math, 19 rounds, 19 kills. But it was like I said, he's the one that I wanted to see step up and have a big match, and he's doing just that. But Hades, damn.
That's a good find. And actually, that's Method. They're playing very cautiously right now. They know it's going to be an eco. They know that, you know, this is a round that SKDC could have tried to pull something out, you know, a little bit of cheese, a little bit of tricks out. So they play it passively, and Hades punishes it with a very nice deagle headshot. Now that's all that's left for Method, is they're just going to commit to a B hit. There's 3 members here, though. They've got to clear a lot of players out. FGB and Elsa both in checkers, and Davey just bypasses all of them with a drive-by, but that's the thing. Elsa, he comes up with a big play. Him and FGB shut down the rest of Method. They're not following up on Davey quick enough. And since nobody clears that out, they have free reign. It's all down to Strebber. He's getting flanked out by Invert as well, and that's going to be a free kill. So SKDC off the back of Hades 1 dig to open things up. They're going to win the eco, and it's 7-13 now, so they bought himself a little bit of life here, but it's going to be another buy from Method.
Yeah, window of opportunity here for SKDC, but they've still got a little bit of a road ahead of them if they want to break that money of the Method side. So, AKs across the board. Robert's probably going to be on a Tech 9 armor, I would assume. Actually, it goes for an MP7, so that's a little different, but it could work. And I kind of expect to see Roberts leading the charge here with that MP7, see if he can do anything here. He's going to boost a player up over top, and they're going to go very aggressive here into A main, and Roberts' shoulder peek spots it. He's going to spot a second one as well, so that's a lot of information that he just gathered for his teammates on Method.
Yeah, and SKDC, I mean, Invert, though, with his hop, he jumps up onto the box over off highway. He's got no armor, but who cares about the aim punch when you hit your opening shot? Gives him a nice 5-on-4 advantage once again. They've got great map control as well, but Silent, he pushes out mid. I mean, no one spots him. He gets all the way up towards highway box, and he gets 2 kills. It is down to a 3-on-3. Silent's extremely low, but he's done crucial damage. Unfortunately, Method is all split up across the map. They don't have the bomb, so they have no way of capitalizing on this. And look at Hades. He's found a crack in the smoke, but he doesn't spot Justin. He hears him pick up the bomb, and now he's just going to push through. So he's on a hunting mission. And all of SKDC, they've rotated over towards the B bomb site because Hades know they're nowhere near that A bomb site.
Yeah, and again, FGB going to be solo dolo over here at B, and he's trying to make something happen. There was a gap in that smoke, but he's not spotting it efficiently enough, and they're going to allow Justin to get in there and get that bomb plant. So it's going to be a 3-man retake, and they got to be careful because Silent with this forward position in mid, he could go for this big flank, and that would be absolutely massive. They've got one flanking around for the backside. That's going to be Hades, and now it's going to be on Silent. He's got to move. I don't think that it's planted for him either, so this is going to be a really tough spot for him to be in. He's going to have to swing on this bomb diffuser, and he actually just gets taken down by Hades. So nice recovery there from SKDC. A couple of early frags that went their way, but it was Silent that kind of brought it back. They get the bomb plant, so they're going to have a little bit of money. So this is going to be a Tech 9, maybe a Tech 9 armor buy.
That round is won by Hades, and it's nothing to do with that kill he gets there towards the end. It's just the fact that he was pushed up in A main that whole round. He hears the bomb being picked up. He hears members of Method just running away from the A bomb site. So you could see it allows an early rotation from SKDC. They have 2 players at the B bomb site ready for the post plant, and Hades is just on a quick flank. So very, very nicely done from him with the map control gained by being aggressive in A main. And now look at this. Eco round out of Method. They have some armor. It's a little bit of a force buy, but there's only 1 member actually in the A bomb site. That's Hades. The rest of them is just Invert over by the truck with that AWP. He could get smoked off here, but actually there's no smokes on Method. They only have 2 flashbangs to work with, so that's a little bit of a scary spot. That flashbang's not going to do enough, but he unscopes for some reason, lets him stream into the bomb site, misses a second shot. Thankfully, Hades is there to get the opening kill, and now Ocean is in on the rotation, finds one more, and he pushes forward, and that Molotov is going to prevent the plant. So now it's basically all over for Method. Nice cover by SKDC.
And Molotov to the backside. Roberts is going to find one, but he will roast. Invert's going to be able to get that Molotov kill. So 2 kills on the round for Invert. I think they were actually both Molly kills. Yeah, they were. Molotov Justin to prevent the plant, and then he picked up a Molotov off his dead teammate's body and killed Roberts with one.
This is if this is a tactical pause,
Think Method?
I'm assuming it would be Method. Just saying, all right, this is our next buy. If we lose this one, all of a sudden SKDC's back into it. They'd get up towards 10, and then it'd be a save for Method. So Method just figuring out what they want to do to get closer, inching towards that match point. And this it's a pretty big round for them, so not a bad pause to take. I mean, they're not really threatened in terms of losing the lead quite yet, but it would just allow SKDC to get back into it, and they don't even want to let them get to that point. So, bit of a pause here to talk over what to do in this gun round.
This is a good pause. Good pause. I mean, they've still got 4 rounds to work with. There's no reason not to use it.
Yeah, well, normally it's just, they don't need to use it right now. They could use it a little bit later, but I'm not going to say it's a bad pause. Just you don't often see teams throwing it out this early, but apparently they're just feeling a little bit uncomfortable with how the past few gun rounds have gone. SKDC kind of having some good reads, finding some opening kills as well. You think back to on the Eco, Hades 1 dig and then invert with the op the next round gets those opening picks. So Method just trying to ensure that doesn't happen.
So we are going to go right into this one, and it's not going to be a AWP on the terrorist side. Method. They don't have the money to buy one up, so they're going to opt for that 5 AK buy. SKDC, again, they're still, they're a long ways away from winning this one or wrapping this one up, so they're still on the back foot a little bit here. They need to string these rounds together and get that good economy. They should be able to buy again after this round is all said and done, but it's Hades getting aggressive behind the smoke. He's going to be able to find first blood, but he gets aggressive again and peeks out, and he's going to get, well, he does get a second one, looking for a third, but it's going to be Justin to take him down, and Roberts actually sneaks through that smoke as well, but he loses his life to Ocean, so this is a good-looking round here for SKDC. Davey spraying down from the top side of Heaven's going to be able to find that, and they have the bomb, so they're going to fall on back towards the B bomb site, and this is the right read here from Method. As they come streaming out through mid, that's going to be also to try to pop a shot. Now they've been spotted. I would have liked to see him just go all the way back around through the backside of the B halls, but, obviously, they don't have the info that we do. Elsa goes down at B, so they should be able to get this bomb plant, and it's brought back to a 2v2.
Plenty of utility, though, on the SKDC side. There's a Molotov into the site to slow down any kind of a plant. Justin's going to jump up on the box, and he runs right into the fire, not knowing where it was, but doesn't burn too bad, but still, big retake. Here come the flashes. There's still 2 smokes to work with. They can smoke off the bomb or a choke point, but Davey's going to get both kills before they can even respond. No smokes used for SKDC on the retake, and Davey just mutilates them as they come in. So Hades makes a huge play in A main to get 2 kills initially, and they still end up losing out the round, and it was a 2-on-3.
32-13 for Davey right now.
Yeah, not too shabby. Talking about putting a team on your back, so he's being a monster right now.
Elsa's up at 20-18, so he's not doing too bad for SKDC, but it's just the overall, rhythm of this matchup. It's just been all... You can't really say it's been all Method. It's been all Davey all day. I mean, he is having a tremendous matchup here. Just a huge 4K in that last round. I want to look at his stats after this is all said and done because he's had tons of multi-frag rounds. This defense at the A bomb site, nice for motion in Hades.
Yeah, good crossfire so far. 1 kill traded off, so it's a 3-on-4, but there's Toy entering into the bomb site. Here he comes. 2 nice shots. FGB's the last one here, and he's going to get cleaned out by Toy as well. Even Davey finds one, so it's just collapsed. SKDC get the first 2 kill, and then they can't get anything going from there. Invert completely blind. He's going to get 1 kill onto Strebber, who peeks out very, very slowly. Molotov in to force the player out of position, but he's not peeking for it. Jumps up onto the balcony, almost finds that kill, but can't land it. Toy's going to eliminate him from the map. What a round from Toy. 4 kills. 2 big entries to bring things back in their favor. And SKDC, now they're really against the wall. They have to buy out every single round. Method's at match point, and it's only going to be pistols and armor for SKDC.
Yeah, this is a great showing from Method, and it looks like Silent might actually be able to break the curse tonight.
Yes, the curse.
The old curse.
Good for Silent.
For those of you guys who weren't actually here beforehand, we talked about how every time the Method plays and Moses casts, they lose, and this is their redemption tonight. SK going to get aggressive here at B. They're going to lose 1. Looking for a second one. Davey's actually going to finally fall, and if they win this round, 34-14 is going to be his final score tally, which is monstrous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Here's what scares me a little bit, though, by Method. On some of these anti-ecos they've had on this terror side, they're so incredibly spread out. I mean, look at Hades is able to get a kill, FGB's able to get a kill, and there's no response. Even if Method has the intel, they can't make a decision because they're all spread out across the map. So Justin's going to get 1. He knows Hades is still around somewhere. Might not know he's this close up. He's just running around the same bomb site. This should be an indication for the player over at B just to get that planted, and Justin's half blind, gets scouted. FGB and Hades clean him up. Strebber's got a good chance at winning this, though. He's in a 1-2. He's got plenty of time to position himself. No kit on the SKDC side, and they're both at around, just below half health, right around 40 HP. They've got a smoke and a flashbang to work with, and Strebber's pushed over towards CT spawn, towards that choke point.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good position here, but that bomb is not planted for him. He's got to play this one very, very intelligent. Oh, actually, it is planted for him, so he's going to go all the way out there. They're probably going to assume that this is coming from Heaven's side. They're going to smoke things off, and now they're going to take the peek. Strebber's not going to be able to get that, so that will be SKDC at least staying alive for a little while longer if they do manage to get the defuse, which they should have plenty of time. No kits, but doesn't make a difference. So 15-10, Method still on match point. They're looking to close this one out.
That's 2 ecos, though, they've lost so far. So a little bit unfortunate in this half. If they're going to look back on this and say, all right, we gotta fix those rounds when we have the economic advantage. But look at them here. They're going to do a bit of a force buy. They had decent money, but they're just saying we're going to wait a little bit. If we get another plant next round, we'll have a full buy. If we don't, we can have a pretty solid buy. But they're going to buy up some Tech 9 CZs and armor. And actually, as this has gone on out of spawn, most of them have bought down to about 1,800 to 2,200. It's only Davey or Strebber who's really hurting economically. He buys pretty much full out.
Yeah, and they're just going to barrel in here. And this is actually the right call. There's only one player to defend, and that's going to be the player at quad, and that's going to be Hades, and he gets fully blinded from a flashbang. They haven't cleared it out just yet, but now they're going to come around. They get the kill for free, and that's going to be a bomb plant as well. So this is a huge start to the round here for Method. If they want to shut this one down, it's going to be all about this retake. Molotov into the site. Elsa's going to be able to burn Toy. It's going to be down to a 4 versus 4 post-plant. Flashbang out from around quad. Going to be able to spot a couple over there onto highway and take FGB down very, very low. This M4 still at the backside of quad. They don't know that it's there. There's the peek out. He's going to find one. He doesn't get the second one. And now very low on bullets. He's going to have to take the peek. Oh, taps one more down. That was ridiculous. That bomb taken away. They do have a kit, though, so SKDC are going to get this one in the bag, and it's just unfortunate that Silent used that many bullets out of that CZ. Otherwise, he might have had that.
Yeah, nice retake. Good use of your nades. Get that Molotov kill, and then it opens things up. But still, the damage is done. It's a plant, so they should have a solid buy. It's only going to be Strebber who's really hurting for anything. Actually, they're just going to go right back to this pistol. They basically had 4 full buys before they go for this full force buy. So played it very, very conservative. And SKDC, they're hurting for money this round. They have a really strong buy, but nothing's able to be built up on their side. I mean, they have the Molotovs and smokes they need. They have 4 kits. But Method, they're just going to play it a little bit safer, and they're going to head over towards the B bomb site with 4 members, but there's 3 members of SKDC here, and they're getting aggressive. Silence caught out in the open with his nade in his hand. Invert just holds down the trigger, does massive damage to Justin and Strebber, and there's Elsa to clean things up. Justin, any moment, he's going to go down. Nice little shoulder peek. Elsa can't hit the shot, but it's pretty much all cleaned out. It's just up to Justin and Useless, and he has that deagle, and he's not going to land the shots. So SKDC, they get up towards 12.
Yeah, now things are getting a little bit scary for Method. They're going to be back on the buy this round, but it's going to be, well, are they going to put the op in Silent's hands? No, he's going to go for the AK again, so this is kind of where things get a little bit tricky for him. If they lose this round, they're going to be on a little bit of a money bonus, but it's not going to really be enough to bolster that economy. Toy might be able to buy as well as Justin, barring a bomb plant, but this is a nice little run that SKDC is on. 3 rounds in a row. They're equalizing their money. They're pretty stable for the time being. Flashbang into A main. They're going to go for this peak, but it's going to be the old rush B, don't stop strategy, and FGB is the only one over here. This time they smoke it off.
Yeah, Davey eats some bullets, but he responds perfectly. FGB goes down, and he wasn't even playing in the site. He was outside the site, so there's only 1 defender there, not even manning down the fort. And
did you see Davey eat some bullets? Because he didn't take a lick of damage from FGB. He missed all of that.
Well, okay, he dodged the bullets. Either way.
That was some Mio stuff.
Now they're set up in the site, and Strebber's just holding off this retake. He eventually gets traded off. Silent inside the site. He's on the boxes. He finds 1 more kill, down to a 3-on-2. Actually, 2 players trapped in the site, but it doesn't matter. Davey's going to get a nice headshot, and then he's just going to clean things up. He ends at 37-16. So a beautiful match from him.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive match. I mean, it comes down to being a 28-round matchup, but he's still 9 frags over his 1 FPR. That's absolutely massive for them. So nice job from Method. Lex in the chat, too. What's going on, brother? And that's a big win for them. That's a big win. They're going to be right up in the mix with Winter Fox. They're going to be in the mix with the team that they just beat, SKDC, as far as the relegation matches are concerned. So that was the implications that we had in regards to that matchup. And now the next match that we're going to see tonight is going to be a massive match when it comes to the implications of what is going to be happening over the course of the remainder of this season. It's Conquest versus Complexity, number 4 versus number 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a sick matchup. And like you said, huge playoff implications. So that'll be coming to us after the break. So we'll see you guys very, very shortly as we head to some quick commercials. I mean, Warden's being the coach, fresh off his wedding. He's in the server spectating for Complexity, and it's going to be Pauly, both old school 1.6 players. So a little bit of pride on the line. They probably competed dozens of times back in the day in the 1.6 battle. So they've got their own little mind games going on between them.
Oh, and Silent actually corrected me. I was looking at Conquest's page. Complexity's actually played 3 overtimes this season, so a lot of those extra rounds that they have over Conquest right now is coming from that. They actually had that overtime where they won 25-21 to SKDC, so a lot of those rounds are going to be non-existent when it comes down to regulation, if there is a tie.
Yeah, what's really funny is this might also, just to add like another layer onto this might be a situation for Complexity where they're feeling a little bit unappreciated, because there's been all this talk of these teams shuffling who's like the number 1 team in North America. It's gone from Cloud9 to, maybe CLG to maybe Liquid to maybe Conquest. And Complexity is the one team who's been like at the top of the standings throughout this entire season. They've been in the top 4 until like just the past week, and their name never comes up in that conversation. So, not only this is going to be big for them, but also upcoming out of Power Land. But Rush is just ending their dream. 2 very swift headshots, and he's going to be able to get away as well. So 5-on-3, and they've actually baited things out. Naf is still hiding at sandbags, and Rush with that low HP is going to fall away, so it's Shazam and Naf still remaining here.
Yeah, and actually, Naf is going to get himself out of dodge, and they're going to drop the smoke at the top side of Banana. So lightning fast, just like that. 2 frags on the board. Now, obviously, Rush is a little bit low, but he's going to be over here at the A bomb site with 2 of his comrades as well. But that bomb finally working off that B hallway. But now what do? It's a 5-on-3. Moses, shed some insight on me, baby.
Well, the scary part is that was a full pretty much B commit from Complexity that got shut down. So they had no map control, so you can see they have to take mid very, very slowly. So it's running down the clock. It's down to about 45 seconds. Rush with really low HP is trying to cheat. He's not committed to either bomb site. He's in CT spawn, so he can't hold rap side very well. And here it is. 2 members jump by. Rush doesn't hit either of them. 1 pressures up lane, but they've got to get in because now Rush, he's flanking fast. Doesn't care that he has low HP. There goes Stanislav, but Rush gets a 3rd headshot. Nicely done. At least there's a plant for Complexity. Rush knows exactly where it is, but both members from Complexity are stuck in the site. Valence comes out swinging. He gets 2 kills. Beautifully done from him, and now Roka just gets to chill inside the site. Valence not able to get a 3rd one. Down to a 1-on-2. Roka extremely low, and Daps is still alive in pit, so he can't really move himself out of position, but a nice headshot gives him some breathing room. 1-on-1, and Roka's going to win it. Huge plays from Complexity in the pistol round.
Oh, anything you can do, I can do better, Rush. He picks up the 2 at the beginning of the round, talking about Rush, and then it's going to be Roka to finish things off. What a round from Roka. I always hype him up for his pistol work. He's absolutely nuts when it comes to pistols, and that's going to be Complexity stealing that one away in a 3 versus 5. Valence really kind of won them the round, though.
Yeah, that play by Valence was massive. That just gives him some space to work with. And that's like the worst situation, too. You're both caught in the bomb site, so someone had to get aggressive. And Valence, just ballsy play, just comes out swinging. And now Conquest, they don't know how they lost that. Rush is probably like, come on, guys, I got us 3 kills there. No one else could, you guys couldn't combine for 2 more. Why y'all hit me? Oh my god, Naf. Just continues that deagle work from last match and drops Roka. So there's a good start for Conquest again.
I'm telling you, man. It's like you said, it's all about that skin. You see all of the names that he has on that skin, too? He's got Happy, he's got, who is that, AZ, and he's got Nico. Like 3 of the most ridiculous deagle players in there. So bringing him the good luck. The CS gods are shining on him. He might get another one here on the Symphus, too. Yep.
Oh my lord, Naf. Just being dirty. He's just repositioning himself one more time. And he's going to go for another.
Gonna get another?
He gets a tag, at least on the Valence, but another situation. Complexity not feeling comfortable in either of these rounds so far. This is going horribly for him. It's only Shazam in the bomb site. He's got an off angle. Nice shot on the Valence. Gets the headshot. Snakes eventually returns, but it's a 2-on-4 now. And Naf still being dangerous with that deagle, but Automatic using the smoke perfectly. Adds another kill. The bomb is down. There's even one coming up mid for the flank. That's Daps jumping in the air. He finds Sanks. Can't get the kill. Oh, yeah, eventually finds it, though, in Automatic. He gets cleaned out by Naf. Fitting end of the round. Naf with 3 kills. Beautifully done.
He's just absolutely, every time that I see him with the Desert Eagle, I'm just waiting for the frags to come out, because it seems like any round that Conquest is on a save, it doesn't matter what the scenario is, he gets a kill with the Deagle. Like, every time. It's ridiculous. That time he picks up 3. That's massive for Conquest. They steal away the second round. They're going to force up here on Complexity. Come on, it's Simphis. You're going to force up here on Complexity. They've got 2 AKs and pistols.
I think Simphis would take umbrage with that statement. He is calling now. It's back from it's back from Warden, who was calling for a lot of the season, but Simphis has taken over duties leading up towards the iBuyPower Cup. So Conquest, they might not realize. I mean, they have to have the inkling, being like, all right, maybe Complexity they do like to force buy, so got to be a little bit cautious. But they might not be expecting 2 AK-47s to be out right now.
Yeah, but their support pistol players, only one of them has any armor to speak of either, and this is going to be automatic. Now they popped shots with the pistols, so now they might be thinking on Complexity's side or on Conquest's side that, hey, this is going to be a save, and it's going to be a lead with, Simphis spotted Shazam's shoulder. So this could be a big movement here, but Naf, he's going to be harassing with that MP9. He's going to flush a player out of the apartments, and he's going to be able to find automatic, but now they know that they have the rifles. Roka's going to find Shazam. That's a nice opening. Sank's coming around the corner. He's going to get spotted. He does have head armor, but he gets dinged down, and now the double P comes out from pit. The double pit play is just so strong on this map, and Rush and Nafly are going to be the ones down there to hold it down.
Yeah, and once again, Complexity in a situation where their 2 members are caught into the bomb site, they can't move. Sanks is going to go down, so easy pickings now for Complexity. Roka gets that first kill, but Rush trades it out, but there's Valen still in the back of the bomb site, but it's only got a P250. He's got 2 members zoned in on him, so they make it costly. They get a bomb plant, but Conquest does win out in the end.
So yeah, 2-1. Complexity's force up and nets on the bomb plant, but now they're going to be low on economy, and let's see, they should be on a save here. Actually, Simphis already going for the head armor and the pistol upgrade. They're investing again. Well, they know that the money's not good on Conquest. They did the damage in the last couple of rounds, but the biggest part about this is that Complexity, they might just be digging themselves a hole.
Yeah, well, possibly, but yeah, if they do manage to pull this one out, I mean, that's the thing. They break the economy of Conquest. The issue is Shazam's got this AWP, and Roka still on T-ramp. I mean, that could be easy pickings for Shazam with that op, and they're playing very passively. It's another double pit setup. This time there's 5 Molotovs, though, so they have the utility to flush them out if they choose to. The question is Shazam going to find a pick with this AWP? Is he going to be able to give him an advantage? But it's smoked off right now. Now he's feeling a little bit uncomfortable this late in the round, so he just falls back to play it passive, but he's the only member at this B bomb site.
Yeah, but this is going to be a slow play here from the Complexity side, and they've kind of favored going towards A the last couple of rounds. Automatic. You kind of talked about how he needs to be big in this matchup. Roka needs to be big in this matchup, and obviously Roka came to play. Automatic. He's got 2 kills. Not the best start for Complexity, but it's still early in this matchup. 4 rounds. Only being played out now, and that bomb is going to work back towards B, and here you go. Stanislaw is rotating back over, so Shazam is going to get the support that he requires, but look at how much utility they have on the Complexity side for this take. And there it is. It's going to rain on in. Throwing the Hail Marys over the top, and Stanislaw getting blinded. He's going to peek out, and he actually finds a lot of damage there on a Simphis and Roka, but now it's going to be Shazam with the op at the backside of Spools, finds the first one. Spotted Roka maybe trying to attempt to jump over the top, so he's at least wary that there's another player that's close on him, but they're going to allow that bomb plant and try to do the damage after these smokes clear.
Yeah, really nicely done from Conquest, not committing to holding that site, letting the plant go down, knowing it's a buy with all the utility that came over, and Shazam just gets this 1 kill and falls away. Now 3 members for Complexity are out towards Banana. That's the one thing that might not be expected from Conquest, but they're cleaning out the site. And all of a sudden they only have to focus on one avenue, and it's just automatic. He's got a Tech 9. He gets 1 kill, but it's going to be a defuse. And now this is the situation you talked about. Complexity digging themselves into a little bit of a hole. They don't do enough damage. 4 members survive, and who cares if they got a bomb plant, because now they have to save. So a little bit of a scary spot for them.
Or do they?
No, they're going to save here. Okay.
No, they're not.
All right. Well, they can get 4 AK-47s.
It's not going to be a terrible buy behind this. They're just going to lack a little bit of utility, which is kind of important on a map like Inferno, where you're smoking off your choke points is going to be kind of the priority.
Well, especially when Shazam has this op. I mean, they don't have a lot of smokes to use to block him off. So him with this op, he sees one jumping and actually misses that shot onto Valence. He had the right read on the situation.
That looked like it was on him, but nevertheless. Going to hear a lot of footsteps up here in the apartments. Rush going to choose to fall off porch side, and Automatic and Sank's going to be encroaching on that position, and it's going to be Shazam to try to lock this one down. Rush coming back to support, drops the smoke down in the middle. That's going to hold Simphis back. So, going to be interesting to see where they decide to go. Again, spread out on the terrorist side, one at the bottom of Banana, one at the bottom of mid, a couple over there in the apartment hallways, and one in alternate middle. So they've kind of fanned out a little bit, looking for anything to come around the corner, but it's really going to be on the back of these AKs. They do smoke off Shazam on the arch side. He's going to retreat back over towards Moto and look for some other avenue of attack. A little bit of Molotov damage, actually. What was that hit Shazam? A nade early in the round, I think it was. That was up mid.
Here's where this buy really starts getting scary. They haven't found a pick. Conquest playing very passively, very cautiously. There's 2 smokes and a Molotov left to really do anything. And Shazam, he's just playing far back. I mean, he's in library. He's going to find a free shot. The question is he going to hit it? And he is. He actually even does severe damage to Simphis through the body. Can't get the second one, but doesn't matter. Look at Simphis and Automatic are down below 20 HP. They're pretty much out of this fight. Rush, he's going to be able to mow a couple down. They're both going to be coming up lane. Shazam gets one more, and he does, and now Roka pushes on it, but Shazam just cleans house. Though this hit just gets demolished. 4 members surviving again for Conquest. Complexity now definitely with no plant. So, I mean, what are they going to save here? It's got to be this round. I'm going to feel confident saying it this time. Please don't do this to me, Simphis.
Oh, come on.
He's already bought a deagle. It's over. They're saving.
I don't know. You can still go for armor and nades. It is going to be a save, though. They are going to pick up some bolstered pistols here, but that AWP from Shazam, nice play from him over there by the library. You know, just he bides his time. He plays it smart. He plays it slow, and he plays it right. And that's the way that that Conquest has been kind of ripping it up in North America lately, is because they've been kind of playing out of their minds, yeah, but have they been playing over their ability? I don't think they've really been playing out of their, over their ability to the certain point where they can't continue to do this to some of these top teams. You know, they're definitely in the mix as one of the top teams in NA for my read right now.
Well, I mean, everyone's in the mix. There's no clear cut, so yeah, Conquest playing well, but that time, I mean, that was just smart play from them. They don't overextend. Light utility for complexity, and now here they are again. They have 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs that hit into this B bomb site. They've just got to wait for the smoke to clear because they've given up all their map control. They've rotated away from mid and alternate mid. They're all grouped up towards Banana. Stan and Daps here. This time there's no op as well, so these 2 members are going to live and die by this hold. Another smoke comes out, but Complexity's going to come right through that. Daps can't get the first kill. He grabs the second one before being traded off, but there's fire. Complexity can't move forward, and Stan, he's going to be able to spray down Sanks. No one there to trade that kill. Now he can play it a little bit more passively, and Shazam comes in for the save. The Tech 9 headshot. Stan just still playing this so well. He eventually falls, but the nade from NAF cleans things out.
That's the closest that Complexity's come to winning a round in the last, 4 rounds. They actually killed 2 instead of just 1. But again, it was a good hold. Unfortunately, Stanislaw wasn't able to really do too terribly much, but his mission was just to stop them from planning, hold them back, don't let them get any extra economy out of that round. And you can see it's going to be Complexity. They've got the full nade kits to work with. They've got the Molotovs, 4 of them to be exact. They've got all the smokes. But they don't have an op in the hands of Simphis, and that's really what it boils down to, is how is Simphis going to be rifling in this matchup versus having the AWP? And you kind of talked about that earlier.
4 members in alt mid, and there's Shazam getting another opening pick. Valens just tries to shoulder peek it, maybe bait out a shot, but Shazam's a little bit too fast right now.
That new mouse is feeling good.
Yeah, that op is just wreaking havoc. Pisteron goes to Complexity. It's been all Conquest since then, 5 straight. And now they're in a 4-on-5 situation, and this is going to have to be an A-hit. They're going to be going up against Shazam again. They're not going to smoke off alternate. He's Cephas is very fortunate. Shazam misses that shot. Molotov to hold him back, and he's actually going to take a repeat. Misses again, but still surviving. And Complexity takes bracket control, and they just fall away completely. They know they don't have an advantage whatsoever, and they're going to fall back towards B, but this hit has got to come in quickly before Shazam rotates over. There's 2 members in that bomb site still, so Daps and Santa's all going to be put under some fire here again.
Yeah, and you can see that one player at the top, Automatic, harassing over there in that A-bomb site, is doing a pretty good job of keeping Shazam honest, but the smoke over by Library, and now they know that the hit is coming towards B, so they've got to do something to stop Automatic from flanking out here in Terrace or CT spawn, but Stanislaw and Daps just going to lock it down here at B, and now Shazam is just going to watch for this flank. Automatic actually picking the right angle to come from. He's going to be coming around the backside, but Shazam is there and ready, spots him, walls him, Doesn't get the kill, but 30 HP, 10 seconds, no time for him. That's going to be a 6th round in a row now for Conquest. And they are, they've done the same thing in this matchup that they did earlier to SKDC. Granted, they lost the first anti-eco round, got that early bye, and then every gun round was just capitalized on throughout that first half when they were on their terrorist side of Cash. This time it's the CT side of Inferno. 6 rounds run off the board.
This is just a situation now where Shazam's kind of put the fear of God into Complexity with that op. He's been finding picks. He's been, every spot he's at in the map, he's held very, very well with the op Tech 9 combo. So you can see how slow Complexity's taking it. They're almost, scared to go against it. So they're going into alt mid and they're just kind of sitting there. Valens get picked off and they're like, all right, we can't go towards Shazam, so let's go up towards the B bomb site. And they're just not finding any success early on in these rounds. In Conquest, they don't even have to be aggressive. They can just play it passively because they're winning all these battles. They're allowing Shazam time to find those picks.
And that really is where things get scary. Now, this time they're going to smoke off over towards Library. That Molotov, though, is going to hold Valens back, and he's not going to push on through. They're actually going to drop a Molotov around the corner again, but now that gives Shazam time to fall back to Library. They have bracket control, but Shazam's going to get out behind this smoke, and this is going to get really, really scary for him because they're trying to harass over here and make something happen. Flashbang around the corner, Nate as well. Shazam's still turtled up here. They've got another player in their face. Roka and Valens are going to chime in. Daps able to answer back, but it's going to be Rush in the site, finds one. Daps goes down as well, so it's going to be Stanislaw versus 2. Simphus is at 68, but Valens, he's got 2 kills, but 7 HP to work with, and a full nade kit on Stanislaw. He's got the flashes, he's got the Molotov, and he's got the smoke. Let's see what he can do. I'd love to see him just Molotov out the pit. Oh, man.
He's got a smoke to work with as well. He can at least block that off, and that's what he's going to do. So he's got to find Semphus inside the site. That smoke buys him a little bit of time, but Semphus is playing right around the pillar. Just jumps out as soon as he pulls out the Molotov, and that's the cue for Valens to peek and get that kill. So Complexity get their 2nd round. Now they've got to string them together. That's the tough part. On this terror side, if they don't string this round together, they get reset here. That would just be brutal, and there's a lot of money built up on Conquest, so they can buy for, at least this round. They run a little bit low on stand, but, if they save some weapons or something, they can buy even a next round. So Shazam's back on that AWP. We still haven't seen it brought out for Semphus on the terrorist side, and Conquest is stuck, Automatic is stuck on just a Tech 9 in this round.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't had the money in order to pick up the AWP, and this time it's going to be Shazam very aggressive down Banana, and he's going to get that opening pick, takes a boatload of damage. He's got to watch falling back, exiting B. Oh, God. And he's going to get that opening pick, takes down Roka, so that's a nice find. But now Automatic's got the AK, so...
I'm surprised with that Molotov behind him. I mean, Complexity should have known he couldn't fall back if a couple other members had peeked down, but look at this. Russian NAF, this is what we're scared of, is Complexity just getting reset here. 5-on-2. Nothing really for these remaining 2 members to do. Automatic and Sanks, they're already stuck in a really tough spot.
And again, it's just going to be down to these last 2 players, Automatic and Sanks. That push just gets completely annihilated really, really quickly. And there's a late smoke. Shazam peering out from the spools, but it's Stanislaw in the back by Emo. Looking for it, finds it, and it's all going to be... Oh, through the... Holy Jesus.
Yeah, through the smoke and the hate
Through
card.
the smoke and the hate card in the face. Bye, Sanks. See you later. You just got deleted. 7-2, Conquest on top, and they're having themselves a hell of a CT half.
Yeah, they really are. And this is... Complexity just put themselves in a really tough spot. No plant that round, no success whatsoever. Only getting no kills that round, so not even dealing damage to the economy. 2-7 now. This is looking a little bit scary. They might... I mean, if they have another gun round that they lose, they're going to need to pause after that and talk things over. They need to speed some things up, because these slower strats they're doing is just allowing Conquest to pick them off. That round, the one gun round they won, they got up mid quickly. They were grouped up over towards Rap side, and they were just working together with choke points smoked off, and they got around Rap. So... slowing things down, coming up mid 1 by 1, that's allowing Shazam so much time. And even Rush quietly at 13-5, even though Shazam's had massive impact.
Yeah, now they're just going to push on out through Boiler. Shazam's going to miss the opening shot, but look at this play that they've got, this stack in the backside of the site. But Roka comes around the corner, hits the Desert Eagle shot. They're going to try to prevent the plant, and they do just that. So nice round from Nafly in the back of the site, and Shazam there to bail out his teammate as well. I like how they, instead of going for the double pit, which they were previously playing pretty heavy on that pit side on Truck, they go for a double site stack, and it actually works out really nicely for them.
That was actually pretty cool. Yeah, that was a very cool stack that just mows him down. So Nafly with a good round. Still so much on the Conquest side. You can see 5 Molotovs now, and even 5 smokes. That's kind of the scary part, is once they're able to rebuy all these Molotovs with no fear. And this time, Complexity is going to challenge very early on over towards B, but they get slowed down by a Molly. That'll allow Shazam to get a double kill, still on top of his game, and with that, they just fall right back. No use staying around and trying to risk giving up some more kills, giving some kills back to Complexity. They just fall away and say, all right, 3 on 5, commit to a bomb site, we'll mow you down there.
Yeah, big opening find from Shazam, and again, that's just the MO of this matchup, and now they're just going to try to push this smoke. Automatic's going to pay with his life. They didn't rotate Daps off. They kept him over there, and instead of having Shazam stay as welcome at the B-bomb site, he actually rotates back over towards Library, and look at how far back and far spread out the terrorist side of Complexity are. They don't have any idea what to do now. This is just really, really tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing they can do. I don't even know what they should do in this situation. I see the whole map. Like, they're split up right now, so basically what they're saying is, Semphis, go get a kill. Maybe one's going to rotate off the B bomb site. That'll give Valens a one-on-one. See if we can at least get the bomb planted. That's about all they can hope for, though. And Semphis is going to have to deal with Naf, who's boosted up in a position, and is he going to check it? He is, but Naf is just a little bit too quick. And Daps is going to push out towards B, find Valens. He falls to him, but stands there for the trade immediately after. So 9-2 now. Complexity just getting... I mean, they're just stumped right now. They have no idea what to do. And this is a situation where they might want to say, let's take a pause next round. This is a save round. Maybe do the Titan eco where you just sit and spawn and talk things over. Use their tactical timeout next round before the gun round begins. Figure out some course of action, because they can't expect to get 2 or 3 rounds in this half and be able to win in the next one.
Not at all. And this is, we talked about how important this matchup is for both of these two teams. And right now, Conquest, they just look more hungry for it. And look at this, the aggression down mid. Shazam's going to actually pulls the trigger for the first player, hits the second player. And that's actually, it doesn't matter. That's a nice find early on in the round. They're going to fall back, smoke it off, and he's going to go ahead and retreat out. So nice early find again for Conquest, and they're winning these early battles. They're getting these early picks, and that's really what's setting the pace and setting the tone for all of these rounds for Conquest, is that they just have that early advantage, and it just gives them such a feeling of relief where it's like, okay, we got to man up. They got to come at us with 4 players all at once, and we can kind of just hold our default spots, and now it's going to be a Molotov to the top side of brackets, and Valen's burning alive.
Yeah, there's nothing to contest Shazam right now with this AWP. He's just all over the map. And with all these picks, I mean, that's the thing. They're playing so passive, and the reason they're able to do that is because they always have a man advantage. You know, if they would go down a man, they would have to get a little bit more aggressive on a certain side of the map. That would open some ideas up for Complexity, but they just can't find it. Now they're going to pressure Rap side. Daps does fall, so they salvage an M4. That's a little bit promising, but there's still no armor and a long way to go towards taking over this bomb site. Rushes inside of it. Naf is in the pit. That smoke is actually going to help Naf come out, find some cover, get a pick towards Rap side, and now it's basically all over. Just Semphis with that M4. He gets traded off by Stan. They're going to salvage the AWP for the next round. Conquest in a huge driver's seat right now.
Going to be a free pause for Complexity to talk things over, as one of the players from the CT side actually drops from the server. That is Daps that actually dropped from the server. So they get a free timeout out of this one, which is not necessarily a bad thing, because they need the last 3 rounds. They need to win all of these rounds, and finally Semphis is going to have an op. But look at the money on the CT side. They're going to buy out the rest of the half, no problem whatsoever. You can see they're throwing some guns around and everything like that, and they're still pretty much all up over $7,000, with the exception of Daps at $3,300.
This is the response. This is the thing that has to work, is Semphis with the AWP. He's got to find a way to outduel Shazam, and the scary part is, I mean, outside of Shazam's aggression towards the B car, he's really not peeking too much of anything. He's just letting people walk into his crosshair. So Semphis is going to have to be the active one with the AWP. He's going to have to be the aggressive one if he wants to find a kill. Actually, this round, Shazam looked like he wanted to peek mid, but he's just going to stay away from it, knowing this is a critical round for Complexity with perhaps their last solid buy. So he stays far back. 2 members over towards the B bomb site. They have car control. It's a shallow smoke right up in front of the car. Very typical smoke over to defend Banana. And Complexity, 3 members still haven't moved past the stairs.
Yeah, they're just relying heavily on this op to open things up. You can see he's actually going to get boosted up on top of the potted plant, trying to find some avenue of attack down Banana. There's no smoke at the bottom of B, so there's really no need to go for that boost, but he's looking for it anyway. Going to drop a flashbang over the top and try to clear that out, but they're turtled up in that B bomb site, and they're not going to really find any aggression just yet. They're going for Hall's control, which, 50 seconds left, and they've barely moved an inch out of the spawn.
That's just the fear of how Shazam has just brutalized him throughout this entire half. You know, they're saying, let's just take this as slow as possible, just make sure we don't get picked. That's the #1 priority. And now the one-way smoke, Stan is right on the edge of it. He drops Semphis. They waited so long to get that AWP and not even a lick of damage from it. It shoots one shot, doesn't connect. And now, just once again, it's Stanislaw this time that gives the advantage to Conquest. So now some more passive play, trying to put some pressure on this A bomb site. Rush is going to fall back into the bomb site. Naf is in Graveyard, but that choke point smoked off. 20 seconds left. There's only 2 players over at B. There's 2 players working their up A, but this clock is running down. The only benefit is that Daps is rotated off the B bomb site, so he's going to be away from this, but they've got to run through this Molotov. And Stanislaw, he's sitting in the bomb site, double oranges. He's going to get the first kill on the bomb carrier. Roka trades him out with the AWP, but he's in a 1-on-3 situation. Yeah, he can't even get the bomb planted in time. So now he's going to get killed after the timer, perhaps, unless he hits that shot, crucial shot to hit so we can have a gun into the next round. So that's the only silver lining possible, is that they saved the op.
Yeah, but I mean, that's look at the return on investment that they got out of that round. Nothing, literally nothing. Semphis is sitting at 4-12. That's uncharacteristic for him. But again, on the opposing side, you've got Rush, 16 frags, Shazam at 15, Nap has joined them at 14. I mean, this is just a huge amount of defense from the Conquest side. This is a big half. And this is not what I expected to see. I thought this was going to be a slobber knocker. I thought this was going to be a brawl across the map from both sides. And it's just one-sided, lopsided for Conquest.
Yeah, this is really bad. At least this time, Automatic's taken Hall's control with about 1:20 left, but they really haven't utilized it too much. No one coming up mid whatsoever. No one even wants to test it. Sanks is still over here in alt mid. He's going to join Automatic up in the halls. And that's the question. It looks like Complexity wants to move the bomb over towards Banana, where they have 2 members with control. And it's going to be all about what can Sanks and Automatic do in halls. They have to cause some sort of distraction.
Automatic just got destroyed by a nade up there in the apartments. A blind nade from Naflight comes in from the Graveyard side and does 43 damage to him, almost landed at his feet. So that's just a, you know, if it wasn't for bad luck, they'd have no luck here on the Complexity side. And again, there it is. It's going to be Shazam. He's not going to get the op shot off in time, but he plays this the same exact way every single round, and there's still nothing that Complexity can do. Rush is going to open up. Nafly is going to find Automatic in the halls. Pop flash around the corner. That's actually going to do a little bit more damage to Rush than it does to any of the terrorists, but now Shazam is going to be able to freewheel around the corner because they missed the smoke. Coming up around the side is going to be Valence, but he's going to get... Oh, I thought he was actually going to get taken down there by Shazam's 5-7, but still, 17 seconds. They barely have control up by brackets towards Moto side, and Daps is just going to line up 2 more of them. Semphis should go down, and he does. So 12-2, coming in last saving grace for Complexity of the half, and they're down by 10 already.
It's kind of amazing the impact Rush has had in this match, playing basically solo in lane. You know, there's usually one player in pit or on balcony, and he's kind of the only one there taking a peek, and what he's doing is just mollying off close to Boiler, blocking off that choke point, and just peeking, finding a 1v1 in that Molotov blocks any of the Complexity players from even trying to trade the kill. So he's using that very, very well with these peeks. And Complexity, I mean, they don't really have many mistakes to give up in the second round. Even if they win this last round, I mean, there's not much they have to give up in the second half, and Shazam still peeking over towards that angle very early on and then just falling back with the smoke. So 4 members for Complexity are going to be in these halls, and they might just try a situation where Automatic, you know, he looks like he's lining up a smoke for Rap side, so they're just going to stream out of these halls, hoping that the defense is rotated over to focus elsewhere, but Rush has transitioned into pit just now.
Yeah, and actually, Semphis does get out in front of that, and they do manage to find him, but Shazam is going to be there, finds 2, looking for more down here on lane side, but it's going to be Nap. The big ol' Blaze comes in again, finds Semphis, takes him down 2 versus 2. Yet to be a plant, but this time at least Complexity goes a little bit quicker in the round.
The first time we've seen it, and it has a little bit of success. Now they have a post plant. It's a little bit late. Sanks is in the pit. There's a decent crossfire setup from Complexity. One in the site, that's Automatic. He sees nothing Rap side. He's got to be careful. The Daps is coming up lane. He jumps on top of the truck, but he gets taken out by Automatic in the site. He's trying to clear out the pit, but he can't do it. Stand in this 1-on-2. He finds the 1-on-1, gets that first kill. 10 bullets left in the clip. Wrapping around the bomb site, trying to outplay Automatic, who he sees at the pillar. Just waiting for it, and he's going to win it. Nothing going right for Complexity. Big 1-on-2 to win for Stan, and it's going to be 13-2 heading into the second half. Complexity not doing themselves any favors.
Not at all. I mean, getting the op into Semphis' hands 3 rounds from the end of the half, having no impact with it whatsoever, just losing all of the aim duels. And, you know, we keep talking about Rush a little bit, but he was very quietly top fragging in that half. You know, we weren't really saying anything exemplary. It was just, you know, 1 kill or 2 kill rounds, but the impact of those frags was so massive. Like you said, he was basically solo holding on truck side, and that's not really a position that you see solo held very often. You'll a lot of times you'll see the triple stack over there by the port side. You know, Mouse Sports puts that in a lot of times. A couple of other teams that we've seen implement that from time to time, the triple port stack, one boosted on top, one underneath, one watching the Haws from the backside of lane by truck. But it was just Rush all solo over there the entire time. He's at 18-7. Shazam at 17-9. Nafly again, he was able to get another kill. But the big thing for Naf is it's not just that he's at 16-6. It's that he's also done so much damage to everybody coming up into that A bomb site with 8 assists.
This is really, really tough. Now they've got to mount this huge defense pressure over towards B from Rush. Sempus, he challenges, gets a nice headshot onto Rush, and he's able to fall away. Meanwhile, 3 members of Conquest slowly working their way through these A-halls on the other side of the map. And it's a rap side defense. Sanks and Roka are just both playing rap side. It's Automatic who's in pit. Finally, one Sanks is going to rotate back towards the bomb site. But Conquest hasn't decided to quite hit this just yet. They're getting closer, and now Naf is going to appear on the rap side. He's gonna distract Sanks while these 3 members stream out of halls. It's only Automatic they have to worry about. He falls basically for free. Now Sanks is stuck in a really tough spot. All 4 members of Conquest over at the A bomb site, and they're going to get things planted.
Nafly taking a little bit of a risky battle there, and Simphus is going to punish him for it. But in the backside of the site with that Tech 9 raid boss by is going to be Stan's Law, and he's looking for any encroachment into that site, and it's going to be Simphus first. Not able to hit the shot, but he's got him dead to rights. He's going to be able to find the first one. Does tremendous second at the second one. Going to be able to take down Roku. Goes for the reload, and things are getting shattered here. Daps is going to be able to find one more. Simphus, who was gooshed earlier, and Stanislaw executes him. 3K on the round. The double raid boss buy pays off here for Conquest, and Complexity are on the verge of losing this one, and losing it in a massive fashion.
Yeah, huge fashion. And this is the thing now. It's what are they going to do? Are they going to buy up this round? And they are. They have so many rounds to go to catch back up. They can't afford to let them on 15 so early. So see the 5.7s, the Deagle on Semphus, the P250s come out in a very desperate buy. Only 3 smokes to work with. And Conquest, I would imagine they're going to take this round a little bit slow. But as I say that, they move their way up banana very, very quickly. Already have control of car. Complexity is set up to be very passive, but no committal quite yet.
Yeah, very slow play here, but it's the armor pistol buy from Complexity. This is kind of their last hurrah at this one, and they didn't really get anything at all out of that pistol round. I think Simphus got 2 kills, and that was basically it. And now they're going to try to work these Desert Eagles and make something happen, and he's going to pop a shot and not connect, so they know that at least Simphus has a Desert Eagle over here on truck side. He's going to resign from that position and work back towards the pit with his teammate Automatic over there. But slowly making their way up towards mid is going to be Conquest, and they're looking for any avenue of attack that they can find. It's just going to be a distraction by Daps at B with that MAC-10. He's got one in construction and one at first oranges to try to contend with, but it's going to be a hit towards the A bomb site. And this is going to be Conquest trying to shut this down and go to match point, and it starts right now.
And that first kill, second kill from Sank, so a little bit of life. That opens up an opportunity for Automatic in the back of the bomb site. If Semphus can bait for him properly, Automatic bides his time. Naf, is he going to check it? He does, but he gets dropped by a nice headshot. Now Automatic has an AK-47, going to get one more. Daps finds a kill, but it might just be a little bit too late. Automatic's dinked, and he's eventually going to fall. 20 seconds left for Daps. He's in a 1-on-2. He's found a little bit of a possibility. Swings out wide, gets that first kill with the MAC-10, but Valens is there for the response, so Complexity hold on just a little bit longer.
That's a big hold from them, but it's too little too late. The damage has already been done. Conquest, we're going to see them drop some pistols over. They're not going to go for the armor investment this round. They're just going to play it clean. They pick up a smoke on Stanislaw, so maybe a fast push towards the B bomb site, smoke off the CT spawn, and just push on in, try to get that bomb plant to bolster the economy for the next round. But, you know, just good job from Complexity staying alive, but it's really just not going to be enough. There's no way they're going to mount this comeback. 11 rounds is the difference.
Well, it is CT side Inferno. Conquest did it, so there's no reason why Complexity can't. It's just it's a much tougher position to be in with all the pressure of not being able to lose a round. All 5 members for Conquest grouped up over towards the B bomb site. Smoke just gets deployed by Valens. He's got an MP7. All unnumbered players. They're going to jump through the smoke. He's going to mow down 2. And he's going to run right into the smoke and disappear like a ninja and jump right back out and grab Daps. Eventually falls to Naf, but the damage is done. Complexity they should be able to take this round. Roka's still inside the bomb site. He's just there waiting to clean out Nap. So not taking too much damage in this round. But as I say that, Roka's brought very, very low. And he's just got to hide and save this weaponry. That flash is going to help him out. But he can't land the shots. Sprays away and eventually, finally finishes him off. 14-4 now. Complexity survives into the next round.
10 rounds the difference now. It's going to be another save here for Conquest. I mean, this is, for the sake of the argument, this is a repeat of the first half. I mean, pistol round went the way Complexity, and Conquest he could have immediately afterwards, and went flippy-floppy on this one, so
this is a cool buy.
Back, that'd be nuts.
This is a cool buy for Conquest, though. I mean, they can't full buy, so basically they buy to get themselves around $2,000. It's not to even up money. That's just because next round, with the losing bonus, they'll be able to buy anything. But this is just done to do damage to the economy, see if something crazy can happen. But Sempus sprays down the first two, and now automatic, he's going to get the last three. So nothing really comes from it, even though it's a cool idea. And this next round should be an AK-47 buy for Conquest. They're all sitting around 4,500, and now they're ready to go.
Yeah, reading that economy the right way on Conquest's side, and this is really where Complexity need to take control. They need to keep that money down on the Conquest side, but like you said, the money bonus is the biggest factor in this matchup. It's going to be if Complexity can keep the money down, but eventually Conquest will just get in that rinse and repeat money bonus buy scenario. Those are nice nades down, Banana, but they're just going to continually stack the chips and buy, and it's just going to be whether or not Complexity can just weather the storm.
Or hopefully get into a situation where they win some of these rounds cleanly on a streak, much like Conquest did, and they just build up the bank so much that, you know, they don't have to worry about that. They can keep rebuying no matter what. The issue now is, I mean, Conquest, you mentioned the economy is just one way they can win it if they can keep that money low. And the question as well is going to be Sempus with this ult. Is he going to have the kind of impact that Shazam did? Is he going to be able to find those opening picks for his team? Because Conquest is playing a very passive T side as well, just like they played their CT side. No one really exposing anything to any kind of danger whatsoever. The closest thing to it is Shazam, who's in this choke point at mid, flashes himself up brackets, clears out underneath balcony. 40 seconds left in the round. The bomb is over towards Banana, so that seems to be their end game. This could be a pinch onto that B bomb site, or they could just want to put pressure here to freeze the defense to make sure they can't cheat any rotates over and go back towards B later on. But with 30 seconds left, they're running out of time and they're running out of utility. Only 2 smokes left to work with, no Molotovs. And Shazam, he's going to get caught by Sempus just creeping up lane.
Now they post. Nafly's going to hit a nice shot onto him, but they've got to account for the other player that's going to be down here in pit. That's going to be automatic. They jump over the top of him, and it's going to be automatic. It takes to find a couple of frags, but time is dwindling down. They got to get in the bomb site and get this plant. It's a 2v1 slow rotation from the Complexity side, so Stanislaw is going to be in a 1v3 now, a 1v2 with that post plant. He's got both players that are coming around the front side by brackets, so he's got a good angle. He should be able to take down Valens here, or maybe Roka as they peek around, and he's going to find the opening shots, but Roka answers back. Complexity going to pick up their 6th round now, 8 rounds the difference, but still a huge mountain for them to climb. And with that bomb plant and that money bonus starting to ramp up here for the terrorist side, we might see another buy out of them. We should see another buy out of them.
I imagine, if anything, they're going to do that same kind of buy where they just buy Tech 9 and armor and some utility.
The quasi-buy, yeah.
So just to do a little bit more economic damage. They got 3 kills that round, not too bad. Still have plenty of rounds to play with here. But Complexity, I mean, because they won some of those rounds pretty cleanly, automatic spray down 3 with the SMG, so we got plenty of money. I mean, they have 5 Molotovs, 5 smokes still. And look at this fast aggression towards B. And Sempus goes for a super aggressive peek, and he gets punished for it. And now, Conquest, are they going to slow down or are they going to pick things up? They get blocked off by a Molotov, and they're caught into this choke point now, and it doesn't look like they want to move forward.
Yeah, but that's a nice find early on, and they get the up into Shazam's hands, which we know he can do some damage with. Granted, he doesn't have armor to work with, but again, if he's hitting his shots like he was in that first half, then it's going to be it might just be a massacre. This could be the nail in the coffin for Complexity if he can find these shots. And he's just working for this smoke over here, this B-bomb site. He could walk up and maybe find this pick on Valens. He's playing relatively exposed in the backside of this site by Fountain. Now they're going to go for the second Orange's emo spot. And with Rush and Shazam, Nafly joining up here at B, this looks like it's going to be a B hit. And Roka's just jump peeking here from the backside of the site, looking for anybody to just get cheeky on this smoke.
It's
Not
not a
gonna happen
bad.
yet.
It's not a bad idea from Conquest. They get that op with over a minute left of the round, so they give Shazam time to just hold and see if anyone's going to shoulder peek for information, and they spread out across the map just to make sure there's no pushes for their flank. Now they're reconvening over towards the B bomb site. That Molotov is going to slow them down just a little bit longer, till about 20 seconds. Rush burning alive. That might give the indication that they're here, and it's just going to be Daps coming up out mid, try and block off the rotations, but Sanks cleans him out. Now it's just a 4-on-2 hit over at this B site. Roka finds the first kill. Valen's and Orange is just waiting for him. It's a nice crossfire. He misses the initial spray, but he recovers nicely, gets 2 kills. No joy for Conquest in that round, and they survive with only losing Semphis.
And they get the off back. So Complexity is closing this one out. This is nice. They're bringing this one right back, but it's going to be another gun round. Stan, is he going to pick up an op and throw it over to Shazam? No, they're going to stay with the 5 AKs. Let's see if they... see if they can lock it down and find Semphis again over here at this B bomb site, because that was a nice entry that they had and a good thought in the long run. Slowing things down and waiting for that push to come back around and try to maybe find a vacant B bomb site.
I don't think Semphis is going to make that kind of an aggressive play again, swinging it right in front of Carr so wide. But he is holding an angle over towards B. And, he's going to find that kill. Stan just slowly crouches out. Semphis has been mobile with the SOP. He's had, 2 rounds over towards the A site with it. Now he's back over towards B the second round with it, and he actually just unscopes right as Naf would have come into his crosshair. And actually, Naf is going to try and beat that smoke, but Semphis too smart. He peeks with it. And now it's a 5-on-3 for Complexity. They're the ones who can play a little bit more passively. They're even going to switch things up. Semphis gets 2 kills with the op over towards B, switches spots with Valence, so still being a little bit creative. And the bomb is dropped towards T-spawn, so Conquest can't really move forward. This is going to buy a little bit more time.
A push onto the truck side might be able to net them at least a bomb plan, as Semphis is playing all the way back in the CT spawn, just waiting for this push to come up. But he's actually going to push in towards Library, and this is the right call. He's going to be joining his comrades over here in this A bomb site. Molotov goes out to the boiler side on mid, so that's going to prevent that push coming around from truck side. So again, just very stagnant here from the Conquest side. 30 seconds, another smoke goes down. They're going to be forced to push through this. And Valen's playing cheeky behind it again. He did this with the MP7 a couple of rounds ago when the anti-ecos were on. And this time he's going to be doing it with an M4, but he falls back this time. He sees that Molotov come in, sees that smoke, and he's going to be calling for backup for this B-bomb site. And there's the push in. Roka loses his life, so this is a little bit of an opening. Valence is going to be able to find one and done, so it's a 2-on-3 now. The bomb is going to get planted, one rotating around the backside, and that's going to be Shazam down. Rush going to have to go for that. Can he get the bomb plant? No, he cannot. So that is going to be a round for Complexity. A little unfortunate there, but that was a hero play from Semphis.
Yeah, taking out the bomb planter, so just runs the clock out. Still a big advantage for Conquest, but they too are, struggling on this T side to get anything going early on. So Semphis coming up big with the AWP one more time, bailing Roka out of a really wide committed peak that he gets punished for. But it's going to be another buy from Conquest. So they're going to have 4 AK-47s, full armor, a lot of utility to work with. Only Daps is on a Tech 9. But they're still playing this T-side very passively. It's contrast to Complexity. They're not losing anyone to picks, but they're not gaining anything either. Now Automatic with a pop flash from his teammate is going to find one kill on a Daps. He gets caught in the doorway, but he does manage to get away. So there's an early pick for Complexity in an important round. And he's going to fall right back to the bomb site with an advantage.
Granted, that was the Tech 9 that they lost there in mid. And Affleck gets naded down here in Semphis in the apartments. He's going to find a shoulder peeking rush. Takes him down, so it's not 2-man advantage for the Complexity side. Bracket control being exercised. You got Sanks over here to try to watch this. Smoke is down on the arch side, but Naf is going to push out. Semphis finds another one, but Naf does get a little bit of a saving grace here. Able to find one. And looked like he wanted to push in towards the CT spawn, but this is going to be really tricky. Semphis still aggressive on porch side. Naf pushes on through. Still looking for Semphis. Semphis holding the angle. He gets spotted. They're going to throw a little bit of spam his way, but he gets the shot on Stanislaw anyway, and that's just insult to injury. One player is still in the pit, that's Automatic, who did get tagged up earlier, but he's still at 63 health. And this should be an easy round, easy cleanup here for the Complexity side. Roka over here on the Moto side. Smoke goes down, and CT spawn is open. Nafly could infiltrate towards that B-bomb site, but he's just going to push on through, and that's going to be Roka. Spark in the wall, taking him down. 9th round now on the board for Complexity as they're mounting this comeback.
And still salvaging this up, making sure it gets recycled, not losing it. Big round from Semphis again. In Conquest, they've got to come up with something. Now they're in this cycle of where they have the full losing bonus, so they're just buying every round, and they're pretty strong buys. They're just not finding anything. I mean, Semphis, it's much different. We saw Shazam with the op in the first half on the CT side mostly play it on the rap side, get a pick towards mid whenever they came up, and just kind of fall away and play passive. Semphis is being mobile. Sometimes it's at B, sometimes it's over in those A halls. That times he finds a pick. And Conquest looks like they want to pop flash themselves through this smoke, but a little bit scared. And they're just going to spam through. They do a little bit of damage, but Valens is there. And all 5 members for Conquest over in Banana already. I mean, they have no map control. If Complexity was just the least bit aggressive over towards A, they would know this. But this is going to have to be a big hold from Valens and Roka.
Yeah, I can't believe how passive they're playing over there at that A-bomb site. They're not even up on truck side or on arch side at all. And they're just going to barrel on in. Roka's going to find one. Valens answers back, but Roka goes down. Valens is on 13 HP, so he's going to have to relent on this bomb site and let him get the plant. Rotations are coming in very slow for Sanks. He's still over at the A-bomb site, so it's just going to be a turtled-up defense with a man advantage for Complexity, and this is going to be really tough for them to get back in here because the HP is relatively high here for the Conquest squad. And let's see Naflight from Spools. He's going to have a field day here in a second. Valens coming around the corner.
There's plenty of utility to make this work. Naf gets that first kill, though. Here comes Sanks spraying away. Can't find it. Automatic trades it, and Daps has made this a huge advantage for Conquest to get up towards 15. So not working out coming up through construction. Automatic's going to tap the bomb, and Daps is going to clean things out. A good hold from Conquest in a 3-on-4.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Bomb actually does blow at the end, so they lose a rifle at the end of that one. Naf was the only one to survive the round, but they do have the money for the rebuy. A reset on economy right here would be great for Complexity if they're trying to tie this one and send it to OT. But the biggest part about this right now is Conquest are in control. The money is very low on Complexity's side. They do have a pretty solid buy. That's actually a really good buy. And early nade down mid's going to find some heavy damage. Actually, not nearly as much as I thought. So, but a Galil and a Tech 9 for the terrorist side. That's a little bit tough. But they made it work last round.
That's the scary part. Because that bomb blew up, now they have a much weaker buy than if both members had survived. Oh, look at this. Automatic gets blinded, though. This Molotov, it's going to be a little bit too late. They're already swinging on him. He falls, but there's Automatic. He does burn one because Sanks does the damage. Sanks get a second kill. Huge play from him on the wrap side. And because of this, because the economy is so low, if Complexity wins this round, Cephas is going to find the pick. The money's going to be completely reset. So that's another opportunity for Complexity to make a run and get back into it. They have no more mistakes to give up, but this is a pretty decent position to be in, all things considered. 15-10 now.
Yeah, they should be able to get up to 15-11, maybe, well, yeah, it'll be a one eco situation here for Conquest. They're going to be able to at least buy up a pistol. But the thing about it is, like, we talked about Rush, his impact in the first half. He was 18 and 9 or something like that at the end of the first half. He's only gotten 3 kills since then. It's been Naf that's really been opening things up here on the terrorist side for his squad. Stanislaw's been quiet. Daps, the last round when they actually won one, picked up a couple of kills that were really nice. Shazam has kind of fallen silent as well. He was at 17 or 18 kills at the end of that first half, 17 I think. But they get out in front of this really quick at B, and they just decimate the defense. That's massive. They weren't ready for that at all.
That can't happen. Just Valens gets caught out in the open with a nade in his hand, and actually, there's not even a smoke on the Conquest side. They pick up a Molotov, but what a crappy position to be in off of a huge mistake. Sanks is going to clear out construction. Automatic sees one on the flank, so they have some time. They have a 1 kit onto Automatic. He can't lose that, and actually forces that was Rush on the flank to come all the way back. But here comes the Molotov and the smoke to block off Banana. They only have Shazam to worry about, who's close up to construction. Sanks has to be careful. He finds that kill. Now the remaining 2 are over at Banana. Can they find him? Automatic's got to get on the bomb. He's the only one with the kit, and he's going for the kills. So they smoke off the bomb. He finds one. He sprays down the second one as well, so he should be able to find this in the smoke and get this. But, oh, there he goes. Finally, just in time, he's going to be able to get this defused. But that is so incredibly close. And Complexity, that B defense, they cannot allow that to happen again.
That was extremely close. And that was a no armor pistol upgraded push into the B bomb site, and they got caught with their pants down. I'm not sure what Valens was doing. That was just ridiculous. Roka trying to get up on top of the boxes by Emo. He gets picked off too. Only 1 frag gets traded out. And that round, honestly, that round should have gone Conquest's way with their post-plant, the way that they played it. That was brilliantly done. Shazam, I didn't really care for his positioning by the spools, but again, you know, he got a dink, I believe, and dropped a player down to 9 HP, so that was a pretty good find at the beginning. Good trade at B already. Simphus left by himself.
These are the things that we didn't see out of Complexity in the first half on their terror side. I mean, you can see how aggressive Conquest is being with these trades. And even that last round, just kind of running into B with pistols, it's a little bit of no respect. Complexity's terror side was much more slower and organized. But Conquest really, I mean, they got shut down when they were running at things a little bit slower, so they've sped things up now, and they're finding a little bit of success, down to a 4-on-4, so they're spreading out the defense. You can see the weak side is a little bit, or the wrap side is a little bit weaker, so there's a little bit of an avenue. Semphis manning up this B bomb site with the AWP, not even peeking anymore, though. He's got Valens to support him.
Conquest really slowing things down after that initial trade at the top side of B. They got to know that they most likely are going to be contending with this AWP at this B bomb site, but again, 35 seconds, they're going to have to make this push. Nafly might have just gotten spotted. I'm not really sure. Smoke goes over the top, so they know that the hit is coming towards B. And it's going to be Valens. He pop flashes and plays his way on through that smoke, but doesn't actually end up pushing on through, and that's going to leave Semphis high and dry. Now the push comes through. Valens might catch him by the backside. He comes on through, he gets one, looking for the bomb planter, and he gets him as well, so that's a beautiful job from Valens. He's so tricky in these smokes sometimes. Semphis falling all the way back to construction. Now Valens coming under fire. He's going to take the peek and wins the battle again. He might actually get the 4K. Nope, Semphis gets it. But that is a good hold.
Yeah, what a beautiful play from Valens. So now it's, I mean, this comeback has started to be a real thing. 12-15, Conquest without that plant, they're going to be at another save round. This losing bonus is building up behind it. But Complexity looking good. Semphis staying alive with that AWP, not committing to a fight, just getting a leg shot and falling away. At Conquest, they seem like that round they just get one kill. They have all the round to work with, and they just, you know, all four members group up over towards Banana. It seems like they're kind of out of ideas almost. Where, I mean, that's kind of often what you see late round. It's just a very typical thing to set up is just to fall back towards Banana and go for a B hit because it's so easy to execute. But Complexity staying strong despite some scares throughout this half.
Yeah, now pause comes out.
Yeah, this has got to be pause on the Conquest side.
It's got to be. I mean, they had a 13-2 lead into the second half. 13-2.
Yeah, this is just CT side Inferno. It's very CT sided, and I mean sometimes it's very, very difficult for terror sides to find avenues of attack, especially when you let. I mean, you got to think, despite how close some of these rounds have been, for most of this half, Complexity, you could see it in their buy right now. They have 4 Molotovs, they have 5 smokes to work with. Once it starts getting up to the point where they have that every single round, these choke points are just so brutal to navigate. That's why you see T-sides get shut down like this from time to time. And Conquest, they're going to be on, they're not even investing in armor. They're going to pick up some Tech 9s, some PT-50s. They have 2 smokes to work with. But, you know, their goal right here in this round is just to get a plant, maybe do some economic damage. The money isn't great on the Complexity side coming down this home stretch.
Not at all. They really haven't been able to stabilize that economy because in the last couple of rounds they've lost so many of their players. That eco round they got a defuse on it was down to just 1 player. They had 4 alive the round before that and 4 alive the round after, but you know the damage being done that one round, how much it hurt as far as their money is concerned. Now they're just going to walk up mid, push on behind this smoke towards the arc side, and there's nobody there, but that smoke starts to fade, and they're able to find 2 kills on the back of it.
Yeah, one of those kills is the bomb as well, so Shazam's got to go back for it. He's going to be in CT spawn, but Valens is being very cautious on his rotate. Shazam's going to sneak around a library, but he's the only one left in a 1-on-5. And there's nothing really for him to do. He wasn't able to pick up any rifle. No guns have fallen, so he's just got this Tech 9 and the bomb, and he's going to try and just chill in here and catch a rotate. A really awkward situation where maybe they don't clear library as well as they should, but there's some spam. They spot him out, and Valens is going to clean him out. So 13-15 now. Conquest, they're going to have the buy they want this round. The only thing we haven't seen out of them yet, we did see eventually on Complexity's T side, is when Semphis was able to pick up an AWP. I don't think Shazam has even had the money to get it with armor, so I think he's kind of shied away from it. He might have had it this round, but yeah, he hasn't gone to that at all on the Terra side.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't see it until the final 3 rounds of that first half from Complexity, but the big thing about it was not effective at all. So the other side of this spectrum, too, is whether or not Shazam wants to stick to the rifle because he thinks that it's going to be more effective in the long run. But again, you know, you kind of look at this situation where Complexity has mounted this comeback, and if they win this round, that's going to put them in a great position to tie this one up. And Semphis shotgunning here from the apartments gets 2. Finally traded by Naf. Molotov to the backside of that site. That's automatic. That's going to come under fire, and he gets roasted. So this is a good opportunity for Complexity or Conquest, pardon me, to get into the site and get this bomb plant, put the money in the bank. So even if they lose this round, they've got the money bonus working forward. They've got the bomb plant, so they'll at least be able to buy in the next round. But it's going to be on Sanks flanking out here. The Sanks flanks coming in. Pete comes out. Nice shot from Naf. 2v3. This could be it right here. Complexity reeling right now. Down a man. Push comes on in, Daps in the backside of that site. Rush gets caught completely unawares. Daps goes down as well, so this is a great infiltration to this bomb site. The bomb is not planted for Nap. He's got to peek this out. Valence is holding him. He doesn't get the kill, but he runs out of bullets, and Roka gets the defuse.
Yeah, just distracts him just long enough, Valence does, for Roka to finish that. So incredibly close. How many times have we seen that plant? I mean, that one wasn't dedicated behind that angled box, but how many times have we seen that come into some trouble for the remaining terrace and hulls? It's a brutal spot to have to try and clear out, but you're right. With that plant and with the losing bonus that's built up throughout this entire time, now we're seeing an AWP on the Conquest side, but interestingly enough, it's in Nav's hands, so Shazam not taking it away. Nav's going to be the one to try and do this work, and he's going to go for a mid pick, but again, it's Semphis with the op, who changes his position one more time over towards Halls. He hadn't done that since like the 4th or 5th round of this half, so it catches him completely off guard.
And this is pretty big. They've actually got the Cubby with the op to boost on that arch side. Kind of stack going on here, and they're going to fall back after that smoke comes out, but bomb down on T ramp, just trying to probe here on the terrace side and find the early picks. And Affly trying to find something with that AWP. Like you said, he picks it up as opposed to Shazam. Even has a Skadoodle sticker on there for good luck. Let's see whether or not he can get these opening picks, but it's going to be Shazam to work his way up towards mid, spotting for that arch side peak. No opper there. It's going to be Semphis all the way in the back by a library, just waiting for this push to come down, but it's the double pit. This is where things get very dangerous on that A-bomb site. If they do decide to wrap on the A-bomb site through truck side, they're going to be looking at 2 guns right in their face, and it's going to be Sanks and Automatic. And Sanks has been playing extremely well here on the CT side. Even though he's only 13 and 23, he's had a lot of impact frags on that A push.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary, because Conquest, they only have 1 smoke to use, and they block off 1. Semphis falls early, though, clean to Shazam. And here comes Daps. He also gets a kill, but Sanks and Automatic trade him out, so it's still a 3-on-3. And Automatic, if he just bides this time, if he stays alive in this pit, he's going to cause so many issues for Conquest when this retake comes in. He's got Valence, who's going to molly off the site. This is going to force some players out of position. That's a very nice Molotov. Rush has to come out. He's in the wide open, and he just gets mowed down. No chance for him. Naf is in the halls. They know exactly where he's at. Shazam gets taken out from behind. Automatic shows his time wisely to pounce. He's going to get the last kill. And Complexity comes all the way back from 2 to 13 to force overtime.
This is nuts.
Yeah, you said it couldn't be done.
Yeah, shut up. I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. That's why I tried to caster curse so Conquest would win, so I wouldn't have to hear that. Overtime, baby. This is what we expect. Well, not what we expected, but this is what we were hoping for. We wanted this to be a brawl, and it ends up coming back 13-2 first half, 13-2 second half, 15-15 overall. MR3 is going to be the setting. 10K is what it's going to be. As far as the money is concerned, each team plays 3 rounds on each side, and if this continues, if the onslaught continues, Complexity looks like they could just go up to an 18-15 scoreline and maybe close this one out with a quick round on the T side. That would be devastating to Conquest, especially after that first half that they had.
This is absolutely insane. With all the implications for the playoffs and everything like that, the pressure coming down to it, and Conquest can't finish that one out. So this is going to be heartbreaking. And the tough thing is, going into overtime, it's going to be 3 rounds. It's going to be 16K money, or 10K money, excuse me. But starting on that T side, which hasn't been successful for either team. So the one bonus is because they start out with 10K, they, some of the economic situations they had to deal with throughout that match aren't going to be there, at least for the first 2 rounds. I mean, that last round to force overtime, just so incredibly slow from Conquest, and they don't have the utility to go that slow. They didn't have Molotovs for that double pit setup, so Automatic was just free reign to just bully them. Very nice comeback from Complexity.
Yeah, that was huge. That was absolutely huge. And Jeff definitely showing the power here on the CT side. I kind of hope to see Shazam pick up the op in the first round of OT just to test the waters, because he'll still have money to buy that second round to AK if they do drop that first round. But I want to see him pick up the op because he was locking it down in the first half. He was huge with that AWP in the first half, but he doesn't pick it up in the second half, only gets a handful of frags. I'm going to actually look up the statistics for that one real fast because I really feel like that was an abysmal half there from Shazam. And I'm looking at it right now. Daps 8 and 13 in the second half, 8 and 14 for Stanislaw, 12 and 15 for Nafly, 5 and 14 for Shazam, and 4 and 13 for Rush. And you're talking about two of the 3 players that were key in the first half were Shazam and Rush, and they get 5 and 4 kills, 9 kills total in the second half. That's just unacceptable.
Yeah, well, Shazam's picking up the op in this first round overtime to make you eat those words, much like Complexity did by coming back. But Roka's caught out at sandbags. He wins the battle anyways. But he's got to come back now. There's 4 players here, so he's basically got to fight his way out. He's living or die by that push, and he dies for it. Valens drops his smoke in the choke point, but I think Conquest is just going to push right through this. Valens has got a big job to do. Sepus is smoked off. Valens gets that first kill, hides for a second, but he can't get the third. They've done some damage. And actually now look, Sepus just runs right through that smoke, finds a free kill. Both members of Conquest over towards Oranges, and it's going to be Automatic who comes in, gets 1 kill. Now he's not biding his time, he's stuck into aggression, so it comes down to his one-on-one. Sank's on the flank, and Sand is incredibly low. Only 18 HP, doesn't have the bomb, but he's got a minute to wait this one out. Try and play some mind games.
Yeah, but Sanks looks like he's going for the peaks here, and if he actually does peek out, Stanislaw is right around the corner. He was spotting for this. I think that he's actually changed his avenue of attack, and he's actually turned away. That's unfortunate. Sanks is going to be able to clean that one up, and that's going to be Complexity taking the first round of OT. It comes down to a 1v1, so that shows you just how close this is going to be.
Very aggressive decision for Conquest off that trade to hit into the site. It looked good, but Valens holds just strong enough, and the rotations, they got an early jump. They weren't messing around. Automatic was there incredibly quickly. Even Semphis running through that smoke is a massive play, but he gets the op back, and this time Shazam had the op last round. Now Naf goes to it. Doesn't drop it over, so Conquest mixing up the opping on this T-side. Maybe that's just an indication Shazam doesn't like to be a T-side op around Inferno. He just doesn't, I mean, it's a very tough map to do this on. But here comes the boost. Nice nade. Doesn't do any damage, actually. I thought it exploded right on him, but Naf's going to get that pick. Roka swings a little bit too wide, and they get punished. So 5-on-4 for Conquest. This is a huge round to have an advantage in.
Yeah, absolutely massive. They finally start off with the advantage here on the Conquest side. That's something that we haven't been able to say throughout that entirety of that second half, was that they had the early man advantage. Because Simpus is doing a great job with the AWP. We talked about Shazam on the CT side, then it was Simpus. They're going to get mollied out and push towards Porch side. They're going to smoke that off, but it's going to be all about Sanks holding this down. He's going to have one jump up above him, but he hits the flick on a dab. Shazam finally trades it. They've got another one in pit. That's Automatic who goes down. Shazam's having himself around, and this is the best looking round we've seen from Conquest in a while. It's a 2v3.
Yeah, they should win this. Long way to go on this retake. 1 smoke, 1 nade to utilize. Rush is in the A-halls. He's going to be watching for any kind of flanker up mid or around brackets. And meanwhile, Shazam inside the bomb site. I mean, there's real no avenue for Complexity to get back into this. It's feeling good, and Shazam just swings out and grabs Valence. He's on a triple kill now. He comes alive in overtime, and Semphis should just save this AWP. Shouldn't even be sticking around, and he gets eventually flanked out by Rush. So that's going to be 1-1 in this first overtime.
That's big. That's really, really big, because Conquest, I mean, they were on an 0 for however many drought there at the end of that half. They lost out the remainder of that half in 6 rounds in a row, I believe it was, or 5 rounds in a row. The last T-side round that they got was in the 9th round of the second half. So that's big. And if they could get another round on the back of that, because the buy is very, very limited here for the CT side of Complexity. They've only got a 5-7-2 from Moss's. That AWP on Simpus hopefully pays its dues. He's going to find 1 and find 2. Looking for a third one. Not able to get it because the flashbang comes out and holds him back. They've got help from Roka. That nade around the corner is finally going to finish off Semphis, so they get the trade a little bit. But look at how much damage has been done. Just wreaking havoc at that B bomb site. And that is exactly what they needed out of that off this round.
Yeah, nicely done. And Roka just playing it safe. Not going for any kind of peek whatsoever. Doesn't want to give up an avenue into this site. So he's playing around the fountain. Now he's just going to get back towards Dark Spot, and Shazam, it's going to be all on him with his hop. Roka jumps and peeks him and sees him through the crack in the boxes, so it's going to be a tough spot. Pop Flash comes out, Shazam looks away, and Roka pounces. That's another kill for him. 4-on-2 situation now. There is a minute left on the clock, but it's really not too much for Conquest to do. Naf has an AWP. The defense is going to be split, 2 and 2 at each site, and Automatic. He's going to be a tough player to flush out of the pit. I mean, there's only a smoke and a Molotov, but he can wreak havoc from here as Conquest make their way up towards mid and alternate mid.
Well, he's been so strong from that position, too, throughout this entirety of this second half going into overtime. It wasn't until last round where Shazam just went man mode and shut down that A-bomb site basically single-handedly that they got any breath of life going in that direction. But Automatic, he's been stalwart from this position. He's going to get an opportunity for 2 kills as they jump on down. And he's not going to get it, but there's Sanks as well to bail out that situation. The bomb is dropped. Sanks finishes it off. 17-16, 1-round advantage for Complexity. This is Complexity's first lead since pistol round of the first half.
It's pretty incredible to think about,
actually. Throwing that out there. The first lead since pistol.
And now it's scary because, I mean, they need to get if they can win this first round of overtime on their terrorist side, and if, I mean, Shazam's going to go back to the AWP in the first round, they can punish that buy. If they're able to win this first round, they can really, really hurt them economically for that. But that's the thing. What are they going to change up going into overtime? Now everything's reset. They can forget about the nightmares of regulation, and they can just say, all right, we know Shazam is going to piece this off up mid. We know he's been picking us off when we go slow. Are they going to come out with some kind of fast tactic? At the end of the first half, they did a 4-man into halls that just waterfall down a balcony, and they were able to get the bomb down in an advantageous position. They couldn't win it out, but that was one of the best looking rounds on their T half, is when they sped things up and were a little bit more aggressive.
It's going to all come down to whether or not Shazam is lighting it up with that AWP again. Simphis looks like he's already going to be going for that up. He bought it in pregame. He's ready. He's ready to go. Already on the AWP. Shazam with the op as well. Let's see where they decide to go. Nafly has really picked it up. This is a guy who's kind of been the pillar of the Conquest side. Rush has really stepped up his game when it came to the LAN performance, but Nafly has been, pretty consistent for the Conquest squad as they've gone on this run. And it's just going to be, it was going to be Shazam quick peeking in mid, but that smoke is going to cordon that area off, so he's going to have to fall back and bide his time just a little while longer, but he'll get his chance, surely, as the A-bomb sites seem to be under fire a lot from Complexity in that first half.
And all 4 members of Complexity streaming over towards Banana, so not even messing with mid this time. We saw their default in the regulation was send a couple towards alt mid, apply some pressure to brackets, and they're just saying, nah, we're not going to do that. The interesting question will be, when does Conquest decide to fall off of this aggressive stack they have? Actually, Stan is going to get Molotov back, so that dictates it. He runs out, he can't get a single kill, but they're so low they can't run through these Molotovs. Semphis burns Snakes alive. He tries to move through it, and he can't do it. These Molotovs holding him back. Now the rotations are in time. Shazam can spam through. He's not finding anything. Daps has got to do something. He's at first oranges. Roka jumps up out of the spools. He falls, but there's no one there to trade it. Complexity hasn't moved into the bomb site, so now Shazam can run through the smoke. He gets an angle, but he falls to Semphis, and this is just a bloodbath trying to enter into this B bomb site. No advantage for either team until Naf finally comes in, but that's traded off as well. Down to a 2-on-2. Daps is still alive, though, and wreaking havoc. Complexity can't get into the site. It's all down to a 1-on-2. Automatic. He wants to move into the site, but he gets smoked off, and Naf peeks from the other angle. Double kill for Naf, double kill for Daps. Conquest just barely holding onto that B bomb site, all tied up now.
That round is won by Daps. Single-handedly in that backside of that site, staying alive for as long as he did, delaying the push. Those Molotovs did their job, and that's exactly what that utility is there for. It held the pushback. All right, we don't have smokes to cordon this off. We'll drop the firebombs. Semphis actually ends up killing his teammates, which swings that man advantage early on that was actually picked up by the death of Stanislaw, but that was just a massive hold in the backside of that site by Daps. He stayed at second oranges, didn't move the entire time, picked up 2 kills, and he just slowed down that push long enough for his teammates to be successful. And like you said, it just turned into like a 4-on-4 brawl at that B bomb site at that point.
And here's that strategy I was talking about that Complexity did later in the half of regulation. 4 members in these halls. Naf's in Graveyard, so he's in a position where he could actually punish at least the first member who peeks. That's going to be Semphis. And 3 members walking up, 1 in Boiler, and there's a smoke from Rush.
Oh,
that's going to block things off. That nade does good damage. Roka down to 26. He caught that. Really, really unfortunate. That's going to cause him to switch things up. That one smoke just ruins their strategy, so a cheated rotation for Conquest. They have 4 members here at the same bomb site now.
Yeah, but they only have 1 over here by truck side to try to hold this push down. That Molotov into halls is going to be... That's a key use of the utility right there. That's going to hold them back even longer. They've got 40 seconds on the clock. Naf is going to get himself down into pit. Now they've got Rush on truck side as well. They've got eyes and ears everywhere. They've got Shazam with the AWP. They've got no smoke down for the arch side. And they do have a full arsenal of nades. And let's see where they decide to go with this one. They are going to throw a little bit of a distraction over at B. They're going to go for the rapid. And there it is. Nice shot from Sanks. And they're going to crush on the B bomb site. This is very dangerous for Conquest. It's going to be on Daps to get over by Tree's side. And if Stanislaw can hold it down, but they're going to pinch. And they're going to spot him. This is going to be Complexity going up to match point here. There's nothing that Conquest can do. And at this point, with the money situation the way that it is, they might want to just think about saving.
Yeah, very much so. Well, Rush is going to challenge. He's going to lose that gun. If Naf loses this, that's going to be hell. But he's there. He drops Valence, and now you can see he's just booking it. He knows he can't lose this gun, so he's going to fall away. And you're right. That could be a big punish, because the first round of this overtime, Complexity was able to get 3 kills, so the money on Rush is at about 1,800. Same with Stanislaw. So they might need a couple drops, so they're going to be missing some of those critical smokes and critical Molotovs to use. So Complexity... They have a chance to take it here in overtime and complete the comeback.
That would be one of the most nuts comebacks I've ever had the pleasure of casting because, like they're saying in chat, it was 2-14 at one point with Conquest in the lead. They won 13-2 in the first half, got the second half pistol round, got ecoed, and then Complexity ran the gambit all the way back, only losing one more round in the entirety of that second half. And now we're in OT. Complexity's got the lead. They're on the verge. All they need is one more round to shut this one down. Conquest picked this round up, and they're going to be going to double overtime. And now we see a little bit of aggression towards mid. The nades get rained down. Simphis is going to take a little bit of damage from that, but it's not going to be too much to write him off just yet. He does have the AWP, and he has been crucial with that ever since he picked it up on the CT side.
Big thing to notice, Shazam doesn't have his. We talked about the tough money situation for Conquest. He's going to be out of an op, which is something he didn't have to worry about during the entirety of regulation. And look at this. All 5 members of Complexity over towards Banana. They're just huddled up. Look like they were working their way up. They've kind of called it off and fallen back just a little bit. Automatic's going to encroach up on towards mid, maybe to be a little bit of a lurker. He knows one's on the right side from that smoke. He heard one spam on the left side, so he calls out 2 player positions. In Conquest, it seems like they're a little bit scared of another wrap tactic since it worked so well. They have 2 members over here. Shazam and Naf are both over there. They just throw a smoke for B and fall away.
Yeah, and again, just wasting a lot of time off that clock. 45 seconds ticking down here. Complexity yet to move. They've got one player over here by the A-bomb site. He's over here in the apartment hallways, but look at how aggressive this Conquest squad is, just spotting out mid for any of that aggression. The smokes come out, but they're going to fall off towards A. This is big. They only send one player out. That's Roka. He actually ends up roasting in that fire, and he goes down, and now it's going to be automatic to come out and try to get this flank kill, but it's going to be rushed to open things up. Nafly is there for the trade as well. Nafly holding strong. He's going to be able to find 2. He's looking for the last one over here, but it's not going to happen. Automatic is going to be able to finish him off. It's a 1 versus 4. He goes down, and that's going to be double overtime. This match just won't end. I love it!
Yeah, Complexity trying to throw a bit of a fake there at the end, but Roka, I think he ran through 2 Molotovs. I think Conquest held those out long enough to when they saw that kind of a fake execute. I actually thought that was a really cool position for Automatic to be in. I actually thought if he got a little bit aggressive a little bit earlier on, he might have been able to pick one off at that A site, but fortunately, Conquest, they're able to hold out. So double overtime now, and now it's Conquest who gets their first half of overtime on the CT side.
It's really all going to boil down to what team is going to get 2 rounds on T side. You know, this is almost reminiscent of that one matchup that we saw between the former Luminosity squad and Keatstars on Mirage, where we went into 5 overtimes, and it was flawless CT, flawless CT, flawless CT. Now, granted, each team got 1 round on their T side, but it's going to come down to who is going to be able to get that coveted second round on the terrorist side of Inferno OT, and that's really where these teams are struggling. Simphis with the op, Shazam's got the op again this round, and he's going to go aggressive here towards Car. Spotting down underneath the pillars. He's not going to find it, but the Molotov comes out, the flashbang as well, and that's going to hold back the terrorist force. He might have gotten punished for that.
These Molotovs in this overtime are proving so critical, as they often do in this map, but look at how they're just holding these hits back. Shazam in a very ugly spot, and the Molotov, now he can't fall away though. He's got to run through fire to do it. It does get extinguished, but he's brought down towards 56, and he's lost his aggressive spot, but actually he's going to find a crack in the smoke. And if he tries to peek again, Cephas is zoomed in on this angle, so they're just playing a little game of chicken. Who's going to peek first? And it looks like it's going to be Shazam. Cephas still here patiently, but he loses the battle anyways. Shazam somehow wins that battle. Cephas just can't pull the trigger in time. And now it's a 5-on-4. Good start for Conquest.
That's a huge find early on in this round. Absolutely massive find. Simphis down and out. And Shazam, I'm not even sure why Simphis didn't hit that shot.
It's not that he didn't hit it, it's that he didn't shoot.
Yeah, I saw it from Shazam's point of view. The stream saw it from Simphis' point of view, and it was the slowest reaction ever. He had like at least a half a second to pull the trigger. That's nuts.
Now Complexity is falling into this A-hit. Sanks is going to be the first one up. There's the stack they ran earlier on. It's working pretty good so far. They lose 1 member. Naf's able to do a lot of damage, but it is going to be a 3-on-3. Daps is here just in time to grab a kill, but he's going to fall away safely. Valens is down at 4 HP. He's got to find a good position, but it seems like they're a little bit scared to get into pit. Valens still stuck at default plant spot. That puts all the pressure on Sanks to win these battles. He's got 2 members. Now he's in a 1-on-3. Conquest is going to clean it out. They're going to win this first round of double overtime. And just to give Cephas a little bit of a saving grace, it should be said he is the in-game leader now, so perhaps he's a little bit distracted, trying to tell his team what to do while he's holding that angle. That's what I'm going to chalk it up to.
Okay, I'll give you that. Because usually, I mean, I've seen his stream before, and he's claimed that he has the fastest reaction speed of anybody in the Pro League division. So, bold claim, but that did not look like the case during that interaction with Shazam at Banana. Nevertheless, Conquest back on top, 19-18. 22 is the magic number that we're looking for victory out of these two, so we'll see how that one pans out. It's going to be an alt-mid push from the terrorist side. No help in the hands of Simphis, so he's got no money to work with, and we're going to see whether or not they can execute this round. Complexity, they look like sheep on their terrorist side. They look like lions on their CT. It's just ridiculous, the night and day difference. They go with these slow strategies. This time they're going to speed up and push up through mid, and this might be able to punish Daps, which it does. The Molotov comes out, and that separates a couple players, but they double up there on the arch side, and actually Roka's going to find a nice pick, but it's going to be Rush and Naf to just lock down truck side. That's going to leave the bomb down as well.
Yeah, that one Molotov a little bit out of position so Naf doesn't burn, and this double pit has done its work. Just completely obliterates that attack. Rush and Naf, the two members inside a pit, and they combine for 4 kills so far. Roka's the last one left. He already has 2 kills. He's got to complete the ace, and there's a good start. Finds one. Finds a second on a Naf. All of a sudden, this has become doable, and he might have hurt Shazam. He Molotovs off lane, and actually finds it. Roka is a beast. He wins that. It's an ace in double overtime. 19-19 now.
That's absolutely ludicrous. What a recovery from Roka. Gets the ace, shuts it down, and that is just absolutely unbelievable. Roka bringing it back from the verge of death. And like I said, if Complexity can pick up this last round in the second overtime, first half of second overtime, this could be absolutely massive for them. This could be the coffin nail for Conquest. They might not be able to recover. That could have been the morale breaker that they have. And now it's going to be Shazam aggressive. Drops the bomb carrier underneath, but he outstays his welcome. Simphis is going to trade it, and it's going to be an even 4-on-4 now.
That's a mistake by Shazam. All during regulation, we saw him get those picks and just fall back and play it safe. This time, he wants to get that smoke off, but it's a little bit too much. He peeks out wide and he gets eliminated. There's still 2 defenders here, but the equalizer that he gives up gives Complexity a little bit more life into this round.
And again, we're going to see things slowed down here from the Complexity side. They got the trade that they were looking for there at the B site. It's going to split the defenses now. You can see actually already lurking up his automatic. He's pushing this smoke in apartments. He might be able to come out and surprise Naf, who's not got his attention on that direction. So once this smoke fades, it's going to be very difficult for Naf to hold onto this position. And it looks like he might favor just falling down. But he's got 2 angles to watch, and this is really tough, especially with them walking back up mid. He's going to have his hands very, very full here very soon. Rush and Naf has been so strong, but Rush goes down. Naf is going to have to spin. He finds the first one, does the damage to Roka, but Roka long range with the AK finds the frag. It's a 2-on-3. This is a great opportunity for Complexity, and Simphis with the up on arch side takes down Daps. This should be 20-19, and Complexity with their CT side should be able to win this one outright.
Yeah, that's a beautiful play from Simphis. Staying over on Rap's side, just getting one more pick, the icing on the cake, and I think you're exactly right. That position by Naf, one and done spot. He gets his one, and then he's done. Now it's just Stanislaw to run into the blender. Complexity has taken 2 rounds on their terrorist side in double overtime, 20-19 now, and they have good opportunity to close this out.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat right now. They only need 2 rounds to do it.
It should be said, I mean, not to pile this on, but one thing that we've seen Shazam play really, really well lately, one thing he's always struggled with is these high-pressure situations, going for that one extra kill a little bit too much, and he does it again there. That's not the reason they lose that round, but it certainly doesn't help anything. So that's something, in these kind of a situation, gotta kind of contain yourself just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake in that last round ends up costing in the long run, because if they have that man advantage, they can sit back and they can play the pickoff game, which they had done so successfully on their CT side throughout that entirety of that first half and their first half of OT, or the second half of first OT. But the big thing about it right now is Conquest, they're reeling. They got to win 2 rounds at least to force triple overtime. 3 rounds to win it. So if they can go flawless on this half, that would be massive. Nafly is sitting at 40-27. 31 kills for automatic as well. So big performance from Nafly, sitting up there at the 40. 11 assists as well. So he has been doing work throughout this entirety of this match. And, kudos to him, because even if Conquest lose, this is a hell of a performance. You can actually see Sanks playing aggressive, automatic, aggressive, and Hawes. And this might just be a blender strategy here from the Complexity squad onto Conquest. Pushing up through mid. Rush loses his life. One more around the corner. And that's Daps gone. Automatic finds 2. And the blender has been successful. Shazam 1 versus a lot, and he goes down. He gets 1 kill onto Sanks, but it's not going to be nearly enough. And now Complexity is on match point.
Yeah, 2 straight match points. This match has got completely out of Conquest's hands. And this time, they're not even going to have the op on Shazam. They could have dropped one over. It hasn't really been effective for them on the T side, so no big deal there. But now they're in desperation mode. You mentioned it was going to come down to whichever team wins 2 on their terror side. Complexity did it. They're on the verge. So long ago, we said this match might just be over at 2-13. You definitely did.
I got tweeted at by Jason Lake saying thank you for saying it was impossible.
Jason Lake would be the one. He's been told it's impossible many times throughout his career.
I believe he's in chat somewhere. I haven't seen him type anything, but I assume obviously he's watching the matchup if that's the case. So kudos to him for tweeting at me about that. That was kind of funny, but I'm eating my words, my man. I'm eating my words. Your team they're doing it. They are absolutely doing it, but it's still a long ways from being over Complexity. You've got a hold here on the CT side. And let's see if they can make that one happen. Conquest looking to at least extend this one another round, maybe force triple OT.
This is a bad read by Complexity, though. Cephalus has rotated to try and cheat over towards the B bomb site. Meanwhile, they're coming up ramp, but he hits one anyway. Shazam comes out towards him. Is he ready for the second one? He legs rush. Now it's going to be all up to Sanks inside pit. He sprays one down long range. Now he's just got to hold on as long as possible. Automatic's coming back from Halls. Sanks can't get one more, but Automatic, they're not going to expect him to be here. Surely he's going to have a great round, but they don't need to get out of the pit. So now he's got to come in quick. Daps spots him out, though. Nade's going to come out. It's not going to kill Daps. Molotov as well. Automatic has a good position to force him out of that pole. But Roka and Valence have rotated over. They're stuck behind a smoke.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tough retake for Complexity. They got to push the smoke. Rush is very, very low. That Molotov, that's off the mark, luckily for him. And actually, Automatic still battling over here on trunk side. He's done so much to distract in this situation. There's the peek from Rush. He finds one more. He's going to fall to Valence, but Nap is there for the trade. Automatic should go down here in a second. And there it is. Nap finishes it off. He is having a hell of a match. And we've got one more possible round for Complexity to win, or triple overtime. This match is insane! Could Conquest get 2 on their T side? Is it going to take 3 on a T side to win?
Well, 5 smokes, 5 Molotovs for the CT team, 4 kits as well, so they're really, really solid. Bicepha still has that AWP. It looks like he wants to take an aggressive pick up mid, and this would be a change that we haven't seen, and he does. He goes for it, can't hit him through the smoke, but Sanks runs through, grabs the kill anyways. It's just Shazam. He only had a Tech 9, so, I mean, they don't really lose too much, but still on a 5-on-4. Now it's crunch time, and they have no map control whatsoever. They're committed 4 towards Banana right now. Roka looking for any kind of boost play. Actually, they were doing it, but he turns away just a little early. Now they know it's coming. Roka's blind. He throws out a Molotov, but he's got to stabilize back here. Valence runs through the smoke. He's not able to spread anyone down. He comes back in. He finds Naf. Is he going to find one more? He comes right back to the smoke. He's beat a ninja one more time, but he can't hit these shots. Too many people to aim at, and he panics just a little bit. Down to a 3-on-3 retake.
Yeah, but this is big. Now Conquest has got a chance to at least establish themselves here in this B bomb site. Stanislaw taking a risky play. He's going to get mollied out. That might actually... is that going to be too far? Nope, it's going to kill him. So the molly play from Sanks is going to give them the upper hand again. We'll see whether or not they can capitalize. They're coming in 1 from Banana, 2 from CT Spawn. They've got 1 in the back lines here by Construction. That's going to be Simphus trying to take that battle, but Rush is going to be able to get himself out of dodge. These are the 2 players that you want alive in this situation. Rush is going to be able to find the first one. Molly's out the bomb. That's a huge Molotov to come out, and it's going to be Daps, even though that bomb isn't planted over there. But Daps playing this one smart, comes around the corner. No time for Automatic. It's triple overtime.
Unbelievable.
Holy Jesus, this is nuts.
And it's turning into just a slugfest, because these takes on some of these bomb sites have been very sloppy. That one in particular, Valen's just coming in and out of smoke trying to find anything he can, but it's glorious Counterstrike. Triple overtime now. All because there was no time left to defuse the bomb.
This is insane. Oh, man. This is absolutely nuts. This is, you know, with the hype that we were putting on this matchup and the ending of that first half, with it being 13-2 with Conquest in the lead, we're just like, we're writing it off. There's no way. I'm throwing the book at Complexity, saying that they can't do it. They bring it back. Then we go into overtime, which is just nuts that Complexity was even able to bring that back. Then we go to double overtime, now triple overtime. This is absolutely an impressive matchup between these 2 teams. Neither one of them want to relent. They know the implications of a victory or a loss here. This is absolutely insanity to watch.
And it's just insane how, I mean, this affects Cloud9's playoffs. This affects, I mean, obviously these two teams in the playoffs. But I mean, if Conquest is to win this match, I mean, or Cloud9 virtually out of it. Their chances drop so much. If Complexity wins it, they're still very much alive in the chase. So, very interesting situation here into triple overtime. And you know, the 2 rounds on the T side, you think that's going to be it because that's exactly how many they got through regulation. But this is just insane at the moment.
Well, it's like I said, you know, I keep comparing it to the Mirage matchup between the former Luminosity or Mythic, now Winter Fox, and Keat Stars, who is now Luminosity. And it was like 3 OCT, 3 OCT, 3 OCT. Then finally we saw a flawless T side happen. We're going, yeah, this is going to be over. You know, Keat Stars got all 3 of the rounds on T side. There's no way that Luminosity is going to be able to win this. And then Luminosity won all 3 rounds on the T side. So anything can happen. We're in triple overtime now. This match is just, like you said, it's a slugfest back and forth. The takes aren't exactly that great, but it's providing some very entertaining Counterstrike. That's for damn sure.
We've played so many rounds now that these teams just seem a little bit scared to... They're living and dying by executions. I mean, you see heavy committals early on of 4 players towards one side of the map, and they're just going to live and die by that strategy out of T-spawn. Here we're seeing Conquest spread out a little bit more. They're probing up middle, so a little bit of a change from the last overtime. Haven't found anything. The little bit of damage is exchanged on Roka and Naf, but looks like the defense is going to be forced back. There's a wrap side smoke, and they just fall right back into the bomb site. And Conquest, they want to put some pressure on brackets.
They're going to get an opportunity because of how passive the CT side is playing right now. It's going to be Simphis with the taking over that position from Automatic. It's going to be Rush coming around this corner. Smoke goes out. Rush baiting behind it, just waiting for it. Flashbang does come out. Nice shot through the smoke, though. Simphis opens up, takes down Daps. But the return frag comes out. Rush is going to find Automatic getting a little bit too cheeky over there on the arch side, and now they're going to go for this CT crush, and this is huge, because if they can isolate Roka in the backside of this site, they might be able to just get in here without too many casualties. But Valen's playing up on top of the awning in the CT spawn is going to be able to find that frag on the Rush, and now the rotation is coming back in towards the B-bomb site. He's going to be able to find something, but he gets nothing out of it. Stanislaw and Shazam going big. Roka and Valen's down and out. 2 versus 3 is the situation. Very far away, disengaged his Sanks, and he's going to have to rotate all the way back in from CT spawn. It's going to be Simphis with the AWP from Banana. Naf, Shazam, and Stanislaw alive. Naf, your hero of the match for Conquest. And he's sitting back in emo right now, just waiting for this push to come on in.
Trying to find something, trying to bait him out of triple, but no one's peeking. This is a smart play from Conquest, making sure they commit to the bomb site. Cephas has already called the save. He's just going to fall all the way back. Actually, it's a little bit late, though. He might not be able to get away from the bomb. If he takes any damage, he's going to die here. He gets that 1 kill. No one wants to chase him. Down to 80 HP. Both members of Conquest die in the explosion. Cephas survives with the AWP. That's very important to note because of the money situation in overtime. But the round does go to Conquest. Well worth it. They get 1 round on the T side.
Shazam didn't buy an AWP that round, though. So the money's not terrible on the terror side. Plus, with the round win and the bomb plant, they're going to be fine for the rest of this overtime, which is lucky for them that Shazam didn't go for that big investment. Because he's just staying on the AK. They're feeling that, all right, it's working on CT side. Let's now use it on the T side. Let's go for a little bit of a quicker push so that we can man up and go in 5 players at a time into that bomb site. And that's exactly what they do. They do it well, and they get the round win. Now, we talked about 18 for the first overtime as far as rounds to win, 22 for second overtime. 25 is the magic number now, and Conquest already with 1 tally in the win column, going to put themselves 4 rounds or 3 rounds away from closing out this matchup.
No one's watching
rap
side. No one's watching rap side. 3 kill for Rush. Sanks finally pops out, gets 2, but the damage is done. Shazam and Naf grab 2 more, and it's going to be a 3-on-2 planning into the A site. Very, very big miscue for Complexity in this round.
Yeah, I can't believe that. I was ranting and raving over there about scores and everything. I didn't even notice that they were wrapping up there on the arch side and nobody was watching that whatsoever. That's absolutely a huge mistake from Complexity, and Rush and Naf going to finish that off. 2 rounds for Conquest. Can they go 3 for 3? The money is going to be in shambles for Complexity for the final round, so it's definitely possible.
That's Complexity just seemed like they didn't even believe it was possible for anyone to come rap side. Yeah, it's kind of like
quick too.
Well, a smoke went up on rap side and they fell back from it. It's almost like Complexity said, all right, that smoke's a wall this round. No one can come through it. But now I look at this buy because of it. Luckily, Cephas was able to save the op in the first round because he's got one here, but it's all pistols. It's 3.57s and a deagle on the Complexity side. So They're at a bare bones purchase here, and this could very easily be a 3-0 for Conquest. Cephas has an angle, they're going to pop flash him back. He takes a shot and just falls away. Roka swings out, gets the 1 Huge shot from him. Now Cephas finds one more on the stand. They're taking the slow. Finally, Roka's Molotov's out of position, but the smoke from Cephas is going to bail him out. So Complexity, good advantage in this round to at least grab one, but Rush neutralizes Automatic, who feeling the pressure, pushes up, tries to get a big flank or some intel, and he's punished.
And that was smart from Nafly falling back from that B-bomb site. He actually took the AK with him, but Sanks, it doesn't matter. He doesn't need a rifle. He's going to find the headshot with that 5.7, takes down Rush. Shazam answers back. Valen's down and out. Flashbang around the corner. That's going to cause that turn from Shazam, but they're going to be able to neutralize him in the long run anyway. And again, Roka, he couldn't find that AK at the bottom side of mid, so he's going to have to push in here with just the Desert Eagle, and he gets spammed down. He does the damage to Shazam. Shazam's still getting greedy, and this is what you talked about before, him overexerting himself, overstaying his welcome, but he ends up getting it done, and it's a flawless half for Conquest. They've got 3 cracks on CT side at closing this match out. Morale's down on Complexity. This is Conquest's time to finally take this match.
Yeah, we thought the comeback from 2-13 was incredible, but now to win 3 straight on your Terra side against 3 straight match points, that's going to be very, very difficult for Complexity. Taking a little bit of time in between this break of halftime to talk things over, but now we're going to get right into it.
Well, we talked about, the first team. I kind of mentioned the first team to win 2 rounds on the T side was going to be enough. Clearly, it was not. Now it's going to be, all right, 3 rounds. Let's see you match that one this time, Complexity. And Conquest, they're on the verge right now. Like I said, they are on match point. 46 kills for Nafly. 46 and 23. Or 46 and 29, pardon me. Reading is hard. 46 and 29 for Nafly. We're 45 rounds in, so he's still up over a 1 FPR, averaging over 1 kill per round. And that is monstrous. That is absolutely monstrous. But now it's going to have to be a flawless terrorist side from Complexity to force quad OT.
Playing it passive, Naf is going to smoke off towards the B-bomb site, but Complexity, they've slowed things down once again. Cephas with that op, waiting for anyone to peek out towards Car. Maybe Shazam would be over there, but he's not going to find anything. Of course, Shazam is in his favorite spot at the corner, watching mid from the ramp side of the A-bomb site. And finally now Complexity, they don't have any picks anywhere. 1 minute left in the round, and they're going to start reconvening over towards the A site.
This is big. Automatic is at the end of the halls. He's actually gets Molotov'd and pushed out, but he actually wins that fight. Rush trades. But the 1-for-1 has actually pulled the rotation off of that B-bomb site. Daps caught a little bit out of position. He's actually going to fall for this. He's going to go all the way over towards the arch side, and he is well out of position. It's Stanislaw at B to try to lock this down. He's got Roka around the corner as well as Valence, but that smoke is going to hold them back for a little while.
Yeah, they pulled Daps out of position, but that smoke is what's holding him back, and that's going to allow Daps to rotate and get there just in time for this hit. He's going to throw a Molotov right on the stairs, so Complexity, this is a very dire situation. Even with Daps blind, he's going to spray his whole clip, reload on his way back towards Spindles. Yeah, and they're boxed into Banana right now. Stanislaw's burning, but he's going to stay in it, not able to get Roka, but there's Shazam. It's going to be a 3-on-1 now as Shazam gets found out on that flank. 2-on-1, Cephas and Roka, but Rush is going to win that battle as well. Down to it 1-on-1, and he's got to go for this kill now. Rush might have just won it for his team. I don't think this plan's going to work, and Roka wins the battle right at the end to keep things alive for Complexity.
Unbelievable! It was almost the round of the match from Rush, shutting it down, getting it down, but then Roka pops out with 1 second left and gets the headshot, takes him down at Complexity, stay alive. What is this match? This is insane!
I don't think he would have gotten that plant in time. That's what I'm wondering.
So he had 3 seconds. Rush went for it because he thought maybe he slipped behind oranges fast enough in order to get that plant with 4 seconds left. So he pushes in. Roka peeks out, rips him with the headshot, and wins the round. That's insanity.
Yeah, now Complexity. It's all down to, I mean, Warden with all his experiences just saying 1 round at a time, and it comes down to this, because if they're able to win this one as well, Conquest is going to be the same situation as Complexity, where they're going to be forced onto mostly pistols for the last round of triple overtime. And that would give Complexity, obviously, a huge advantage in that round. So Shazam, this is a bit of a switch. He's moved over towards the B-bomb site, and this might catch Complexity off guard. Holding this angle for when this smoke clears, he's actually getting aggressive into it, so he's going to grab the angle. Flash is going to go out, not going to blind him whatsoever, but he's looking for the peek, and Roka looks like he almost wants to, but who's going to win this? Shazam slowly peeking around. He's going to clear all the angles, and he flicks over to Roka, finds the opening kill, able to fall back as well. Another advantage for Conquest on the defense.
And that's a big kill right there because Roka has been so clutch for Complexity, keeping them alive in a lot of these rounds. Won that 1v3 ace clutch. He wins that 1v1 in the last round to keep them alive. And Conquest, again, they're on match point, so they only need to win one round, and it's going to be towards that A bomb site. And they have been absolutely detrimental to the Complexity's terrorist side on their CT half at this A bomb site. And again, it's nap and rush, this double pit plant spot, but they're going to cruise into that A bomb site, or pardon me, they're going to cruise into CT spawn and work their way over. They pick off Daps. They've got Shazam to contend with as well as Stanislaw, and there it is. Opening frag goes the way of Shazam onto Sniffus. Stanislaw takes down Sanks. A lot of S's being mentioned right now. Coming around the back lines. Ooh, unlikely miss, but Valence is going to walk into it, and finally that's going to be the match. 25-22 is going to be the final score, and Conquest comes out on top. Complexity with a hell of a comeback, but they fall short in the long run.
Yeah, that's got to be heartbreaking to have it come back so incredibly close and then to just lose it there at the end. But a great match put together by both these teams, almost quad overtime. So many hero plays on both sides, and just Conquest. I mean, that's kind of the theme of their whole season right now, is in that one match where they had this really, really good run leading up to SIVO. They come back, they lose 3 straight, and then they've got to fight right back for the playoff spot that they almost lost. Much like going up 13-2, giving it away, and then having to fight for it in overtime. So, great poise by Conquest to eventually win that one out.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive right there. And again, like we were talking about before, that win is huge for Conquest, and that win is detrimental to Complexity as far as the LAN is concerned. So the biggest part about that with Conquest winning that, they've almost certainly shored up a position into the LAN finals. They're up in the 4th spot. They're 2 games ahead of the next team. Double check this and make sure that I'm accurate on this. They have 13 wins now. So yeah, they're 2 wins ahead of Cloud9, 2 wins ahead of Complexity. And it's getting close to the point where statistically Cloud9 might be out or Complexity might be out. It's really close right now for those 2 teams.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a really, really quick break just because Complexity is actually in a doubleheader. So they're gonna need time to recover from that gut punch. They are 10 of the server, I believe, but we're going to just take a 1 to 2 minute break, and then we'll be right back.
Yeah, and really the biggest part about this is, like you said, they got to clear their heads. They got to come out swinging. They got to have a good matchup in this one. They've, their season's not done yet. I think this is the last match for Complexity for the season. So losing on this one is inexcusable. Absolutely inexcusable. Not a match that they should lose. They should be able to take this one. Should be able to do it relatively easily, I want to say. But on the other side of things, and yeah, I'm looking at it. Actually, no, Complexity has one more match this season on the 19th of November, which is against Liquid.
Yeah, not going to be an easy match either. No. Although, I mean, Liquid's not playing lights out like they were before Cluj, but still going to be a tough matchup for them. The big thing is focusing on this match. I mean, we saw it earlier. Davey had a really, really strong match. I mean, there's some players on this Method team that if they go nuts, are going to cause a lot of issues. So, Complexity, with all this thing on their mind, they just have to focus here. And this is going to be a big-time match for them.
Yeah, this is a massive match for them right here. And again, I'm just looking at it. Liquid still has 2 matches for the rest of the season, Complexity and then NME GG. Hypothetically, they shouldn't have much of a problem cleaning up on NME GG. However, NME played very close against, who they play tonight? Luminosity on Train, which ended up 16-12 in the favor of Luminosity. So, again, another matchup that was kind of close, something that you wouldn't have really thought was going to be that close. But again, I think Train is one of NME GG's better maps. But really, it's going to boil down to the finale of this one. They've got to go 2-0, talking about Complexity. They've got to finish out the season 2-0, and they got to hope that Conquest loses out. And that's really their only hope to get back in this playoff hunt.
This is a good start, because Method thought that the knife was going to be taking place at Long A, and Complexity just rushes up mid, gets a couple free kills out of the situation, and easy knife round from there. So they got to pick, they got to dictate which side they'd like first.
Yeah, Roberts just got flanked out and shanked in the back.
I feel like he was typing or something, or he was on like Scene Friends, and he was like, he's just talking to some buddies, chilling, right before he gets a knife in the back, right between the ribs.
So Complexity is going to start off here on the CT side. That's Simphis, Automatic, Valens, Roka, and Sanks versus Strebber, Silent, Super Saiyajin, Toy, Justin, and Davey. And we are live into the pistol round. Method going for a quick peek towards long. Nice nade there from Valens. He's going to find some damage, but he gets gooshed through that smoke, and he's... okay! I was about to say he's probably going to go down, but then he 180s Roberts and takes him out. Automatic going to be able to chime in with one as well. That smoke comes off the backside, but Simphis long range is going to find one, and this is exactly the morale booster that they need moving forward.
Ah, what a slaughter.
Yeah.
Very, very quick.
That was an insane shot there by Valens. I thought for sure he was dead. He got gooshed, 12 HP, falling back down long A. Player pushes the smoke, peeks out wide, and he just spins around and just wrecks him.
Wonderful. Beautifully done. Now, Method just coming up catwalk, or Toy just coming up catwalk, and there's Sanks. He wants to get into the action. So it's a team ace. Everyone gets one kill. All
Super
of them
Saiyan
with
versus Super Saiyan there at the end.
Yeah, not too shabby.
But, like you said, team ace, and that's got to feel good for Complexity. Now they just got to not get eco'd. That would be kind of good. Because they obviously, that was what triggered the mass slaughtering of Complexity players throughout the first half of Inferno, was that they got instantly eco'd the round after they won the pistol. So, dodging that, they should be mounting themselves into a good position to have a pretty solid CT side half, at least pick up the first opening 3 kills, or 3 rounds, and then move on forward into the gun round. So, nice opening here from Complexity, and we'll see if they can continue to capitalize as we move forward, Moses.
A lot of rifles out for Complexity, so they don't have a lot of utility. They just use their last smoke. So Toy, with this scout, going to try and find any kind of opening. Rotates over towards mid, but there's no one from Complexity peeking. Not a lot of pressure on middle from the CT side. Looks like the end game is over towards the B bomb site. They have people lined up in these tunnels to kind of contest, and there's Sanks and Simphis. They both each get a nice headshot, whittle down that Method side. It is a force buy in the second round. There's the scout, there's armor out. Toy responds out of Simphis. But still, a lot of work to be done still, and Automatic's just going to push up and end the dreams right there with 2 nice shots. Actually, excuse me, that was Valens coming off catwalk. So 2-0 now for Complexity.
Yeah, Valens actually pushed all the way through long A and caught him in the backside there in mid, which was nice, and then Automatic was in a position there at Xbox at bottom side to pick up that last player in lower B. So nice job there from the Complexity side. And did they even lose somebody? Yes, they did. Simphis got the Juan Dig to the mouth and taken down there by Toy on catwalk. But again, it's going to be what kind of performance are we going to see out of some of these players? Are we going to see Silent go big with the AWP? Are we going to see Davey have another huge matchup like he did on Cash earlier, where he dropped a tremendous amount of kills? The push is coming in towards B, and this time it's just going to get shut down. Roka, he ain't having none of that. Looking for the last 2 over there. He's going to get at least 1 more. And Automatic picks up Davey as well. Sanks finishing off Justin, and that's going to be that 3-0 for Complexity. And that's a nice management of those anti-eco rounds. They only lose 2 players over the duration of those 2 rounds.
Got to imagine that Complexity is just like... I think we're going to see a lot of very aggressive plays out of them, like just individually, like Automatic pushing lower at some point again, like just like he did a couple rounds ago. Plays like that, pushing off catwalk, just like, you know, taking the fight to Method. They just have a lot of frustration after losing that triple overtime match to get out of their system. But look at this, could be a fast B play. Roka's the only one in this site. He misses the jump as well. Now he spots it out. Silent gets one over towards mid. That's off catwalk, and now Roka, he's got no backup for some time, and he eventually falls to Davey, just spamming the corner of the box. So it's a 5-on-3, and Complexity locked out of this bomb site already.
This is safe.
They got to give this up.
You can already see Simphis with the up. He doesn't want to go for this. That's not the proper weapon to have in a retake. Sanks is only on a FAMAS. He's looking to try to get over top of this smoke and spot somebody on plat, but this is a save. Method going to pick up the first one. Actually, Davey spamming the smoke is going to find Sanks and take him down, but that's only a lost FAMAS. They've got an M4 and an op. This would be nice to actually hang on to for the next round.
Yeah, it would be. I mean... And actually, this is, there's no chase going on either. So that's pretty smart. I mean, there is Silent kind of lurking up. Simphis is going to find 1 kill, and that kind of spurs Silent forward. He gets on his horse a bit, gets up towards bricks. Simphis is waiting for it, though. Now he's spotted him out. Now he has him in the open, but still can't land the shot with the op. Silent's still trying to take this out of his hands, and Simphis goes for one last peek, finds it just as the bomb explodes. So 2 kills there at the end, and the reason you don't see more committing to that chase is the economy still isn't established for Method, so they don't want to lose too many weapons and be forced into a weak buy, but losing 2 members, it's a good risk to take to get the op out of his hands.
Sadly, they fall short on that, and they are going to have a pretty solid buy on the CT side right now. You can see Valens, he's got plenty of money to pick up that M4, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Nade kits across the board for Complexity, so it looks good. See what they can do. Simphis taking that peek at long, but it's just going to be another rush into the B bomb site, and this is just Method trying to play a little no-respect game here, and Roberts is going to be able to find one more, and he's down at 2 HP, so he's going to fall to Roka in the backside of the site, and it's going to be all on Roka now in a 1 versus 2 back in the backside of that site, but he's going to fall, so the man advantage swings back to the Method side. They should be able to get a bomb plant, so back-to-back rounds rushing B, and it kind of pays off for him here.
Kind of. It really pays off for him. Now Davies just manning the flank. He's over in mid just biding his time, waiting for anyone to come into lower tunnels, and it looks like Valens might oblige him. Davey gets that kill. Cephas, he has to pull out the pistol, and he can't clean up Davey as well. That's 4 HP left, but he gets those 2 kills. Now we're going to see more than likely that save come out for Complexity. They are sitting around $3,000 in most of their members. You're going to see they're going to upgrade some pistols, but for the most part, it's going to be a save.
And there's the MAC-10 for Davey. There's the MAC-10 for Toy. They're the players that, well, they lost a couple of players that round, 2 players, but Davey, feeling unselfish, he picked up the AWP, throws it over to Silent, and goes for the MAC-10 for a little bit of a money farm. And here's what gets a little bit scary now is that, David, we talked about his performance in that opening map. Valens just gets wrecked by a nade, but he had a tremendous showing there on Cash, both CT and C-side. And he's starting off relatively strong here. He's already doubled up on frags for the rest of his team. He's 5-3, 5 rounds in. So it's really going to be on Davey. Is he going to be able to perform again like he did previously on Cash? And I really hope so, because I want another interesting match here.
Strebber's going to be going for the entry, and he finds Automatic just hiding behind the stairs. No backup, no one to bait for him, and now it's going to be Cephas. He's down on the ramp, but he gets dropped by some fine MAC-10 work from Davey. It's going to be a free plant into the A site. Valen's just going to hide in the pit. And this should be it. This should be basically the free round for Method. Could be some exit kills going the way of Complexity. That would be a bad find because they haven't done too much damage to the economy through this winning streak. It's been 3 members surviving. And this time it looked like it's going to be all 5, especially with Davey with that MAC-10 just racking up the bonus money. Roka can't even get a shot off. So it's going to be 3-3.
Yeah, and Davey here in the top side of mid, he might hear the footsteps over here by T-Spawn. I think he did. He's going to have his teammates swing on this player. That's going to be Sanks trying to find from something, but Toy is going to be able to lock that down. Davey was going for the triple, but couldn't get there in time. And that is going to be Method tying things up here 3-3. We're going to go into another gun round. Already the AWP in the hands of Automatic. He's going to drop that over to Simphus, pick up the M4, and they're going to pick up all the nades that they possibly can. But if the MO holds true, Rush B Don't Stop has been working very well for Method so far. This time they're just going to send Davey over.
And Justin's going to go for this long pick. He throws a flash himself, gets a little bit blind, but look at Valens. He's stuck in the smoke. He's blind as well, but a nice pop flash allows Valens to get in towards pit. Crucial spot to hold, but he's got no backup. For the amount of presence there is here for Method, to have no backup on Valens, this is a tough spot for him to hold. He's going to get naded down there, encroaching on his position. Strebber's really, really close up. Finally, Valens is trying to buy time for the rotate to come in, but it's just not coming. No one from Complexity cares because it's Cephas long range with the AWP. He picks off Strebber, who gets close up, but still, so much utility used by Method to clear Valens out, and they can't do it. This is huge. Biding time. 1 smoke, 1 Molotov left on the Method side for the rest of this round. Valens is even going to get 1 kill on top of it. This is stellar play from him. And Cephas long range, he could just get some chill and hide at the bomb site now.
Yeah, he stalled that out for so long. Now Davey gets spotted on catwalk. Automatic was playing that forward position, so they just ran so much time off the clock. Sanks coming aggressive through mid's going to find that pick, and it's down to just 2 players left. So this is a great round from Complexity. All in all, just good play from Valens. We've seen it. He's not known for being a flashy player or having the most frags, but his impact on a lot of these rounds goes unnoticed, you know? The way that he plays around smokes, the way that he bides his time and holds these angles the way that he does, and that's just a really, really good play from him.
And now coming up to this bomb site, Cephas still over towards quad. I mean, more just time plays. I mean, they forced them into commit into that A bomb site, and then they just pounce from their positions. Now they salvage a double op setup. So this is beautifully done. And that's basically free, and it's going to be, I mean, there's plenty of money built up on this Method side. They have money to buy for a couple of rounds here. So Complexity's got to be a little bit careful, but I mean, only losing 1 player that round, I mean, that builds up the money in their own bank. So nicely done from them. Now they've just got to stabilize moving forward.
Yeah, the other big thing there is There's the double peek, and ooh, nice shot from Silent, actually. That was a nasty flick shot. And on top of that, they're just going to rush in towards B, and this is Roka on Plat trying to hold this one down, and he's just going to get knocked down immediately by Davey. That's a great opening here, and again, they've taken this B bomb. Say bomb is all the way back in T-spawn, so it's a very long rotation to get that one in, but now they're looking to the top side of mid. Justin is up here in this position, and he's going to be able to find the back of Automatic, takes him down with no return at all. And the trade of rounds here, this is going to put Complexity on a save if they don't manage to salvage this round, and it's going to be Simphus trying to find this up frag onto Justin, who's going to bide his time, takes the peek and rips him, and it's down to Valence in the A-bomb site trying to save.
This is the scary part, because this is what we talked about now. I mean, Method's pouring it on thick. I mean, they're about to reset the economy. Valence is the last one alive. They haven't even taken anyone out on the Method side. Plenty of money built up. Strebber's going to hit a very nice shot. It's tied up 4-4, so off the back of this triple overtime loss, Complexity not able to kind of get out of the funk that arrives from losing that close of a match, especially with the playoff implications. So Method really in the driver's seat now as they force more saves, and this might actually... what should be a double save, but next round when they buy up Automatic, he's not going to have very much to work with. So Method in a very, very good spot at the moment.
And Automatic was actually on a FAMAS last round, so his money hasn't really been right the entirety of this matchup so far, with the exception of what they had going into the anti-ecos. Double op setup now swung over here onto the terrorist side as Davy's going to have one as well as Silent. So it's kind of Roka right behind this Molotov. Not gonna reach him, but he's going to back up to barrels and try to find some tender 1Ds. He's actually going to go all the way to the back plat, and this is a good spot. Gets one, gets two. Can he get more? He's looking for it. Gets a third one. Roka is an animal right now, and he just locks down that B push. Holy Jesus!
All right, so that just happens.
That just happens.
Roka doing his best happy impression. Nice kills from him. But now look at this Complexity. I mean, those kills... Toy, he has no backup, so he's a little bit scared to get into the bomb site. Just get this bomb planted. There's plenty of space for him, but he doesn't know that. The Molotovs are going to come out, and all of Complexity is just pinching in on this position. 2 from T-spawn, 1 from lower tunnel, so 3 are going to group up into the tunnels, and it's just one. It's just Valence sitting outside the site, waiting for the teammates to come in, and they're being very passive about this, but they're going to get aggressive out the window. They're going to find Valence. They know he's the only one there, so all of a sudden now, Method could make a break for that A bomb site, but they don't. They just come right back in. They're going to get this bomb planted. Still no guns salvaged for the Complexity side. That's the one scary part, is they really have nothing for this retake. It's going to take some 6 shots for the rest of these 2 Deagles to make something happen.
And they've got a player on the back plat, and there it is. That's a nice start. Sanks going to be able to find one. He picks up the AK, too. He's going to be able to work these boxes a little bit, and he peeks out on Davey and takes him down. And that's going to be the defuse, and it comes on the back of a triple 1D round by Roka. That was absolutely insane.
Yeah, that was dirty. That was really, really nice from him. So he
Ryan
also
pointed it out really well in chat, too. He can't hold sight with a rifle, but he gets a 3K with a deagle.
Yeah, I mean, for whatever reason, Method just kind of, they stall out. If they just swing wide on his position, it's much tougher, but they just kind of stay in the entrance to that tunnel. They try and take the fights. They're standing still. They all come out to the same spot, and he nails some very, very nice shots. So back on the board, they're back up into the lead 5-on-4, and that's also what I was talking about. Those plays from your big-time player, they're the ones that got to come out and get you out of a kind of a losing streak, that losing feeling you have after a big loss, and Roka might have just provided it there.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely has got to kickstart the morale a little bit here on the CT side. Automatic getting cheeky behind the smoke. He's got his shoulder peaked. Davey is going to capitalize on that, punishes him for it. So the early work being done. Roka comes for the peek in mid, and Davey is already out in front of doors and finds that one too. So another reset for Complexity here. They can't win all these eco rounds over and over and over again. That's just a tough spot. They're going to get reset here again if they lose this.
Yeah, this is brutal. And now Davey, look at this lurk play he has going on. Coming out of the B bomb site, he bides his time, finds Sank. Cephas is there, spins around, gets that kill. They know exactly where he is now. All they have to do is smoke off this cross to long. They're not going to make that mistake, and Cephas isn't even peering there. He's got a long time to try and save this gun. This should be a chase, and actually there's one player coming in these B tunnels. That's Justin, and Cephas isn't looking that way. It's a free kill for him. So, economy reset, no weapons going forward. Cephas, I mean, he's got plenty of money, but no one else can buy anything, and it might actually be a double save. Valence and Automatic, they're down to 1,500. That's brutal.
Well, Roka's going to go for the deagle again. Maybe he can have another round with some magic on it. But the trade of rounds, now we talk about this occasionally in our broadcasts. The trade of rounds always favors the T side. always favors the T side. With the CT rifles being more expensive, the $400 difference between an AK versus an M4 is just massive. Now you could go for the FAMAS buys and things like that when you get into the money bonus, but when you trade rounds like that, it's just really hard to recover. But there it is again, Roka gonna find a double deke there onto Davey, takes him down, and again, just the Desert Eagle working for him right now. He's feeling it.
Yeah, why not? I mean, once again, Davies down for the count, and actually looks like they're going to have one more challenge him, and that's Justin with the AWP. He's going to take this duel, and he misses the shot, and Roka just taps him and brings him down a little bit, and they're just like, all right, no more messing with Roka at that B bomb site. Let's just go anywhere else on this map. But they find Valens, who, you know, lurks out long, gets one kill, so down to a 3-on-2. Complexity doing good damage in these eco rounds, but this one isn't looking likely that they can pull it off.
Yeah, and this is really kind of a crazy turn of events here. Roka's still alive. He's worked his way over down into CT spawn. Automatic's going to get caught here in mid. And it's going to be on whether or not Roka can find another 1-dig anywhere on the map. He's just looking to do the economical damage. It would be nice for him to take that AWP away from Justin and get that for Simphis for the next round. But the big part about it is this is definitely potentially a double save. You can see Automatic is only on $1,200. And there it is, Toy coming around from long A. He's going to find that method, take up the lead now, 6-5. They might get an opportunity to go up 7-5 here if this is in fact a double save. But Simphis, he doesn't give a crap. He's going to buy the small armor and the AWP. So this is a buy.
I mean, that one AWP can do so much damage, so no reason not to. Just going for a little bit extra, and you can see Valens is the one who is a little bit low on economy, so he just buys a scout. So I guess kind of a double sniper setup. 2 FAMASes to work with, only 1 kid on the Valens. He had to find a way to get that, so Scout's going to afford him that, but a huge advantage for Method into this round. And Davey's going to throw a little bit of a fake here out towards long, and he's going to stream out over towards blue box, and he knows Valens is in pit by the angle of that smoke, so that's going to be a one-on-one duel for him, but the rest of Method is grouped up in these B halls.
Yeah, and that's the big thing right here is they're actually going to vacate and go down towards lower and join up with their comrade in mid. That's Silent with the AWP. He's just peering up on Cat, just trying to find any kind of information that he can from that play. Sank's going to take a quick peek, smoke off into the B tunnels, and it's going to be an A hit most likely coming out of this round. Valen's over here by the pit. Davy's going to be over there by Blue Ben. So we're going to have a little bit of a duel over here, and you can see they're going to be popping some shots at each other. And Davy's actually going to fall on back and get himself out of dodge. And that's one of the, you know, we talk about Davey being an up-and-coming player. He plays this lurk role occasionally. Now, we see him entry sometimes, we see him lurk sometimes, but he plays this lurk role really well. This time he was lurking out long A. Now he's going to lead the charge up on Catwalk, and he's getting out in front of this, and he pays for it, and Simphis isn't going to miss that shot. But the big part about it, like, he switches his role, like, mid-match, which is really kind of clever and cheeky.
Okay, but Automatic's found a gap in the smoke. He comes out, he gets one, he's only able to spray one down. They finally respond on him, but still 2 in this B bomb site. Roka holding strong. And the remaining 2 members of Method are just going to get destroyed. So, good round for Complexity, but they haven't been able to string 2 in a row since they won the first 3 rounds of this match. Every single time, Method just immediately responds with a victory. So the Method economy is starting to dwindle as this back and forth continues. But Complexity, they've got to hold strong here if they want to end this half well.
Yeah, another reset here could really spell disaster for the half. You could see it spiral out of control and go 9-6 for Method. But, you know, we kind of talked about this matchup has even bigger implications than the last. Look at Toy. He's just all the way out long. Automatic's going to spray down too before they finally trade out. So that's a bold play there. That's for sure. Valen's in the pit still. He's going to get traded, so we're down to a 3v3. And this is starting to get expensive now for Complexity.
Starting to get dangerous for him as well. It's going to pull both the rotations away from the B bomb site. Roka's in mid. Unfortunately, the remaining members have split up a little bit, and this is Davey. He just goes to check for information, peeks down Suicide. He sees Roka, so Roka's got to go back towards that B bomb site. And they're going to maintain this pressure on A. 2 members for Method outlawed, and it's going to come down to this duel between Silent and Cephas. And Cephas is stuck at the single box. Silent sees the gun barrel, waiting for this peek. He could spam through the box, but he's just saying, Justin, I've got you. I know exactly where Cephas is. Just push up, but they're going to need to smoke because Sanks has an AWP and he's at CT spawn. So now they're trying to spam the box. Cephas gets tagged through it. He's down to 60 HP. Flashbang comes out. Not able to do anything quite yet. And there goes the smoke for the cross, but Cephas standing behind his own smoke is going to peer out towards Catwalk. Davy's going to peek with it, but Cephas hits a nice shot. And the off from Silent cannot respond quite yet. Cephas gets a second one, coming up huge defending this bomb site. Last member jumps up into the site. That's Justin, and he falls as well. Big hold from Cephas.
Yeah, that was a monster hold from Simphis right there. Absolutely man mode by himself up there in the top side of that A bomb site. And there's you know, they had opportunities. Silent had the op, trained on his position, just didn't get the shot off in time. Simphis going to capitalize and drop some down. What a beautiful round from him. And like you said, 2 rounds in a row. They still haven't necessarily stabilized their economy, but at least they should be comfortable for the rest of this half.
Look at Davey, though. He's full YOLO mode. Russian catwalk with the Tech 9. How far is he going to go with it? Because he's got to know at some point he's going to meet up with an op or a Colt, and there it is. He gets dropped by Automatic. Flash comes a little bit too late. Automatic gets a second one. They're just lambs to the slaughter right now. Automatic's going to get a third one. He's standing at fire taking these shots. He eventually burns alive, but he does the damage. He gets 3 kills, so now it's all on his remaining members to kind of clean up the rest of this round.
Roka's already coming on this fast flank from Catwalk. That smoke is going to be encompassing of that area, but he's going to get the peek onto Justin. Spraying down. He's only got 1 player left, and that's going to be Toy over here by Barrels, and now they know. Toy, he's going to go big for his team for a second there. He picks up 2 big kills and trying to find that bomb. Sanks, it's over there in the sight somewhere. There you go.
He's looking for the op.
Was he looking for the op?
I think so.
I hope so.
I would assume so.
I would think so.
So he picks that one up. He does find it. Nicely done from Complexity, holding on there by a thread. You're right, Toy. I mean, they lined up for him. So, I mean, 1 bullet goes the right way, and he hits the head of the remaining member on Complexity.
Yeah, but just ran out of bullets.
Yep, so now this buy out of Method is really, really struggling. Another Tech 9 for Davey, P90 onto Justin, CZ onto Silent. The other 2 have AK-47, so they've got pretty good utility. The big thing is Sempis with that op. He's free reign to just do whatever he wants here.
And Valen's with a scout. Mike broken through the smoke. He's going to find that frag onto Davey, so that lurk has already been neutralized. P90 leading the charge, and it's going to be the jump scout at long A. And Valen's, this is just a really tough spot for him to be in with the scout. Silent's going to be taking a battle here, but it's going to be Automatic to come out on top. But there's the trade. And now they've got that. Oh, well, they had it until Toy killed Justin. Simphis does go down, but it's going to be all on Roberts here in a 1 versus 2. A little TK action going down there in the long hallway, but really, whoops.
Says Trevor. Overturns long with the bomb. He's got a minute to work with. He could slow play it. But it looks like Roka and Sanks, I mean, they know exactly where he is. They know he could fall back, so Sanks is just watching for that. Roka, long range. I don't think he spotted him there. I think he looked away. Now he spots him. He comes back, tries to spray him down, does a little bit more damage. Unfortunately, Roka's got the Molotov, so if that was on Catwalk, they could at least delay this plant, but actually, Streber's going to fake plant it. Now the Molotov comes into the site. And Streber, he's got to force out, and he's planning for Sigil Box. He just taps it, trying to fake him out. And this is just, meanwhile, this is just allowing Roka to get closer and closer to the site, grab a new angle. Roka's jumping up. Now he knows how close he is, but he's got to be spinning around. He's got to be on a swivel. He can't even land the first shot. Sanks is just going to drop him cold. 9-6 half for Complexity. They ran into some trouble there in the middle portions of this half, but they really stabilized at the end with 4 straight.
Yeah, that's big. That's a big recovery for the half, and you can see it full force right there. 9-6 for Complexity. They win the CT half. They do it with a 3-round lead. A pistol round right here would have a great start for them moving forward into the second half, but they've still got to compete with Method, and they've got talent on their side. You saw Davey, with the exception of the last couple of rounds, he was very, very dominant in that half as far as Method picking up a lot of their rounds.
This is going to be a tough second half for Method, I think. I think Complexity on their Terra side is just going to... It's so weird because I've seen Complexity matches where they play it really, really incredibly quickly, but just based off that Inferno play, they were so slow. I think this is a map, though, where they're going to let some of the talent unleash. There was like a season or 2 ago, I think it was 2 seasons, where Roka was playing on Elevate, and they just called him like the king of long A, like Freiburg's like the king of banana. I mean, crowning Roka that is a little bit premature, but he really was like so good. There were rounds, like every single round he would go long and he would have like a new set of flashbangs to throw for himself, and it was very rare that you didn't see him get a kill. So I mean, he loves to get entries out towards long, over towards pit as terrorists, and that's something that the Method's going to have to be very, very careful of.
Yeah, I believe I was actually casting one of those matches with you last season or 2 seasons ago when he was on Elevate talking about that kind of thing. And it wasn't that he was just getting 1 kill at long. It was that he was also getting multi-frag rounds repeatedly at long A, where he would just push out. And the flashes, I don't know if it was just that he knows some special flashes for himself or what it was, but he would just get out there and he would just wreck both of the players, pulling these angles and everything like that. And there was nothing they could do to shut him down. They'd put it up there. He'd peek out, 1 shot, they AWPer, and kill the guy in pit. That was just the way that it was going for him that entire time. So I could definitely see how he was holding the crown for a little period of time on that long A corridor. But this time it's going to be Justin trying to get cheeky behind that fire at the car, and he ends up costing his life. And they're going for like this mad B pinch, and this is actually kind of scary for Complexity because that bomb is over there. And they got about 900 CTs in their face.
Yeah, fortunately a flashbang and a smoke is going to stop him from pushing on that position. Valen's actually had pretty much a free shot at Davey, who was trying to flank, and now, you're right, I mean, because he misses that shot, Strebber's pushed all the way up into its mid, he's cutting off Valens, who's rotating back from T-spawn. Valens isn't going to be aware for this, he has his knife out. Strebber, he hits the shots finally, one player coming up catwalk to trade him off, that's automatic, he gets that kill, but this is just insanity. Finally, Cephas, he ends the madness. He brings order back to the world, and he gets 2 kills, so it's just down to Davey with the dualies, the dueling dragon dual Berettas. He's over towards rail, and they might have spotted him out because they've changed their route to go all the way over towards the B bomb site. Now they definitely see him, and he's got no chance.
Tap it away. 2 guns better than 1, but he's not going to be able to make it happen. Complexity pick up both of the pistol rounds, and that's pretty big for them. You know, we saw earlier in the evening that what was the first team that we casted? SKDC. They actually picked up 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds that they had. This time we see Complexity pick up 3 out of the 4 pistol rounds themselves as well. So they should be able to get up to a 13-6 scoreline.
Silent. With that 5-7, takes a lot of damage. Goes for the repeat. He falls. There's Justin, though, with the deagle of his own. Getting some work, and that's long range. Although Cephas, he saved a little bit too long, and Cephas just drops him. And now the scout of Strebber can't get anything done. Davey's going to try and push mid. He's got automatic to deal with the AK-47, waiting for his teammate. They're just going to push him into a 2-on-1, but he gets better positioning up on catwalk, finds some cover, peeks up for a 1-on-1, and now he's going to grab the last one. Good play from automatic. Neutralizes the method push. And that was a force buy into that round, so nothing really comes from it. They got 1 kill, but just not enough done.
Yeah, and Valens being the only one that drops that round, he's going to go right back onto the Galil. So they're going heavy on this AK investment, but it pays off for them in the long run with the range that they were able to get on those pistols. And again, like you said, the positioning from automatic on catwalk, very, very good. Able to find those 2 1v1s there in mid, even though he had 2 guns in his face at the beginning of that. So nice isolation tactic from him. Now it's going to be an aggressive catwalk push, and Roka just... What? Okay.
Yeah.
Roka just 1-tap toy and then 1-tap silent? That was nuts.
Not too shabby, but his run gets ended by Strebber, just pouncing from bricks. Bullet to the forehead from the P250 Franklin, just throwing coins. And now Davey's going to rotate over towards this B bomb site. There's only 1 member in here. It's automatic. He's kind of lurked his way in. He's got this position, and the bomb's coming here as well. Now Davey's smoked out completely, and he's just got to fall away. Nothing left for these remaining 2 members. The good thing is, Strebber, because they bought in the second round, they're going to have a pretty weak buy. Strebber can actually salvage that AK-47 that he dropped on catwalk. There's 2 members watching for it, but I don't think they have an angle to quite spot him. And now Davey's going to push up in mid. He's going to push right next to the smoke, wait for it to fade, and that's what Strebber, that's the timing Strebber has to grab the AK-47. So he's done his job. He just needs to save that for the next round, and Davey might be able to get a couple kills on top of this.
Yeah, Simphus being as low as he is. Oh, but he pulls out the knife. He should have been able to take him down. 1 HP for Simphus, but he's going to get himself out of dodge. AK for Roberts. If he's able to hold that over to the next round, that would be absolutely massive, especially the implications for their economy moving forward. That's 1 rifle they don't have to buy moving up into the gun rounds. But Complexity, they're going to be on 12-6 and looking much more in control of this matchup than they ever did during the Inferno match. So good recovery from them, and picking up both of the pistol rounds definitely doesn't hurt, especially when they get essentially a free 6 rounds out of it.
Cephas is going to have the op now, though. So we'll see. I mean, here's the big thing with that op. Who's got that long A spawn? It's Sank. So it's not Roka. It's not the best spawn for long A either, but
Roka's going to go there, though.
No way. I don't think Roka's got a good enough spawn for it. He's heading in that direction, but there's no way he goes for his standard pick. He's only got 1 flashbang as well to work with. Maybe he is, but there's 3 members here. Nope, he's going to turn away at the last moment. Actually, look at this. Just full mid control for Complexity. Just rushing out mid. No one's here. It's going to be silent. He doesn't even have an op. He has an M4, and he's actually right out in the open. He gets 1 kill, immediately traded. Hyper aggressive from Complexity, even coming out mid towards the B bomb site. They can go wherever they want now. Roka gets 1 more kill towards long A. This is just a crushing blow to the defense. Toy finds 1 towards B. Even he gets traded off, and Strebber's like, man, I'm so far away. I haven't gotten into the action. What am I going to do now?
Humph. Well, Roka, he got spotted, so Roberts at least knows where he is. But Roka turns around and almost actually gets that kill anyway, but that's Gonna be Simphis to spot him. He's not gonna go for that push, so this would be a little bit too risky for Roberts to just throw away this AK, but he's just holding on the corner here along A. It might be a push-up. We might see a little bit of a chase, and I can't really say that I blame the T side for going for a chase here. He's gonna have to do something. Automatic coming around the corner. He's going to lose his life. 13-6 for Complexity, and that's going to reset that money again for Method, so it's going to be a 14-6 scoreline before all said and done, unless Method can pull something crazy with the pistols here.
Yeah, Strebber's going to drop a bunch of pistols down to his teammates. Here's the thing, since he salvaged that AK-47 in the third round, he didn't have to buy anything, so he's actually got 4,100. So that means next round, he can drop it up over to Silent. I mean, Silent should be able to buy one all on his own anyways, but if they want to use it for that more economy, they just keep some more money in the bank. Either way, all pistols here. No grenades bought. And automatic, he drops Davey. That nade lands right at his feet.
Yeah, couldn't have asked for any better. The aggression up Catwalk. They're playing this buddy system, and it's working out. Roka and Sanks are just a two-man wrecking crew right now. And now Toy's going to get aggressive behind this tunnels push. He's going to get taken down by automatic. So nice round here from the Complexity side. It's all down to just Strebber again. Franklin in hand. And only 5 damage being dealt here on Aroka. And I think that was from him dropping off a cat into CT spawn.
Method's going to have to do something. Maybe they bust out a double op setup, boost one up on the cat and one peeking mid, but I think for sure they're going to have one peeking mid because Complexity last gun round was just like, all right, we have full mid control, you know, for nothing. There's no smokes, no flashes, no nades, no one even peeking. So they got a catwalk for free, and Silent was not ready for that whatsoever. So I think this round when they have all this money they'd like, I mean, Strebber's got 7,200, so if they get double ops and they put him in the right position, they need to be able to slow down that rush towards catwalk if it comes out again. And Justin's already bought the op, and Silent's going to get it, so they do transition into that double op.
Yeah, this is exactly what we kind of predicted that we would see here. I mean, they got to switch it up. They gotta get these entries. They got to get these opening picks. They can't lose the battle. And really, what it stems from right now is they got to get up on catwalk. They got to stop Sanks and Roka, just this two-man wrecking crew that keeps, you know, man-moding up on catwalk and getting these picks. And they're coming up in the mid again. Silent's going to find first blood. That's Roka down. They're going to be able to find another one. That's going to be Sanks. So that two-man crew has been shut down now, and that mid-control has been lost for this terrorist side of Complexity. So that's a nice start. Automatic with the retrade onto Strebber, takes him down in long A. So he got a little bit aggressive, and he paid for it. But man advantage still going the way of the CT side of Method.
The big thing is the reason that double op setup was so effective is because they throw a flashover in the first 15 seconds of the round. It blinds everyone. I mean, Roka and Sanks wanted to do that same kind of hyper aggression, but that flash just stalls them out. That allows time for the ops to get their angles that they want, and they find 2 kills off of it. So now all 3 members of Complexity out towards long. Justin has an op in the bomb site, and he's going to have a lot of range to work with. Semphis, he's going to be the one who has to provide cover, jumping up on the ledge over pit. He's going to find it. There's the kill on Justin. That opens things up. Silent is still here with the AWP of his own, though, and he's hiding in the smoke. Semphis isn't even looking this direction. So there's Silent with one more kill right on the bottom, and he's going to fall away, be a little bit more passive. And even though Valence has crossed into the bomb site, he doesn't have the bomb with him, but he's going to get aggressive, and I don't think Silent's expecting him to come up onto the site and check this. So free kill for Valence, but he gets Semphis just in time, and now Valence, 20 seconds left on the clock. He's getting flanked out from long. He's not even aware of it quite yet, but now he knows just as he falls. Davey finishes off that round. It's 7th for Method, 7-14.
And that was a nice round. The double-up setup paying off for him. Silent utilizing those smokes to his advantage. He just plays that one way right on the corner there by CT ramp, and he's able to find a nice pick there. And unfortunately for Semphis, I'm sure he's not very happy about that. Pushing up through long A for as long as he was, and Silent actually gets that shot on him right before Valence takes him down. So a little bit of a miscue there, and it's unfortunate because they lose the op and they lose that long control as well. So now pushing out aggressive and long. There's Roka. There's the plays that we were expecting to see, but Justin shuts him down. The 3-man stack in long A pays off.
But he should have spotted 3, and this is what's spurring Complexity to get out mid so quickly. Valence looking for anyone who's rotating back to pick him off as they jump down, but instead they're just going to smoke it off. He spots Davey at door. Flashbang comes out. Valence eats that. He can do nothing, and there's Justin once again dealing damage, coming through that smoke, sprays down 2, and the op of Silent finishes it. So 8-14 now. There is still money for a buy on the Complexity side, though, so Method's got to string together 1 or 2 more before they can finally break the economy.
Yeah, it was a little lackluster on that spray control from Justin, but he ends up getting 2 more there at the long run, and 14-8's your score. They're going to go for another buy here on the Complexity side. It's going to be AKs and Galils, maybe a Tech 9. The op is in the hands of Semphis. He drops an AK over to his teammate, and they're still looking for this. They're probably not expecting this right now, but again, that's a pretty good start to the round for Method, trying to make this a little bit of a comeback.
This time, Silence far away from the action with that AWP. They actually have 2 members dedicated to long right now. That's smoke off by Strebber. They're actually going to boost Silent up onto this blue bin. I'd imagine Strebber would fall away after this because they have no eyes on Catwalk at the moment, so very dedicated to this long defense. And this position from Silent could catch someone off guard, but Complexity's not even going to worry about it. They're not even heading that way. One's going to head up Catwalk. Now we see Strebber rotate away from long. But full control of middle from Complexity once again. So they have the entire map available to him at the moment.
And Simphis is going to open things up with an aggressive peek onto Toy. Toy getting overly aggressive there on Halls at B, and he's going to pay for it. And now we might see him gear up for just an all-out rush into that B bomb site. Davy's going to be trying to hold this down by himself. Simphis has got the angle. If Davy goes for the peek, he takes the peek. He's going to do some damage, a lot of damage, actually. He's going to have to go for a reload, and they're going to swarm on him. He's going to be able to neutralize one, but Roka's nade finishes him off before Valens goes down, and Automatic in mid is going to be able to clean up two. Automatic actually going to be able to kill Valens too, crossing into the site. So a little revenge there, but that's going to be Silent to pick up one more. The bomb is going to get planted. It's a 3v1.
Automatic with a huge play there, manning the middle portion, destroying the rotations as they come in, just biding his time really well. Silent's going to go for this. He doesn't want him to get up towards match point, but he's got to find a kill quickly, and he's not even going to be able to do that. Cephas just holding the angle, drops him clean, 15-8 now for Complexity. Good spot to be in, and the money on the Method side is...
It's not good.
Going to be something.
They should all be around 4,000, I think. 3,500, 4,000. A couple players are up over 5K right now, but it's looking like it's probably going to be around 3,500 for him.
Huh. That was that was probably the longest freeze in the GoTV I've ever seen in my life.
That was a while. I thought that the GoTV crashed.
GoTV was like, all right, we're just going to chill. We want to see the bomb explode. That's what it was.
Yeah, man. They let it tick down all the way. Kaboom.
So 3 members out towards long for Method. Silent and Strebber once again. Maybe going for that boost play again, just because it wasn't seen, but they're not going to. Davey gets that first kill, pushes up into upper tunnel, scraps 2 for his trouble, falls back. He's got 14 HP, but once again, Roka and Complexity, they're able to get up Catwalk so easily, so quickly. And he's in a position where if he can find this kill onto Strebber, that's going to cause some rotations in the defense, and they could equalize things very quickly. And he's spraying at this kill. Takes him a little bit of trouble, but he does find it eventually. But here's the danger. Davey has pushed all the way towards T-spawn. He might not know that Complexity is still so far back, so Valens might hear this if he keeps running so far. Does he spot Cephas? He does. Nice burst fire. Tab gets a dink, but can't get the kill. Is Valens going to turn around? He is just in time, and he cleans that kill up. So things have been equalized now, and actually Cephas gives him an advantage. Oh, it's all collapsing for Method.
Yeah, if he didn't have burst fire on that FAMAS, he would have been able to just double tap to the back of Simphis' head, and he would have never had to worry about Valens getting that kill on him. That's just ridiculous right there. Roka's going to be able to finish off one more, and it's all down to Justin in a 1 versus 3. Nigh impossible, nigh unclotchable situation here for the Method side. Just to stay alive, that smoke on Catwalk. He misses the Molotov. He's missed a lot of nades tonight. Simphis finishes him off, and that's going to be it. 16-8 is going to be your final score. As Complexity split the difference tonight. 1 win, 1 loss. They're still barely in the hunt for the LAN finals, but they've got to beat Liquid next week, and they've got to hope that Conquest loses to get that spot.
Yeah, so the playoff situation is clearing up just a little bit here at the end. Finally, because it's been so close down the stretch, but here we are finally coming to the end. That Pro League Finals is going to be December, about middle of December. And a lot of these teams that we've seen over this whole week are going to be the big North American event is the ABBA Power Cup this weekend. So make sure if you're not able to spectate that, not able to watch the stream, make sure you're following in with the Score Esports app. Got a bunch of articles, got a very cool app. You can download that over at the iOS App Store or the Google Play Store. Also, guys, if you're still wavering on the edge of thinking of coming to IEM up in San Jose in a couple weekends, use the code ESL Pro. I believe is it ESEA? No, the code is ESEA, and that will give you 20% off the tickets on Ticketmaster. So those are the two big lands coming up that you should keep your eyes out for. So that's going to be a good time these next few weeks.
Yes, it is. So keep that in mind, guys, and we'll be seeing you guys next week for the final. I believe it's the final week of.
I think there's only one day. It's only on Thursday next week.
Okay, so we've only got 1 day left of Pro League matches before we finish up for the regular season, and then we gear up for the LAN. So make sure you guys tune in for that, and we're going to bid you adieu for the evening. Y'all have a fantastic night, and we will see you guys next week. So bye-bye.